Okay. Thank you. Viewer number 1, Sulfur Wood Marie. Si unikonfirmia kama sauti inasikika alafu tusonge mbele. Thank you Nora Chelagat. Asante sana Nora Chelagat. Asante sana William Katua, Njiru Anderson, Julius Osoro, Kelvin Shikuku, Joan Jowaka, Evans Chumba na Salfa mtoto wa Marie. So karibuni sana guys, for those who are seriously waiting like Nora Chelagat. We apologize for being late, lakini si sana. We are late lakini si sana. So leo Naibu wa Rais amesema kwamba leaders should compete on ideas, agenda and policies. Lakini huko pwani pia baba amesema atakapokuwa rais hivi mtu atapelekwa ndani. So it is a war of words as we approach 2022 general elections. So we are waiting to see how things will unfold. But sisi kama Wakenya wa kawaida tunataka amani. So thank you guys, karibuni. Acha niweke link hapo chini, alafu wale ambao wangependa kuingia kwa show, link iko hapo. Bartai serikali, acha maswali mengi bana. Gilete hapa. Kwani wewe ni polisi? Na hii link ya leo inakaaje? Ama sijaikopi. Okay, so thank you. Nimeweka link hapo kwa comment section. Ukiklik hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa. Okay. Asante sana Cheps. Asante kwa maoni yako. Emmanuel Kibet, karibu sana. Bartai.
Sema.
Niaje.
Poa sana.
Uko poa?
Si wiki tumesikia Kiingereza mingi sana.
Hii wiki kuna Kiingereza na Oscar Sudi anasema hata waongea Kiingereza.
Ati when a noun comes before a verb, then a verb comes after a noun.
Nilisikia mwingine akisema tuko 50 million lakini wakitaka BBI ipite lazima walete 76 million signatures.
Hey man, hii Kenya, yani unajua Kenya, one thing I like with Kenya, like yani every week in a move na kiti yake mpya. It's so interesting. You cannot predict nini inaweza fanyika next week.
But mimi naona watu wa BBI watafinywa pale kortini. Yule farmer alisema nitawafinya. Hawa watu watafinywa.
The man, that guy, we need to bring that guy to show. You know that guy aliongea.
Yule jamaa anafaa kuwa MP wa Rongo. Aende parliament awa represent. So that unaonaje bana? William anasema tushindane kwa ideas na policies. So how do you see this?
No. I don't want to say William is the best politician. I don't want to say that.
Haupatikani poa serikali.
Huh? I want to say William is the best politician we have in this country. Nastaki niseme Baba is the best politician. But you know, the politics we have in this country makes William and Baba the best politicians. Of course, okay, William is bringing in a very important point that let's to shindane kwa policies. Yeye anatoka bottom up economy. Lakini these are the guys wanatoka. You get it? Kenya bado ni siasa, yani siasa bado ni sana. Najua ingekuwa issues ya policies, mimi ningekuja ni explain yangu. Wewe Clinton explain yako. Then sasa ikiwa sasa Kenyans wenye wanasupport policy yangu wakuje kwangu, wenye wanasupport policy yako. But sasa the problem is, okay, William is raising a very important point that it's time we move. Lakini wewe ukiona, move quick. Kenya One, ile Kenya One, sinaona, you know the problem we have in this country, siasa yetu bado ile ya tribal taxation. Iko na kura milioni 6. Mimi ni mtalii. Mimi ukiona Bartai na Clinton iko na kura milioni 12. We lose everything. But imekuwa that Clinton supports bottom up economic policy. Bartai supports bottom down. Sasa mimi ingekuwa rahisi, mimi nisema watu wangu wa bottom up kuja hapa, watu down top bottom mwenda.
Lakini Bartai, hata Kisumu governor alisema juzi eti wataweka kama mamilioni ya pesa kuinua wale wa mama wa biashara ndogo ndogo. So ni kama hii idea ya William tunaanza kuimplement before 2022.
Okay, it makes sense. The policy, the idea makes sense. For me, the idea makes sense. Because unaona watu tumefinywa barabarani, nimekuwa nikifuatilia. There is a double carrier road yenye inatoka kutengeneza kuendelea mpaka all the way to Mausani. But tunapitia hiyo barabara ni lazima
ni lazima ufanye nini?
Lipe. You have to pay.
Ukipitia lami unalipa.
I think it's 70 shillings per kilometer. Or it's 7 shillings per kilometer.
Why so? Hiyo barabara si ya serikali.
Si even expressway hii yenye tunajengewa tunaambiwa the same thing. They've been told the same thing. That for you to use you have to pay. Okay, hatujui kama ni siasa. Hiyo Kenya pia siasa ni mingi. So, unaona yani unafinywa na maisha. Boss, do you know tunanunua gas cylinder au?
Ni pesa ngapi?
2,700.
2,700.
That is for 13 days.
Sasa hiyo si ni cheap?
Ni cheap, it was 1,900 the other time. It's now 2,700.
Mimi enzi zetu nikiwa university gas ilikuwa 4,500 ama 5,000.
Wanatumia gas gani?
Ama jui gas cylinder. Anyway, nilikuanga naona ya jirani. Mimi sikuwa natumia gas, nilikuwa na jiko.
Kurefill. Yani maisha yani tumefinywa bro, tumefinywa.
na bado. Bro Ben. Ni aje? Bro Benson. Microphone bana. Ni aje?
Mzuri sana.
Yeah. Bro Benson.
Yes.
Microphone bana.
Haifanye? Mzuri sana.
Yeah. Oh, unajisikiza? Kuna echo inaturudia.
Yes. Bro Benson. Yes.
Microphone bana.
Haifanye? Mzuri sana. Inafanya?
Oh, unajisikiza? Kuna echo inaturudia.
Yes. Bro Benson. Yes. Hebu acha nitoke
Okay. Ama umeingia mara mbili. So serikali haitokuwa rahisi kama maisha ishafika hapo, na deni pia lazima tulipe, ama madeni, sijui kama ni deni moja ama ni madeni lazima tulipe. Everything is possible bana.
Kuna jamaa si nchi tu tugawiwe, nusu tugawiwe, kila mtu aende ushike hapo.
Wauze Kenya, kila mtu apewe mali yake. Tuende tujitafutie.
Life is hard. So okay, I don't want to say
Hebu kiasi Bartai. Kyle ni aje? Kyle, unmute your microphone, Kyle. Leo net ni shida kwa wateja. So proceed Bartai.
So wewe Clinton, wewe ungekuwa president wa Kenya, ungefanya nini?
Mimi Kenya hakuna system. Mimi kama mtu nimefeel venye nimefinywa na system penye niko. Naweza fanya systems zifanye kazi. To be sincere, given an opportunity, na siwezi ngojea 10 years. I can only manage to work on it for 5 years, then I step down. So long as systems zifanye kazi. So hata wewe Bartai ukiwa Rift Valley, kuna vitu unafanya chini ya maji ulipi tax. Na kama kwenu hakuna barabara, you blame the government. Na kuna biashara unafanya chini ya maji, you don't pay taxes. Serikali itatoa wapi hiyo pesa ya kukujengea barabara bila kulipa tax? So taxation, yule kitu William alikuwa anasema ya taxation, yes itatufinya, lakini that's the way to go. Unaona Tanzania president wao akiongea kila siku, anapeana masharti kwa wale ambao wanakusanya kodi. Wako hadi vijijini, lakini sisi ukitaka kulipa tax, maybe ufike kwa hizo ma headquarters kama Homa Bay, Kisumu, Nakuru, ndipo unaweza lipa tax, lakini hapa vichochoroni hakuna tax. So wakitufinya hapo kwa tax vizuri, watapata do. Yeah.
You know nani, I also support I also support that we need to pay tax, because unajua tungekuwa tunalipa tax kama if every Kenyan angekuwa honest alipe tax, atungekuwa tunaomba hii pesa. But tulipe tax na tuone nini, na tuone what tax does for us. Lakini sasa ukilipa tax pesa yote iende kwa mfuko wa mtu mmoja, that is what demoralize Kenyans. That is what unaona 80% ya watu wenye walienda Naivasha over the weekend, ukifuata the nini they pay wana file nil returns. Na wameenda Naivasha. Wacha tupe pesa na wakati gaya.
Wakenya hatulipi tax, but tukianza kulipa kama hapa tumeambiwa eti tunaenda kuregister na embassy Berlin. Tunafanya nini? Unalipwa pesa ngapi? So na wataanza kutufinya kama 20k, 30.
Mutafinywa?
Ni kama tutafinywa sana. So tumenaswa.
Poleni ndugu zangu.
Yeah, so ukifika JKIA ni tax return unaonesha, hauoneshi passport.
Kama hujalipa tax unarudishwa huko.
Unakuwa deported back to where you came from.
But I think unajua nini Clinton? Kwa sababu unajua mimi huwa I usually do my tax return in Kenya, and I usually do like nil tax return. Kwa sababu nilikuwa wakati before ya kwanza venye nilikuwa nakuja US nilikuwa I was working, so but venye nilikuja niliwacha kufanya kazi Kenya, but I did not stop kind of like doing my tax, filing my tax return by June. So hii yako yenye unasema ati wenye wako nje wana nini wanataka, usijasikia hiyo, ndio nasikia leo kutoka kwako.
Hata mimi nilipewa hiyo ujumbe last week. Itabidi tuende form Berlin, tujaze tunafanya nini, if you are student, kama ushamaliza unafanya kazi, and then uwekwe kwa system.
I think the only I don't know the best thing that I think you could do, if you know you have your KRA PIN number, always make sure that you do your taxes. You just do even nil returns, so like to keep the system aware that actually you are not working, you know. But I know where pali wanaweza shika mtu ni kwamba maybe one time utakuwa unaenda kununua any kind of like things to do with land and everything, because you have to attach most of the things right now. When you want to do, they require you to attach your KRA PIN number. Now that's when they will catch up with you. Wanasema you've not been doing your tax return, hata kama ufanyi kazi nini mbaya na uko na that pin, uko na hiyo that pin number. So that's where watakushika. And another thing, I know those who like, I know watu walilipiwa pesa na help. Maybe umetoka outside the country and you're not remitting your full payment. The very moment watakupata, you will pay double standard. You will pay like nadhani utapigwa penalty, because ni something you know you have to do. So I think the best way, even before you feel that, just make sure that each and every year of around before 30th of June, you do your tax return. Even it is nil, just make a nil returns so that you keep KRA updated on your tax pin. Hiyo itakuweka kwa very good system. So wakienda kwa system wanaona you are filing your taxes, you are making nil returns. That will be good for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Florida.
Yes, Jack Clinton. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm good.
I just contribute on what we're discussing about. Unaona saa story na unajua unaweza shangaa why my name is written Florida to me.
Yeah, cause uli migrate kutoka America to Germany, maybe.
No, it was my goal this year manze to be in Florida. Then but then ningeenda Hanover, but visa mandates and corona. All the same, mazuri yata happen next year. Anyway, that's not important for now.
As in, visa imefanya nini ya corona? Hebu eleza.
As in, I was denied.
You are to come from Florida to Hanover.
No, I'm in Kenya. I was to go to Florida. Then later on go for another conference in Hanover.
So here Florida imebounce.
Yeah, imebounce.
Unangojea ya kuja Hanover.
Hapana, zote zimebounce. Nilikuwa ningeenda Florida, then now ndo angeni recommend kwenda Hanover.
Okay, Florida, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Embassy ya US ndio wamekukataza or visa imetokea aje?
As in embassy ndo walikataza. I was denied.
But I don't think you are denied because of COVID. You are denied maybe there was something that you said or something that was not kind of like making to them sense.
Maybe it's something, because unajua once you're denied, just give you your green paper, wanakwambia try next time, because ilikuwa conference.
Yeah. So like, I don't think it's because of COVID, because like I can really assure you, from when Joe Biden came into power, and like there are things that have really gone fast. I have brothers, though right now I'm in Kenya. I have brothers wenye ukiangalia vitu zao zenye zimeenda so quick. Even like today, I have like on Monday I have somebody who is going to the embassy.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, I have somebody. So I don't think like maybe COVID nilifanya, or maybe the reasons yenye labda ulipatiana ndio haikukuwa imewaconvince wakakudeny. Ama daktari anaweza tusaidia.
By the way, daktari anisaidie cause unajua ukifika huko as a first time manze you tend to panic and
mimi nina swali kwa Florida kwanza. Florida. Mimi nikija huko niliulizwa maswali. Unaenda kuishi wapi? Uko na doo ya kusurvive ama nini na nini? So wewe ulitoka tu kwenu ukaenda embassy bana bila kuonesha hizi makaratasi zote. Umesema ilikuwa conference. Ukimaliza conference ungeenda wapi?
Ningerudi tu mtaa nijipange.
Uwezi enda hivi umalize contract. Inaitwa conference ama contract. Alafu utafute ndege next ukuje Kenya.
Sasa unajua given that unajua saa kuna mtu somebody was just communicating with someone akaniambia unajua wewe because when you kabra hawezi tu visitors visa ama conference hivi kirahisi. Ukienda wanasema utapotea.
Unge Google hadi kwa YouTube. Mimi niliwatch YouTube hadi nikaitwa mtu next. Niko kwa line lakini na watch YouTube kitu naenda kusema. Nimezima tu data wakati nimeombwa karatasi bana.
Yeah.
Okay, daktari help the guy. The guy alitaka kuja tu hivi amalize conference ama conference wakiextend aseme we ile ndege ya saa 8 ndio narudi nayo. Bwana kisha.
So what is the question? I just came into the conversation and I'm not sure what the question was.
Florida, sema na daktari.
So, yes, daktari.
Yes, sir. Habari yako?
Mimi ni mzuri. Acha niingie kwa Kiswahili ndio isiniletee na shida nikienda embassy. As in niliwahi kwa oya opportunity. Then nikawahi kila kitu nikaqualify the next step ilikuwa kwenda huko embassy nipate visitors visa na cheki inaitwa J1 visa actually. Sasa kufika huko mambo ya kwenda venye nataka things were straight nikakuwa denied sasa opportunity kapotea hivyo.
Wow.
Yeah, sasa ndio at least nilikuwa naona kwa you guys are blessed in those developed first world countries. Maybe mniambie na plan sasa kurudi huko. Because niliona hiyo experience ya kwanza hiyo haikuwa rahisi. As in it's not simple. Unacheki experience tu yenye nilipata nikiwa huko. Those guys and the IQ it's like when wanakuuliza swali it's like they're already prepared. Wanasema wewe ni kama unataka kuja katalia. Ukani they ask you na certain perception you can just read.
I think that's how they normally do it. Wanaanzanga from ile perspective, you know, ni kama like they start by utakuja kukataa, so now you like they assume their starting point inakuanga they assume everybody atakatalia huku, so now they go from everybody will try to overstay, now you have to prove to them how you will not overstay, unaona.
Yeah,
and I think that is why inakuanga very 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 difficult, you know. I don't know, you know, like I said, mimi nilikujanga on a student visa, so I don't know how, you know, these other visas inakuanga, how easy, how hard. I don't know, man. That is one area that I cannot say that I'm an expertise on. I don't know. Maybe somebody on Facebook. Yes. How are you doing, Jen?
Ask him. I'm good. How is everyone?
Tuko salama.
Yeah, I want to ask him, alipeleka bank statement? Aliulizwa bank statement?
Niliuliza bank statement but
ilikuwa na pesa ngapi?
Ilikuwa tu sasa sijui kama naweza sema hapa ama as in
no, go ahead.
Sema tu ngiri kadhaa, ina shida.
Yeah, ilikuwa na less than 150.
Yeah.
150,000.
Tao.
That is a problem.
Na jina yako? That's a problem. Na jina yako, yeah?
yani jina yangu
Au kwa sponsored na mtu, si ndio?
si kwa sponsored, ni kitu tu nimehustle kivyangu, si
Hiyo
ati
ni na alafu hiyo bank statement yako ilikuwa inaonyesha kuna pesa ina circulate like kila month inaingia
sasa ni zile lakini si frequent because pesa inatoka na kuingia ni less, vitu kama tuseme 10 Gs hivyo kuendelea tu.
Na ilikuwa constant kila month.
Si constant as in ile rate, unajua we hustlers ile tukipata.
Na ulikuwa na job ile ulikuwa na job?
Hapana, sina job.
That's it. Hiyo ndio sasa, kwa sababu wanaona kama una job, wanaona wewe unaenda huko kutafuta job, lakini kama ungekuwa na job, wanaona tuko na job kila mwezi, wangesema huyu si mtu anaweza enda kukwama huko awache job yake.
Jen, umesikia statement yake ya kwanza yenye amesema he was coming for a conference. Now always when you come for a conference that nafaa unakuja na that organization, they should sponsor you. So when you come so they don't look at your statement. So like sijui organization gani ilikuwa inamleta ama alikuwa anakuja kwa conference gani. Sasa
I think so it look what I'm hearing.
Ilikuwa inakaa fishy.
Yeah, I don't think Florida prepared himself very well. You know, I think there was a lack of preparation on your side, Florida.
Unafanya research poa kabisa. Research. Unaongea na wale watu wako wanakuerevusha.
Yeah, what I don't know is kama sasa ile mara ya kwanza inaweza kuharibia mara ya pili, unaona?
No, I think daktari
Iezi mwaribia. Lakini saizi afanye research poa. Unaenda kama nini? Una understand? Juu pia kwenda kama visitor, hiyo hawezi fanya job. Unajua na ako na plan ya kwenda kukaa huko. Unajua afanye tu research poa. Aone vile anaweza enda.
Ni kitu nimerealize. Florida kitambo apewe appointment aende embassy, alikuwa na documents. Lakini pale kwa interview, wajua wale wa mama hawabembelezagi. Anakuuliza swali kukufix.
Anakufix sasa unajipata umejifunga.
Florida
definitely.
Huyu jamaa angekuwa abroad size lakini alijifix. Maswali rahisi kama unaenda kuishi na nani na utarudi lini? Utarudi lini, anakuuliza, akikusmailia unaweza mwambia hata ikiwezekana nitapotea huko.
Wana anakuwa mama tupu nani unabreak mama peke yake. Usually guys.
Me I see guys. Me I only see guys a lot. Sijaona wa mama. Clinton uliangukia wa mama?
Mimi ni line ya wa mama natumia.
Mimi ni msichana ndiye alini nini? Yeah.
We David unaonaje hii failure ya Florida to maneuver man? Ni embassy alijilet down ama ni documents alikosa?
It's hot.
David your mic.
Na ni mimi. Mimi.
Yes.
So unajua kwa headline nimeandika kitu ingine but kuingia na kutamna discuss vitu zingine, so I don't know what to say. But even though hata mimi pia siko Kenya, but I don't like just saying where I am cause just like that. But I'm enjoying my discussion. I'm listening. It's okay. Maybe I'll learn one or two things, but I don't know what to contribute because I didn't expect. So I can't just pop in then I start talking. I must.
David sema wewe unataka siasa.
Of course.
David, okay, kuna topic different, lakini mtu akituuliza swali, we want to help a brother. We don't mind if we can help. And you don't mind too.
What I'm saying is headline imeandikwa hapa ni sijui Ruto, I don't know blah blah blah. So najua sikuwa nimejua that this is what is inside the room. So I just when I came in it is different. Sorry. So
topic bado itakuja tu. Topic hiyo ya Ruto bado itakuja, lakini mtu akatuliza question tukaanza tu kumwanza kwa sababu Clinton alikuwa bado hajafungua hiyo floor. Yes,
okay, no problem. I'm listening because that is where we all want to go. We all want to go where where there is green pasture. Hata mi pia badesco Kenya, but I'm aiming high. You see, they always say that we must aim above the sky, right? So hapa penye tuko is just a stepping stone. So I'm learning a lot from you, and I'm listening, and thank you very much.
Okay, Yusufu, microphone. News alert.
Yes.
Siwezi kataa kukuweka bana. Click to your link, nitakuona hapa chini. Kuna space ya watu watatu. So click link nitakuweka tu immediately.
Nani?
Kwa hivyo Florida apige tu research yake poa, adecide aone kama anaenda kama student, unajua ajipange tu polepole.
Yeah. He just needs to be aware that, you know, especially when it comes to the UK, US, Canada, those countries, you really have to do your homework. You cannot just show up. You cannot just.
You will go back with the same plane you came with. I'm telling you. If
and the good thing about this is there are agents to prepare you. Unajua kitambo sisi tukienda you used to do it all by yourself. There are agents who
tulikuwa na agents wana to prepare tukikam.
Ukwe prepared that way you utaenda ukijua na especially kama hii sponsorship, you know.
At least mlikuwa na agents. Mimi nililala Lakisama. Nikiwatch YouTube venye nitang'ang'ana hapo kwa embassy. Nikatoka Lakisama 6 cause
nilipata YouTube that time tukikam. Hakukuwa YouTube.
So bana, kumbe Nairobi kuna jam asubuhi. Nahitajika 8:25, 9:10 niko sijui pale inaitwaje. Karibu na flyover nyingine hapo sijui.
Actually, Mutembe is doing a very good job now. Those ladies that, you know, they are bringing a lot of good stuff, advising people on how the, you know, people who done it.
Why can't Florida try then Canada? Ama nataka tu US. Yuko wapi atujibu? Ako? Ayuko?
Florida yuko hapa chini. Maybe net yake imeleta shida. Lakini
kwa Canada, si lazima ikuwe nini US.
Lakini mimi naona jamaa alijilet down kwa interview. Huwezi pewa point
without hayazoleki. Tutafute solution nyingine. Ajaribu hata kama ni nini, ni Canada. Canada sahihi. Vitu ni poa kidogo.
Watu upitia walai.
I know.
You see the opportunity kwa kio lakini you can't. Unaigwaragwara hivi lakini hauifiki. Okay, Yusufu, tunataka tuanze show. Sema nasi kwa dakika 2, Yusufu.
Jambo wa Kenya.
Poa sana.
Sasa ni vile naona topic nilikuwa na mara ya kwanza niliona ilinivuta. Sasa discussion imekuwa kingine ama you can start
worry less.
Or you can start from anywhere.
Yeah, tunakuja hapo.
Baada tujaanza show.
Yeah, in 1 minute. No, in 6 minutes.
Support. Kick ndio hiyo England inacheza.
Acha niseme moja ya mwisho tu.
Sawa, wacha tuongee mengi.
Wacha niseme moja ya alafu tuanze show.
Okay, ni nani anaongea?
Ni mimi.
Ni mimi Sadat.
Okay, Sadat, sema.
Nilikuwa nataka ku-comment tu ya mwisho.
Yeah.
Lakini nasikia mtu mwingine anaongea hapo tu. Ndio nilikuwa najaribu kusema ya mwisho tu ku-comment.
All attention is to you, Sadat. Go ahead.
Nimesikia watu wengi wakiongelea Canada hapo. So nimesikia watu wengi. Ni mimi Sadat. Yeah. So mimi naitwa Sadat. Sijui mbona mimi nasikia yuko mingi sana hapo.
Wewe ndio uko na simu mingi. Umeingia Facebook.
Okay, nimefunga.
Hujafunga bana. Yeah. Nimesema tu hivi na ushafunga.
Pole.
Okay.
So usually need to Canada. And usually I see a lot of people when they are trying to show people how to come to Canada. They try to use the ati ukue nurse nini. Hapana. Mimi nilikuwa nafanya kazi kwa makampuni kubwa, but later on nikaenda kufanya kwa construction companies. Hapo ndio nilirealize that's ipo ndio kuleta watu wa mjengo. Na watu wa mjengo hapa si mjengo, ni watu wa mjengo, ni kama ni professionals, unatrainiwa tu just few months.
Waambie mjengo huku ndio inalipa pesa mingi kabisa kushinda kila kitu.
Si ndio nilifanya analytical chemistry nikapata fail, mimi nikaenda Canada mpaka nikaingia Kenya Bureau of Standards ya Canada, cheo ya juu. But I realized huko hakuna pesa. Rafiki yangu
mtu wa mjengo anaheshimika huku sana.
Si mimi ndio foreman construction companies na si ni watu tu bure. Kuna wengine wakale tu wakubwa sana foreman, just because of experience, na unakuwa smart, una prioritize vitu, na tanganya tu wasungu na wahindi tu. So penye inalipa zaidi na penye inaleta watu wengi juu wanaleta almost over 1 million Indians in every within like wanaleta mara 3 in a year, na hawa wote wanaenda kwa mjengo na ni watu hawaongei Kiingereza, hakuna hata kitu wanaongea, experience tu. So sasa nilikuwa nasema niliona I think anaitwa nani juice akiambia watu wakuje design ya sijui kuwa nurse nini. Hapana. Hiyo nurses ni ya maybe some few ladies, unaweza come as a student uingie hizo nurses umalize ukuje, but ukikuja ukishafika unapelekwa construction, unafanya vitu kidogo sana na ushapita. Most Kenyans washapita wote, washaingia. That's it.
No, alikuwa anawaambia kukuja kama nurse. Unajua kama umetoka nurse Kenya, hakuna vile unaweza kuja kwa hizi countries alafu kuwe nurse directly. Lazima uende shule. Sasa alikuwa anawapatia, unajua advice ya vile mtu anaweza fanya. Kama wewe ni nurse huko na unaweza taka pia kuja na uingie shule kwanza ni sawa. Lakini aliwapatia advice ya vitu different zile mtu anaweza fanya.
Nilipata hiyo advice kama ilikuwa inalenga madems sana, which Canada ukiingia even if you are nurse unaweza anza kama healthcare aid. Nilifanya healthcare assistant. Bila training bila anything, ushaingia tu ile common knowledge tu ya kusema unapepa huyu jamaa pole hivi. Ushalipwa tu almost same as everybody else.
So
then inakuchukua another few months.
Excuse me Zadat. Zadat, unaona huyo anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Nancy somebody.
Nancy
Joyce. Mwenye alikuwa anaongea na Joyce. Na Mutembei alikuwa anaongea kama nurse. Hiyo ndio special field yake. So wewe pia it seems uko na idea inaweza ikatusaidia kama group. Tunakuinvite maybe kesho. Ukae hapa na Mutembei, then you give an insight. Venye inaweza kuwa. Yeye aliongea kama nurse. Hangetuambia ya nini? Inaitwa ya uengineer ama hivyo. Because yeye ni nurse, ana deal sana na hiyo field ya kuwa nurse. So we pia uko na information. We welcome you tomorrow maybe.
Na ile yake ni fit inaweza saidia ama boys waki na wale wachagui kazi.
Nilikuwa nasema because most of the people I've seen more than not only her, but there's some other people who have been trying to like tell people if you want to come to Canada you must be a nurse. That's why today niliamua tu niwaambie you're not supposed to be just working on that field of medicine or whatever. There is a broader way. Even ukifika. Okay.
I'm just trying to tell you that that was her opinion, and maybe you watched her make her opinion public. So maybe let us respect her opinion. Kuna njia mingi watu wanaweza kutumia kuja Canada ama kutoka Canada kwenda Kenya. So let us just respect what she was saying, and then
I respect her. I'm a very respectful person. Nilikuwa nasema tu isikue tu hiyo design ya hiyo part yake tu peke yake tu.
Okay, thank you guys. Tuanze show. Ben, David na Yusufu. Sami Makosi, unakuanga na picha leta. Je, ujalala una watch ball. Washa steam.
Na ndapiga kelele England inacheza we.
Sijasema washe mic, washe picha.
Picha.
Alafu daktari rudi. Rudi tuanze siasa yetu na tulali. So Yusufu, umengojea topic sana, tuanzie. siasa tu, siasa ya William, siasa ya baba, siasa ya Kalonzo. Mudavadi amekuwa ile place inaitwa na hii place imekuwa city juzi,
Nakuru.
Yeah. So the politics too. Tell us something, Yusufu.
Kuanzia sasa tunaona siasa ya Ruto na Uhuru kugongana inatoa matunda mengi sana. Sasa tangu Ruto alikuwa divorced, is gaining more momentum on daily basis. Paka tunaona sahi Atuoli yote ambaye alikuwa anatusi Ruto sahi ni kama anataka kutafuta. Anataka kujoin Hustler Nation. Sasa hii siasa ya Kenya inarudi tu kwa mkono ya Ruto. Story ya baba Kalonzo mandazi huyo, unajua Kalonzo kwanza ni mandazi. Sasa Mudavadi ambaye ni mboga ya Raila. Sai wote mboga na mandazi yote wanaenda watakuja kuenda kwa Ruto ama watajikaranga tu peke yao. Sasa tunasema kama team Hustler kwa jumla tutakuwa tunakaribisha Ruto kwa shangwe na vigelegele.
Kalonzo ni mandazi na Mudavadi ni chai. Umesema ni chai wa kina nani? Ni chai ya nani na ni mandazi ya nani?
Si ni Raila. Sasa mtu kama akikosa mandazi na mboga si atakufa na njaa hapo. Sasa si njaa itamaliza.
Go already.
Jen, mute your microphone. Yeah, tunakusikiza Yusufu.
Kwa hivyo siasa ya Kenya ikianza kuharibika, inaanza kuharibikia kuelekea mwisho, lakini ya muhimu hakuna siku tutapata rais ambaye labda sio Mkale ama Mkikuyu, kwa sababu hatuwezi ongozwa tukiongozwa na watu wengine. Unajua hatujazoea leadership ya watu wengine, tunaweza malizwa. Hatuwezi kubali.
Wewe ni mkabila gani? Wewe ni mkabila gani Yusufu?
Mimi ni Msomali.
Wasomali ndio Oria ama Oria pia iko kivyake?
Sasa kwa jumla nyinyi ndio mnasema Waria, lakini si Waria ni Waria tu vile mnasema.
Sasa nyinyi ni Wasomali. Sasa huoni haja Mjaluo kuongoza Kenya? Atawamaliza.
Unajua? Sasa unajua hata kama atuongozi kama kiraisi, lakini kuna yani sections zingine tunapatana. Tunaona kama hatuwezi hii nchi hizi run akiwa na wao watu kuongoza hizi run, kusema kweli.
Lakini Mkikuyu na Mkale wakiongoza mko sawa?
Tuna run vizuri.
Okay, asante kwa maoni yako. Uko na dakika moja ya kumalizia maybe?
Naweza pea nafasi mtu mwingine ili niweze kusikiliza mengi hata mimi.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wants to react to what he was saying? Ama tuongee wote?
No, we can react. Yusufu, unajua swali tu ni moja. Unajua ukisema Mjaluo ukikategorize kabila, hiyo ya kwanza inamaanisha wewe ni mkabila. Unajua kwa njia tu mzuri, kwa sababu ningependa wewe ungeongea kama mtu ambaye anaweka nchi yake mbele, kusema kwamba sisi tunataka kiongozi ambaye atasimamia Kenya vizuri, hata kuwe Mkalenjin ama kuwe nini. Lakini huwezi kuwa unasema au wengine wakisimama watapeleka country. Nadhani hiyo kauli yako si kauli mzuri sana kulingana na maoni yangu.
Mimi naweza sema hiyo maoni yake si poa, kwa sababu hatujajaribu hao watu wengine. Alafu hauwezi judge nini mtu na kabila. Ni vizuri kujudge mtu individually, you understand? Alafu si ati hizo kabila zingine tushajaribu mtu or anything. you know, it's not a good thing vile amesema anyway. We should not judge kikabila. Judge tungoje pia tuone hao watu wengine pia wakishapewa kuna vile watarula alafu ndio tunaweza ongea.
Sawa.
Yusufu unasemaje Yusufu?
Ningependa kuongelelea maoni mawili ambaye alipewa sahi.
Yeah.
Nimechagua kusema hiyo kwa sababu tumekaa sana hii nchi na tunaendelea kuangalia. Sasa hii Kenya tuko hapa siasa ya kweli, hata kama sahi vile tuko hata sahi, hakuna siku ambaye hii Kenya siasa yake ijagawanyika kwa njia ya kikabila. Sisi tunasikia upande ya Western, kuna Nyanza, Central, sasa na zingine ya ni others. Acha tuseme kwa sababu if we cannot talk on tribal line, if I mean you told me to not talk on tribal line, I think in Kenya I am cheating. Simply because when you look at something, there is some report that's released, maybe in a certain sector, there are that number of tribes employed there, that number of tribes. If you go to a certain county, a certain community or certain tribe is complaining that number of community has been employed more, that number of community has been given that big post. And again, their views are hard simply because Kenya, from first to last, everything goes in hand with tribe.
Okay, thank you.
Unless the tribal issue is a brush from the top, where the president was saying that it is the two tribe is the rule in this country is for another tribe. And I think it's simply in Kenya we cannot survive without tribal issue.
You know, Yusuf, the problem with Uhuru Kenyatta saying that is because he says it at the end. Unajua, it doesn't. He can say that, but it doesn't come out as genuine because in 2013 he knew that. In 2017 he knew that. So anagojea tu mahali anatoka sasa. I mean, is it the time that he realizing that now? You know, I think that is why it's very. It comes out as not being genuine with what he's saying. And then the other thing is, I don't think it helps with what he's doing right now. Sijui anaenda Nyanza, sasa nasikia tena anaenda Ukambani, swingine nasikia ati anaenda Rift Valley. I mean, it goes back to the whole thing of tokenism. Like all these regions have to wait down and sit and wait for the president to bring goodies to them. I mean, it shouldn't be that way. So he's reinforcing the whole, you know, on one side he's saying that, oh, we should be one nation and it shouldn't matter with who is president, but he's reinforcing the same with his own behavior. Like, why does the Rift Valley have to wait until Uhuru Kenyatta goes over there, you know, for the projects in Uasin Gishu to restart, for the projects in Elgeyo Marakwet to restart? Really, I find it troublesome, you know, for us to sit and wait for even Luo Nyanza, where Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga went over there, and then all of a sudden we are seeing projects all over the place. You know, it shouldn't be that. You know, it should not come down to that, I would say.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Any reaction? How we got to
at the same time, that's why we have this debate like this one, because I think the youth can change that. Hiyo mambo ya ukabila, because so far in Kenya saizi mnaonanga there is my intermarriages ni nyingi sana, si ndio? Hizi si ati lazima kama wewe ni Mjaluo wetu Mjaluo, kuna my intermarriages. So that's why tuna have debate kama hii, ndio sasa hii group
David net yako ni shaky.
Wa change na wa hiyo maneno ya ukabila.
Yusufu, my last question to you. Now that it seems you are comfortable with the two tribes you are saying, huwezi hata kuja kwetu Kisumu kufanya biashara juu unatuchukia na venye mnauzanga simu smart na long ya jeans, where are you specifically? Unafanya biashara zako Garissa peke yake ama we ni mtu una move? Microphone.
You got to unmute your microphone, Yusuf.
Sorry. Mimi ni mtu ya Mandera.
Sasa ni huko tu unafanyia biashara.
Sasa unajua when you heard of a myth or misconception, you wait it to prove.
So you're waiting for it in Mandera.
No. Let me finish,
Okay.
For long, even there is something that it says or about maybe a certain tribe being leading, and again, when maybe in a traditional or a myth of a certain community, for example, like me, when we are trying to choose a leader, we say we chose, but God chose for us the best. And now in this country, I can see from when the country got independence or how the leadership is going, our guys, that's Raila, is trying his best maybe to be the president once a time. He's tried. And then unfortunately he could not break through the system. Where even his friend left him and he come to hinge the state house like Uhuru, and Ruto was once a time his counterpart. So when we see as a community, maybe when we see a certain person is fighting to get a certain thing, and again he could not succeed in what the mission that he have or something that he is doing, it automatically shows that this man and what he is looking for, they are two different things. And when he forced himself for enter this or this position, there might be a big clash or a dangerous issue might rise, because the God is not even maybe, let me not talk too much on that. I'm sorry for that. That's my understanding. Okay. And the conception on that.
Thank you, Yusufu. Thank you. Who is next? Bro Benson ama Daktari?
Look like Sammy Mcas, you want to say something?
Okay, Sammy.
Yes, Bwana Clinton, kwanza habari ya jioni.
Poa sana Sammy, umepotea.
Imekuwa muda mrefu pamoja na daktari. Dada yetu pale.
Kuna siku ulishambuliwa hapa ukaenda kabisa.
Hapana. Ni Mcas tu kidogo, lakini siwezi kupotea. Okay. Bwana Zadat, ujambo? Bwana Yusufu nafikiri yes, anajaribu kuna kitu fulani anajaribu kuleta, lakini labda hajaiweka kikamilifu. Kwanza ile shida ambayo tuko nayo katika nchi yetu ni kuwa sisi kama voters ndio bado tumekosa elimu ya kutosha wakati tunaenda kupiga kura. Manake hatujajua haswa huwa tunaenda kupiga kura kwa sababu gani, na tunafaa kuchagua kwa nini tufanye uchaguzi. Sababu siasa yetu bado ina revolve kwa individuals na tribal lines, ambapo iko very very wrong. Hatufai kuwa tunaongelea kuhusu sijui Ruto, kuhusu Raila. Hapana. Ingekuwa inafaa kama ikifikia karibu na election, tunaongea zile vitu ambao malengo yetu kama sisi vijana, malengo yetu kama Wakenya. Sasa haijalishi mtu mwenye atakuja kusema kwamba anashika hiyo bendera, as long as kwamba tumeona kwamba ni description ya ile kitu ambao tunahitaji. Lakini kama tunakaa maanake ukiangalia siasa zetu, kwa nini chama tunakuwa na vyama karibu kila election tunakuja na vyama tofauti mpaka nafikiri majina zote zimeisha. I don't know even next wataita nini. Wameleta mavyama, wakalete muungano wa vyama, wakalete coalitions, wakalete kila kitu, sababu kwamba wao wenyewe hawana manifesto ya kueleweka. Ukiangalia kama Canada, nchi kama Amerika, nchi kama UK, wengi unapata wako na vyama mbili na hizo vyama zimekaa, yaani mtu anazaliwa na anachagua, anasema mimi ni Democrat, na mwingine anakaa kutoka akiwa mtoto akisema ni Republican na anaenda nayo mpaka dakika ya mwisho, sababu ya ile misingi ya zile vyama, zile concrete manifesto. Sasa kama saizi kubadilisha jina ya chama ama kusema ati kwamba kutoa kabila hii, kabila haitoi kiongozi, kabila haitoi kiongozi, kabila hata saizi tuseme Bwana Yusuf unasema kwamba lazima Mkikuyu, lazima Mnandi. Si lazima, sababu hata Wakikuyu saizi ambao wamekuwa kwa uongozi kwa muda, si Wakikuyu wote wanafurahia ama wanaona kwamba faida ya kila wamenufaika sababu wamepata urais. Kama vile Wakalenjin, ukimuuliza Bwana Zadat hapo atakwambia si ati kwamba si moja aliongoza 24 years na Wakale wengi walikuwa na shida. Hata saizi Ruto akichukua kwa mfano, bado Wakale watakuwa na shida, you know, na utapata kuna watu wengine ambao wananufaika. Utapata kuna Mkosti Mgiriama, yeye anafurahia. Wakati wa Moi kina Katana Ngala walifurahia matunda, kina Sharif Nasir walikula vizuri kwa kijiko, na kuna Wanandi waliuawa, kina Alexander Muge na alikuwa ni Mnandi na you know, na wana support Moi lakini akakuwa victim, akauawa. Sasa ile kitu iko ni kuwa tunafaa sisi ambao labda wametoka, mnaelimisha wale wako nyumbani, tujue kwamba wakati tunaenda kuchagua, tunachagua nini? Tunachagua kiongozi wa aina gani? Kama saizi ule mtu ambao tunaona kwamba labda ameshika hati ya Wakenya ni mtu kama Ruto because of the narrative yake ya inaitwaje, bottom up economy or you know, or vice versa. So watu at least wanaona that sense kwamba okay, huyu anataka kuinua watu wa chini kupeleka juu. That should be the narrative. Lakini kusema kwamba ati unajua sababu last time niliunga Mkikuyu sasa ni wakati wangu, ama wakati ile niliunga Mjaluo sasa ni wakati wangu, I think that one hiyo ilipitwa na wakati muda mrefu. Miungano ya kikabila, miungano ya clans, hata huko mahali Yusuf anatoka in terms of local leadership kama governor, you know, they also rely on clans. Usione kwamba ati ni sababu ya national politics peke yake, even locally before uchaguliwe governor lazima uwe uko na clan kubwa, alafu clan yako iungane na hii clan ndio uweze kupata. Same with mbunge. Ndio unaona mtu kama Duale ako na clan mzuri, ndio wakati wote anakaa kwa parliament. So hii miungano ya clans, miungano ya tribals ni kitu ambayo inafaa, hiyo imepitwa na wakati. Saizi tunaongea hapa Clinton, I guess wewe ni Mjaluo. Zadat, I guess wewe ni Mkale. Daktari pale, wewe ni Meru. And we are speaking in uniform, we are speaking in same direction. Kwa nini isifikie uchaguzi na tukaenda na the same similar ambitions ambayo tuko nayo? Asanteni, hiyo ndio ninachangia.
Clinton, first of all, Mcas, mimi ni Mkikuyu, si Meru. I don't know what the difference is. Mimi ni Mkikuyu. Lakini to respond to you, or maybe to ask you a question before Clinton takes over. Now, you say that, the problem is us. But I want to challenge you and ask, is the problem the wananchi or is the problem the political class? Because you say we need to educate them, and I would imagine the people who need to educate them is the political class, which is the same political class that usually creates a euphoria yenye wananchi wanafuata. Ukaangalia kama sahi, sasa utaeducate wananchi namna gani, but you already classifying them. If you look at what the political class right now, what they are doing right now, they are already preparing us, for one side to be on the, the Raila side, and the other side on the Ruto side. Ukienda huko Mandera, like Yusuf was, huko kwa kina Yusuf, then there is that clanism. Sasa mwananchi anajikuta kwa hiyo euphoria. They create the euphoria. So I don't know if you can literally blame the wananchi. Mimi, I think the wananchi are just a victim of the political class that really likes it the way it is right now.
Let me answer you, Bwana Daktari. The people to take blame ni wananchi. There is nothing like political class. Ile kitu iko ni kuwa wananchi bado hawajajua kwamba wako na power, kwamba wao ndio maboss. The moment that wananchi atajua kwamba yeye ndio boss, that the one that you are classifying as political class wanafaa kuwe wanafuata sisi ndio tunafaa kuwa tunatengeneza euphoria, not them watutengezee euphoria. Inafaa kwamba akija unasema hapana, si ati kwamba sababu wewe ni kabila yangu, wewe niambie manifesto yako, na kama manifesto yako hailingani na vile sisi tunataka, please step aside, we know who we want. Now ile problem ni kuwa bado sisi tunapelekwa, lakini ile siku tutajua kwamba our vote is a important tool, kwamba ile tuko nayo ni nuclear weapon, hiyo kura yetu, that is now wakati tutaweza kunyosha au political class. Ile kitu iko ni kuwa tunahitaji civic education, tujue kwamba ile kura yetu is a weapon, na wakati tukitumia hiyo kura vizuri watakuwa wanaitikia, because unajua hata kwa kura yetu wale ambao tumewachagua na wanaenda kufanya mchezo, we can still recall them back, but mpaka saizi wananchi, kama hii mambo inaendelea BBI, ukisikiza hao mawakili ndio utajua kwamba kweli sisi tuko na nguvu. The power is with the people, but it is only that we have the power, but we have not yet realized that we have the power, and that is the problem that you are facing. Any other question?
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask Sami one more question, or to shed light on what the point that is viewing. To be honest, it is good to say something that is really exists. What I was saying is something that exists in maybe in our region, or even at the deep there valley in Mount Kenya. Honestly, we can talk the spirit of nationalism, unity, and cooperation throughout the country, but when maybe we end the rally or talking maybe in a public place or in a media, we talk for cooperation and for among the Kenyans, but there is also another. If maybe, for example, now as a leader, what they are doing in the public we can see, and then when they go to the village, we heard of leaders meeting a certain elders. What the leaders have is what the elders have, and if those who are landed now, who are making maybe making the future of this country, or trying to develop this country, are those who are planning things. I mean, who are planting this tribal issue or that form of governance, are the leaders themselves. What if our president, who is a symbol of national unity, is meeting his community? He talks in a mother tongue. Whatever all that he said, it will be translated, and the next day it will be out. And what he said, he has no spirit of nationalism, or a president as a symbol of unity all the time. Wherever he talks in the public, wherever he says in the public. And also the same case for all of those leaders who are meeting, and they are only meeting specific people. And for that, what I've said is that for Uhuru, for Raila, for Ruto, what he's doing, he's meeting he has all sort of under his umbrella, he has all sort of tribes, maybe trying to win the heart of every community, bringing them together, uniting them, you see. But when we talk of something, let's be realistic and say what exists in our country and what we have been seeing throughout, and tell how, or maybe talk of how we can get rid of such an issue, but not just talking about the good things and leave something that is also burning us. Thank you.
Yes, Yusufu. Let me quickly respond.
Maybe in 1 minute. 1 minute,
yeah,
Sami. Yeah.
Thank you. That is the point. We cannot say that we are keeping status quo just because this has been existing. I'm giving you an example. Many communities in our country, they used to practice FGM, but now we fought FGM, and now our girls are safe. Now, after FGM, the second disaster that we have now is political tribalism. And this is now, we are heading that direction of fighting it, because this generation that we are at least empowered, we are enlightened. What we just need is to continue shedding light in all our communities. About the president going and gathering some kinsmen and community elders, that is it is no problem, because we know at the end of the day we have that tool, and the time that you will come back, we will remind you that last time as we were crying for madawa kwa hospitali, ulikuwa unaenda kukusanya wazee wa community fulani. Now this is our tool. This time round, step aside. If we are going to achieve that, we are going to have a better country. And once we do that, just only in one election, utapata kwamba kila kitu imenyoka, na wale sasa political class watakuwa nakuja, wataenda sasa kujua kwamba there is no again platform ya tribalism, ya clanism, ya coalition of tribalism. Watakuwa sasa wanajua kwamba the platform that they need is an agenda, is a good manifesto, ndio watakuja kuzia wananchi.
Okay, thank you Sami Makosi. Sijui madynasty waongee ama tuende kwa wageni. Bwana, ni nyinyi mtadecide. Tuende kwa wageni ama wenyeji tuongee?
Nafikiri wenyeji kidogo tuongee, ndio wageni wapate, ndio wageni waweze kucatch up. Wacha wale kwanza ambao wamekuwa conversa na topic, then wageni wakija watakuwa wameshika vizuri.
But acha Odhis aseme kitu, cause net yake iko na shida, anapotea akirudi. Odhis Kenya ama Odhis nani? Sorry. Odhis K, yeah. Sema.
Unasikia?
Yes.
Yeah. Bado muendelee tu, nitakuja kukacha pole pole.
Okay, thank you.
No worry.
So Zadat.
Unajua mume switch topic, that's why ukisikia Odhis akisema I will come and catch up later. Well, jamaa Yusuf switch topic to ile ukapela other than from the main topic yenye imeandikwa kwa screen. That's what's confusing people here.
That's true.
Otherwise here ukapela, I think Yusuf penye huko tu ujue tu, most Kenyans say you don't think along the tribal line. Imagine mimi ni Mkale na Ruto tunamwona sahi kama ni kiongozi tu. Hangekuwa na hiyo qualities na hangekuwa Mkale, si tungemchagua. The way to vote Raila before 2007, and then we vote Uhuru. That's why I can. Nasawaambia to most people usually they say Wakale ni wakapela nini, hapana, no. Usually most people say kama uko na sera vile hii watu wote si Wakale. Washaona Ruto wako na sera, anahusia raia. Unaenda kama tu achakuja kwa watu kama ni Mkale, anaenda tu kama ni kiongozi mwenye ako na sera za kuhusia wananchi. So hii ya ukapela tusiweza kuongelea hiyo sana vile.
Bana Clinton.
Yes.
Acha niseme mawili angalau tuache. Unajua if you talk of a main point or something that is burning, they might be take one word. The word here is a tribe. I explained something and I talk of a tribe, and I said simply what I said. We have been ruled by maybe two community, and we have been, whether there is we have been living, and I think I have said, to me is only I think we can only be ruled by those two community, or what. That's what I have said, and maybe what I have to say I have said now. But for now also, as Zadat was saying, it is contrary to the topic, and I think that's also part of the rise, political rise within the country. I think we can forgo that point and also bring on board another point to discuss on.
No, we already have the topic, na hata hiyo issue ulisema pia inakubalika. This is an open platform, you know. So we are here to learn. Maybe mimi umeniconvince, sasa nitakuwa najua kuanzia leo kama si Mkale ni Mkikuyu, unaelewa? Ni kuelimishana tu.
Chagoredo. Edo una entertain sasa hizi mambo za
hapana. Hapana, hata rais mwenyewe alisema makabila mawili yameongoza Kenya since independence. This time ni ya makabila mengine, lakini haiko kwa BBI, ikuwe sheria. Rotational presidency.
But ushaitumia mfano kama Moi aliongoza for 24 years. However, maji alisema most wakaleni maskini. Hapana, Moi kwa Wakalenjin kuna sub tribes. So Moi alikuwa anakanyakia zile ma sub tribes kubwa kubwa akikanyakia zake. So wale wengine sio sub tribe ya Moi wenye walikanyakiwa, hawa sasa ndio they work so hard. That's why you can tell the difference between Kericho and Baringo. It's like black and white.
Sababu kidogo tu Bwana Sadat, unajua kama tungesema mambo ya usawa kwa taifa letu la Kenya kama kanda ya pwani, maanake unajua Kenya ni jamhuri ambayo ilifanya kuunganishwa. Unajua pwani, kanda ya pwani ilikuwa ni independent. Na hata saizi anytime kama hata wakati ya Marsi walikuwa wanakuja wakitaka kujiseparate, walikuwa na haki kama wangefuata ukweli. Sasa kama hata tukisema ukweli, ile upande moja ya pwani wanafaa hata kuwa wamepatiwa uongozi, ili nao pia waweze kusikia kwamba ile muungano, ile ndoa ya pwani na Kenya pia na wao wamepata matunda. Lakini tangu tupate uhuru, hiyo ndoa yao haijawahi kuzaa na hawajawahi kukula matunda. So unaona ikiendelea hivyo itabidi
yani mlikuanga serious na hiyo kitu eti pwani si Kenya. Mlikuanga serious.
No, sio tu kwamba tulikuwa serious. Unajua katika historia hii ilikuwa ni amalgamation. Sultan wa Oman ambaye alikuwa anashikilia ziwa la Zanzibar na ukanda ya pwani ya Kenya. Wakati Kenya inapata uhuru, wakazungumza na mzee Jomo Kenyatta na wakakubaliana, sababu Kenya ingekuwa na bandari, Kenya ingekuwa landlocked. So wakakubaliana, Sultan hand over, wakaweka agreement ile ambao waliweka, akapatiwa kitita kidogo cha pesa ile ambao alipatiwa, wakaweka agreement na ndio Kenya ikaunganishwa pamoja na kanda ya pwani. Lakini hata tukienda katika Lancaster House utapata kwamba pwani ilikuwa ni independent. Hiyo ukanda yote kutoka Lamu kwenda mpaka Kizingitini, kwenda mpaka Zanzibar, mpaka Pemba, hiyo ilikuwa ni visiwa ambayo ilikuwa iko peke yao. Ilikuwa inaongozwa na Sultan, haikuruliwa na Mwingereza. No, hiyo ilikuwa imeruliwa na Sultan wa Oman. Tukifuata ile ukweli ni kuwa pwani ni nchi ambayo ni ya kivyake, iko na sarafu yake, iko na bendera yake. Lakini wakati kidogo wazee wanataka kusema hivyo, wanakanyagiwa. Lakini sasa kama wanakanyagiwa, lakini lazima nao pia wapewe haki. Manake kwa Swahili wanasema mgala muwe lakini haki yake mpe. Sasa tunaona kama saizi Jamhuri ya Tanzania imeunganishwa Zanzibar na Tanganyika ikakuwa Jamhuri ya Tanzania. Unaona juzi Mama Suluhu na karibu kila rais akisimama anachagua mdogo wake akuwa anatoka Zanzibar. Sasa unaona juzi Magufuli amesimama akachagua mdogo wake anatoka Zanzibar. Juzi Mungu amemchukua Mzanzibari ako katika kiti. Ni lini Kenya nayo itafanya hivyo? Mkenya kwa urais, alafu mpwani naye aweze kukua makamu, ama hata baadaye tumpatie mpwani na aweze kuongoza.
Sami wewe kama mpwani, wewe kama mpwani Sami, unaonaje?
Mimi naona tu ni
mimi kama mpwani mimi kama mpwani ni kuwa nasema kwamba hivi karibuni nafikiri tutaenda kurudia hiyo agreement ambayo ilitengenezwa na wazee wetu, tuweze kujadili vizuri. Manake
but alipewa pesa ukisema hapo.
Sisi tulipeana nchi yetu.
Lakini
mambo ya kununua hiyo ni tofauti. Mambo ya kununua hiyo ni tofauti, sababu hata Waingereza nyinyi Kenya waliwapatia pia kitita kidogo akiondoka. Na haimaanishi kwamba ati waliwanunua. Sasa ile kitu iko ni kuwa ile kitu tunasema kwamba ni katika hizi nchi mbili vile wameoana ikuwe na usawa, ili hiyo mambo isikuje kachipuka tena. Lakini mambo ikiendelea hivi kwamba saizi mnasema Mkikuyu upande huu, Mkalenjin upande huu, Mjaluo upande huu, ni lini sisi tutaweza kupata kitu? Tuambiane ukweli. Na wakati kama ndivyo itabidi tungangane na sisi turudi mahali tulikuweko, tujisimamie. Kama ni kuungana na Zanzibar tuungane, kama ni kuungana na Pemba.
Sasa wewe umethrow us into a spin. Hii tutaongea mpaka Monday sasa hii.
Bwana. Independence Kenya tulimaliza 1964. Huwezi kuja sahii kutuomba independence yenyu.
Ngoja nikwambie, ukienda katika sheria ya Umoja wa Mataifa UN Charter inasema kwamba kila group ya watu wako na haki ya kuitisha uhuru wao. Hiyo wako na haki, iko kabisa katika charter ambayo ilitengenezwa na UN, kwamba kila kikundi, hata nyinyi Nyanza mkaamua kwamba mnataka kujisimamia, na ile kitu mtafanya tu ni kuitisha referendum. Sasa lakini hii ya pwani ni tofauti, manake
Ruto akichukua uongozi itabidi tuitishe hiyo referendum. Hiyo tutakuwa tumechoka. Sisi tutaitisha. Hatuwezi jaribu mara 7 mnachukua tu.
Kabla hamjaitisha, sisi kama wapwani tuna haki ya kuitisha, manake sisi tuko na nchi yetu, tuko na bendera yetu, tuko na sarafu yetu, tulikuwa na utawala wetu ambao tulikuwa tunafuata utawala wa Sultan wa Oman. Kwa hivyo kama saizi tutasema tunaenda kuungana na mandugu zetu wa Zanzibari nao pia watoke katika Tanganyika, hizi mavisiwa viwili vikuwe nchi moja, nyinyi tutakuja tufanye biashara ya bandari kama mnataka, kama mtaki mnaweza enda huko kule Tanzania mkaongea na wao, unaona. Lakini sasa itakuwa sasa ushirikiano wetu ni ushirikiano wa kibiashara, ndio kila mmoja atanufaika vizuri.
But I have learned something. Hiyo historia sikuwa naielewaga vizuri. Thank you for that, Sam. Yes, tumelewana madynasty, tutulie kiasi. Ama wageni wameisha. Kids.
Hayuko.
Niko.
Okay. Tuambie.
Habari zenu?
Poa.
Okay. Kwangu nadhani kiongelea shida zetu tuko nazo hii Kenya yetu. Unanisikiza?
Yes.
Nadhani kwa hizi shida tuko nazo hapa Kenya, shida ya mwisho kabisa ni ukabila. Sionangi kama ukabila ni shida kubwa, kwa sababu unajua kila siku huwa tunaekelea ukabila shida zetu, lakini sidhani kama ukabila ndio shida yetu kuu. Shida yetu kuu hii Kenya yetu ni uongozi mbaya, kwa sababu unajua tuko na makabila karibu 44 na kila kabila aliwezi likatoa president. Unanielewa?
Yes.
Kila kabila aliwezi kutoa president, na hakuna mtu mwenye anaweza kuwa na shida ya Mkikuyu ama Mjaluo ama Mkisii ama Mgiriama ama Mkuria kuwa president kama system zinawaka. Kuna watu wengi sana huwa they don't care about politics. So long as vitu iko sawa, nobody will care who will be the president. Nobody, hakuna mtu atataka kuwa president because mtu anajua hata tusipokuwa na president hakuna vile mtu atatufinyilia, hakuna vile mtu atatuibia ama atatufanyia nini. Na I think hiyo ndio shida tuko nao hii Kenya yetu. President, hatuna leaders wenye wanawaka, kwa sababu kama sasa tuko na devolution. Unajua sasa mtu anaweza sema eti president si wetu, but governor ni wenu, labda anatoka tribe yenu ama anatoka kijiji yenu. What are they doing at the local level? Unajua pesa wanapewa hata kama ni kidogo, but bado ni mingi ukikombea na kitambo vile tulikuwa na executive. So ingekuwa kama tuko na leaders, real leaders wenye wanataka kuleta change, angalau hata umaskini huko vijijini ingekuwa imeisha. Tungekuwa tunasumbuana na mambo na unapata watu vijijini hawana sanitation, hawana maji ya kunywa, wengine hawana choo, hizi ECD schools hazijajengwa vizuri. Unaona? Kwa sababu mimi sioni haja nikuwe na president anatoka huko kwetu labda Kisii na anisaidii. Hata kama babako ni president na hawezi saidia hii nchi, hakuna haja. So ukisema eti huyu ni Mkikuyu, huyu ni Mjaluo, that's immaterial kwangu. Nataka kuona mtu mwenye analeta sera zenye anaweza transform hii country. Unajua miaka Yeah.
Some people would argue and say that bad leadership. Some people would argue and say tribalism contributes to the bad leadership that you are pointing to.
No.
Some people would say that.
Yeah, some people can argue that, but for me, I can say that what brings all that, it's like sisi wa Kenya wenyewe hatupigi kura vizuri, hatuchagui watu wenye wanafaa wachaguliwe, tunapiga kura tunataka mtu wetu, unaona?
Quick question: Is it possible for a cool to become president with our current system, or somebody like or kama Mwalimu Dinda? Is it possible?
Saa hii ni ngumu kwa sababu our big tribes, unaona, akina Uhuru, akina Raila, akina Ruto wametu condition lazima tuweke mtu wetu, unaona? So kwa sababu Ekuru Okot ama Abduba Dida ana hiyo tribe numbers, watu hawezi mpigia kura. Lakini unajua Kenya sasa hii wanasema the majority wako less than 35 years. Angalau ni watu wenye wamefika form 4. Watu wanafaa wajue tribalism haitusaidii, ndio maana tuko nyuma, ndio maana tuko developing country, hatujakuwa develop kwa sababu kama ni Wakikuyu wamekuwa wakivotia Mkikuyu tangu independence. Kama ni Wajaluo wamekuwa wakifanya the same, kama ni Wakikuyu wamekuwa kama ni Wakale wamekuwa wakifanya the same, but things have not changed. Watu wenye wako huko juu wenye ni rich, they are continuing to be rich. Watu wenye ni poor, they are continuing to be poor. Unajua sasa hii Kenya usipopata mtu wa kukushikilia na umezaliwa kwa nyumba maskini, chances are utakufa maskini. Na it's because systems don't work. Unajua kitu inafanya watu wako Canada, mtu anaweza toka hapa Kenya maskini aende Canada ama aende UK ama aende USA work hard. It's systems work. You don't need like uhitaji mtu akusaidie ndio you make it. If you work hard and you do your things right, you make it. Lakini unajua huku Kenya, apart from doing things right, lazima ujuane na mtu. Ukienda kwa county, there is clanism. Clanism is in the county is the same as tribalism in the national, in Kenya, like nationally. So if we don't start addressing the issues from the local level, like tujue hata kama ni kwa MCA, siye tunapigia mtu juu ni ndugu yako, ama mnatoka na yeye same village, unampigia mtu juu ako competent, then we can talk of tribalism today, tomorrow, and until God comes, but there is nothing which will change. Because I feel like peer youths, we are responsible, we are the majority. Tukiweza amua hata kama ni count MCAs to work, at least people who reason. They can start a revolution from changing from the counties. They change how counties work. Then if we change how counties work, then even president cannot come ape counties hongo so that wapass kitu ama wafanye nini. They hold the governor accountable. Governor akiwa held accountable, watu wakiona systems are working the county level, then people will not be fighting to be president. Juu mtu anajua pesa itakuja mashinani, nitapata service, mtoto ataenda shule, nikiwa mgonjwa nitahudumiwa. I don't need to have somebody in the presidency ndio anisaidie. Unaona tribalism itaisha tu yenyewe because systems are working. But at the moment we can put whoever we want to be the president, but still things will not work. Like if we don't change the way even we elect our leaders, it's so sad to say that maybe 10, 20, 50 years from now still will be developing. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you kids for using your 5 minutes well. Daktari.
Yes, I think Jen haven't talked. Yes.
Daktari, sijasema uongee. Nilikuwa nataka tu nikuulize swali.
Sure.
Yeah, so daktari unajua nini? Nikuambie ama nisikuambie bana?
Niambie.
Unaona hiyo screen venye iko. Wewe ndio moderator. Na tumemaliza hiyo story.
Okay. Jen, you're next. Talk to us.
Yeah, I would agree with Kids. The way Kids was saying there, if institutions would work, Nobody will care who will be the president. Kama hapa we don't care. I don't really care who is my mayor, who is my MP, kwa sababu institutions work. If I want to see my MP, you understand, ninajua every first Monday of the month ako hapa kwa library and he sees, you don't need an appointment, you just go and see your MP, unaona. So the only thing ninaweza sema vile kama Wagungu ulikuwa unasema, unaona mtu kama Ekuru Okot saizi akisimama, that guy, mimi nikisikianga ideas zake, akona ideas poa sana, but nani anaweza mchagua? Nobody. You understand? Nobody. Hakuna mtu anaweza mchagua. Watu wanaangalianga nani akona pesa, nani anatupatia pesa. Juzi niliona akikuwa kwa the taco, akaulizwa kama anaweza taka kuwa president, na akasema I would love to, but I'll still be disappointed again. You understand? Nobody will elect me. You understand? So ni kama I shall lose hope anyway. So that is the only thing that ile Kenya inaturudisha nyuma. Kwa sababu watu, watu wako na watu wao, they are in their own cocoon. Kama ni, like me naweza kukwambia mtu kama our parents, you understand? Our parents, they, it's hard. Uambie parent wako ati, mimi sichagui huyo Mkikuyu, mimi ninachagua mtu mwingine. Hiyo ni story sasa anaanza kukaa. Sasa unaona mimi kama mimi na brother yangu tulikuwa tunaenda different way, lakini hatuwezi ambia my mom. You understand? Mkiambia your mom, ni story. You understand? So you just keep quiet. You just keep quiet. And as I said, unaona sasa sisi youth, the youths, me I'm not a youth anymore anyway. Youth ndio wanafaa kuchange. Watu ndio wanafaa kuchange, waachane na hizi stories zao watu wa kitambo. Mimi nilikuwa nasema hata if it is possible wachague tu a very different person. Hata Ruto pia atolewe tu nje. Those people have been in government. You understand? Wamekula ya kutosha. Those people are millionaires. Muweke tu mtu mwingine from nowhere. Just someone from nowhere, and then we see how it's gonna go. But is that gonna happen? I don't think so. I don't think so, but people have to start changing up their mind, and we the youth to watch what to watch could think on tribal basis. You understand? No. And then another thing is, somebody was saying people don't like now. It is not election time. People are not fighting. But when it comes to election time and after elections, people start fighting. Who makes people fight? It's the leaders. Saa zile wamekuja wameanza kuleta siasa zao ndio watu wanapigana. Lakini saa zile hakuna campaigns, watu hawapigani. So that's another thing pia, watu waweke kwa akili. Uangalie saa zile hakuna campaign, ni nani unisaidia? Ni duka ya nani ninanunuanga? Kama ni mimi ni Mkikuyu, mimi ni Njeri, ninanunuanga kwa Otieno. You understand? Kama sina chumvi, jirani yangu ni nani? Jirani yangu ni nini? Kama Odhis hapo hivi, ama wewe Sami. Unajua, si ndo tunasaidiana. Alafu ikikuja saa zile siku za after elections tunaanza kupigana. Unapigania Raila, Uhuru, Ruto. Mtu akujui individually. Mtu ajui kama ulilala njaa, mtu ajui kama familia yako imekula. Yeye amelala huko kwa nyumba yake nice and warm, kuna stima. Kwenye saa zingine saa hizo hata hakuna stima. Yeye anakalia choo yake ana flash. Na nyinyi huko mnakula shida. It's just, it's just so sad. People have to open up watu wafungue akili. Alafu hii kitu pia, hata kama ni elections Kenya, hakuna job inaendelea. Huko hata kama ni elections, mtu hutawahi jua. Polling stations zinafunguliwa saa 1 mpaka saa 4. Kwa hivyo wanajua, hata kama unafanya kazi, wanajua between saa 1 na saa 4, utapata time ya kwenda kuvote. Hakuna siku hiyo ati watu watafanya kazi. No. Tunaendanga kazi as normal. Wengine kama unaweza enda asubuhi mapema, unavote asubuhi mapema. Jioni unavote time. That's it.
What causes that, Jane? What causes that? Is it the leaders or why are elections a matter of life and death?
I can't hear you properly. There was echo.
No, nasemaje, what normally, why are elections a matter of life and death for our country? What causes that?
Because people are not using their minds. You understand? People are being controlled by someone. You understand? Kama mimi sasa, mimi na wewe ni majirani. You understand? Sasa wewe ni Mkikuyu, mimi ni Mjaluo. Sasa tuanze kupigana juu ya Raila ama Uhuru. Why should we fight? These people don't know us individually. As I said, it's our leaders ndio wanafanyanga watu wanaanza kupigana juu. Mbona saa zile sisa za campaign, mbona watu hawapigani? Watu wanapigananga tu ya campaign, saa ya matusi, huyu anatusi huyu. Campaign zile, kwanza campaign za Kenya uniudhi vibaya sana wakati ule mtu anaanza kutukanana, huyu ni mjinga, huyu ni mganga, huyu sijui ni nini, huyu mama yake, unatukana mtu mpaka na mama yake hata yuko kwa campaign. Unatukana mtu mpaka na bibi yake, what for? Hizo matusi za campaign za Kenya, they just anyway, I don't know, but it will take us time to change.
Daktari Pachana,
daktari naweza kurespond kidogo hapo?
Yeah, one minute.
1 minute, okay.
Yeah. I'll go to them.
Kwanza nataka kumwambia Jane kwamba saa zingine kuna vitu zingine ambao hatuwezi kuepa kama mambo ya matusi.
Nani anaongea? Okay.
Nisame. Kama mambo ya matusi zingine ni kawaida kwa competition nyingi, manake si Kenya pekee yake, hata huko England wakati unaona Manchester City na Arsenal wanaenda kucheza, azingine unapata hata fans wanarushana mawe, wanarushana matusi. Hata juzi kwa election ya US, hiyo saa zingine kwa extreme.
Ngoja kidogo, umesemaje fans? Umesema fans, si ndio? Fans ndio wanarushiana mawe. Lakini hawa players wakimaliza au hug, si ndio? Ndio national team wanacheza pamoja, unaona? Ni fans, si nini?
Ndio nilikuwa nataka kumalizia. So, katika competition during that period, words lazima itakuwa exchanged. Sababu kila mmoja anataka ku outshine mwenzake. Hata tuliona juzi election ya America, Joe Akitu alikuwa anaitwaje, the sleepy Joe, unaona? Na Trump naye akakuwa anaitwa whatever, the names has to be, name calling has to be there. Sababu in every competition kila mmoja anataka ku outshine mwenzake. Ile kitu iko nataka daktari alikuwa ameuliza kwa nini Kenya inakuwa hivi. Kwanza ni kuwa ile kitu bado narudia pale nimesema civic education. Watu vote wajue kwamba hii kura ni kinga muhimu na ni silaha kubwa tunaweza kutumia kuadhibu au viongozi na hawezi kutushurutisha. Jambo la pili, hatuwezi pia kujifananisha na nchi zilizoendelea kama Canada, kama UK, kama US, sababu pia tuko na limited resources. Ikifika kama mambo ya election, unaona sisi bado tunafanya vitu manually. Lazima security, voting kits, lazima tuende tupange laini, lakini unapata zile nchi zilizoendelea hata unaweza kutumia simu yako kwa email yako ukavote na ikahesabiwa ikaendelea. So ile kitu tu, the baseline yetu ni kuwa let us learn kupigia kura agendas ile ambao unaona kwamba inakufaa individually, collectively, lakini si community. Sababu Kenya haiwezi kuendelea wakati community moja imeendelea na zingine 40 imebaki chini. Hiyo huwezi kusema. Ni kama kwa mfano wewe katika familia watu 10, wewe peke yako ndio umejenga nyumba ya mawe, lakini mandugu zako wote wanaishi kwa nyumba ya matope. Hatuwezi kuhesabu hiyo familia kama familia iliyoimarika. Waona? Kwa hivyo Kenya, hata saizi ukasema Central umejenga barabara mpaka za ghorofa, lakini nchi zingine, because maisha yako haiwezi kurevolve hapo kwa community yako peke yako, you need to traverse ndio uenjoy nchi yako. So wakati tunaangalia, usiangalie tu kwa wewe peke yako, lazima uangalie kitu ambacho itanufaisha nchi mzima. Ile kitu ambacho sisi wa Kenya tunahitaji kwanza kuongeza ni uzalendo kwanza. Uzalendo. Tuache mambo mengi kwanza, tuweke uzalendo. Si uzalendo ya community yako peke yako, lakini ya nchi nzima. Nataka nikienda kumtembelea daktari huko Nyeri ama Murang'a, ninapitia barabara ya lami. Nikienda kumtembelea Yusuf kule Garissa, ninapitia barabara ya lami. Nikienda kumtembelea Sadat kama ni Kericho, kama ni Eldoret, napitia barabara ya lami. Hiyo ndio Kenya ile ambayo tunahitaji. Nikifika kila mahali kuna stima. Nikifika kila mahali kuna maji. Unaona, hata watu wakija wanasifu nchi yetu, lakini ukisema ati community yangu, okay, wacha hata tuseme huyo mtu wa community yako atakuja asaidie community yako, lakini kule nje ukienda biashara huwezi kufanyia hapo kwa community yako peke yako, unahitaji kutraverse nchi yote. Kwa hivyo tuanze kuangalia sera za nchi nzima, lakini si za community. Tukianza kuangalia hiyo, itakuwa uangalie mtu wa community wako doesn't matter kama ana sera za kueleweka. Unaona?
Thank you so much.
Another thing nikimalizia tu ni mambo ya kusema tuchagua tu kama kina Ukuro Accord watu again from nowhere. It can never happen. Hata unaona mtu kama Biden amekaa kwa siasa karibu 50 years. Hii experience katika kila nchi, wale watu ambao wamerevolve katika siasa ndio tumeweza kuwachuja na kuangalia na kuwatest. So saa zingine huwezi kusema tu kwamba you will pick somebody from nowhere na akuja kae kwa siri. Ngumu, ni karibu haiwezekani. Not only in Kenya, karibu kila mahali.
All right. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you. Bro Benson.
Yes, CC Clinton. Thank you very much, Daktari. And I just want to put few comments on this. People are saying about our leaders coming up with good ideas or visions. Those things usually cannot happen, and the reason why they cannot happen is because when you look at the history, or like when you look on how the Kenyan politics is about betrayal, and it's all about betrayal and like people coming together for a reason. And like even if we look at even at this platform, if you are somebody who has done communication, you will know on how we talk and what side are we fighting for, you know. And like most of the time, even if you go to this political rally, if you watch them and see, one of the things that people usually pay the allegiance to, it's us. Like somebody will say, sisi kama watu wa pwani ni nini unatupatia, sisi kama wajaluo ni nini unatupatia. Hakuna mtu ambaye anazungumuza sisi kama Kenya tunataka nini. Unaona? So like the foundation of our country, when the Kenya was being founded, it was founded on a very good idea, but at some point we lost it and went to the tribe. So most of the political kind of like formation that happens, they happens because of tribe, of numbers. That's why, like you will see, people will be fighting for Central Kenya. People will be fighting for on how they can get something from Nyanza. People will be fighting something can they get from Coast. But as they fight for these numbers, there's nothing concrete they are putting that will last even for 5 years. The vision that they are putting that is going to last for 5 years. You will agree with me, like if you look at the manifesto of Jubilee, when the Jubilee was formed, that was the best manifesto, and like you could see a clear picture of Kenya in the next 5 years the way they were talking. But like now, when you see what we have, is not what was said. So some of the ideas they're giving us is just enticement for us to vote them to go into power, and that will end like that. So I don't think like their ideology that they are selling us will sell through. They're just for a period of some time to entice us. Once that person gets into power, it's gone. And that's why you see the betrayal that we have in the political arena. Yeah, you can see even like when ODM, the Pentagon came into power, it was like a face of Kenya, right? And when the achievement was not met, they kind of like fell apart, you know. And like after them falling apart, it was all about what we did when we were there, what we discussed when they were there. Now they're saying what they discussed in the boardroom. Yeah. So that is what is going to happen, and that is what we're going to experience. And the corruption, you know, we talk here like good ideas and good everything, and like all of the leaders that you see in the cycle, they are all corrupt, you know. None of them would stand to go for a leadership as we speak today. Nobody can qualify to go for a leadership because of integrity. Because integrity is if you are kind of like accused of having done something or touched public resources, the best thing to do is to step aside and make sure you clear your name on that. But most of the time, when somebody's name on this kind of like allegations, none of us have like gone and say that, okay, I want to clear my name. They just only clear their name on public, and the courts, their names are there. The cases are still running on the court for years. So that is what we have. So what we have to agree is like we will just only have the people who are in the current people who are in the leadership. These are the people that we are going to have with different political parties, with different ideology, but the same people, which are not going to work because they're the same people in the system. Nobody new is coming in the system. So Ben,
what do we do? So do we just stay as a third world country, no progress, corruption, no build roads, money being stolen? What do we do?
We can make a change, and we can make a change if we want to make a change, but that change is not going to be made. The reason why. Let us just be very, 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 very truthful to ourselves. Let us just be very truthful to ourselves. For instance, sometimes when you listen to these political rallies on how they go, and like on how they in the politics, they generalize people. Like for instance, I can quote, there was a time, I think is MP for Kamkunji then was Mbugua. He said something like, wakati ambapo sisi tulikuwa tuko na amani mpaka siku ile wale watu kutoka kwa lake walikuja. You see, like that alone, even I'm coming from the lake, and if somebody say that like all this thing that is happening is because somebody from the lake has come, and like to me, I feel like I'm a true Kenyan who wants to Kenya to have that kind of oneness. How will I listen to Mbugo when he says something like that? As somebody from the lake who wants that Kenya to be there. And if you look things that are happening, indeed they are very bad for Kenya. And like they say, it happened because of the people from the lake. They are not, they kind of generalize everybody, So how will you vote that person if he becomes a president? You will not, because that fear is in you. You will decide, okay, let me just go with my guy who is corrupt. So it depends on the leadership, what they say to us and what they want from us. There is no way in which you want to plant maize and harvest beans. It cannot happen. It will not
write down, Benson.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ben. Now, next is Osis. Aziz, are you ready? I know you had some network problems earlier. Are you ready? Your mic, sir.
Unanisikia sasa?
Yes.
Mi point
5 minutes.
Point nasema kitu Kenya inafaa iwe serious. The best thing yenye watu wanazafanya to wipe out all the leaders, hii system wenye wako sahi wote waende chini, watolewe wote, kila mtu, Jubilee, whatever, yote iende chini, alafu tuwe na watu fresh, the likes of Oleki Yapi, wale watu fresh wako competency, au ndio watu at least look at we had a problem with education. Sahi hakuna hiyo problem na hiyo exam cheating and whatever, because hatu kuweka wale ma politician kwa ministry. Unaona sahi, ona, look at the security, tunatoa wale watu wanaweza perform same as to Kenya right now. Tukitaka if we really need a change must be there. We have resources there hapa northeastern semi-arid, tuko na petrol ziko pale, we have gold here in Kenya, but Saidi, look at the way those people are now living in northeastern there. wengine ndio wana benefit, but wenye wanafaa ku benefit they don't. Hata hawezi afford hata kiatu na ni resources zetu. So the only thing yenye inaweza saidia Kenya saa hii, hawa wenye uongozi wote, kila mtu chini na waangushwe kabisa. And it is
is that possible?
Why not? Why not? Kama wewe ulilala njaa, na kwa nini usiweke mtu mwenye anaweza kusaidia? Why not? Let me tell you, let me ask you, percentage ngapi ya Wakenya wanasumbuka, wanahangaika na hawana votes? Yeah? Hawa ndio kila mtu, kwa sababu ukienda coast, ukienda northeastern, western, central, kila mtu wana starve. Everybody starving. Yesterday we had some cash for the COVID. Ati tunasikia ati watu wanapeana, kuna selected people ndio wana benefit from the, nani hayuko affected na COVID? Na uliona vile distribution ya hiyo kazi ilienda wapi? Yeah? So the only thing, tuwe na watu fresh. Wote wengi, wale politician, kila mtu chini, yote chini. Tuwe na wale unajua iko rahisi kumanage ule mtu mgeni badala ya kumanage ule guru. Very easy. So our guru wabaki kama spectators, wale wanaweza kukosoa. In fact they will tell you, hii hapa inafaa iende huku na hapa inafaa iende kule. Lakini ukiwa na yule guru ndiye ako top, hey my friend, it will not be easy kumanage. Lakini unaweza manage mtu mgeni, na huyu mgeni it's also easy na yeye pia kuperform. Yeah? It's okay. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Thank you, bro. You bring a very good point. Bro Wekesa, the floor is yours, sir. Your mic. Your mic, Wekesa.
Okay, good evening, team.
Good evening.
Ama wengine ni morning, I don't know where you are.
Okay, afternoon, evening.
Yeah, I've been listening to this interesting debate about tribalism. And you see, there's nothing emotive in Kenya as tribalism. And that means, first of all, we want to see why is it that it's okay. Eric, I have friends from different tribes. We work together, we socialize together. Some of us even are married across the tribes. But when it comes to political alignment, the antennas are raised. And it's because we have been cultured to understand that politics is about the sharing of resources. And when it comes to sharing of resources, if you think that it's your tribe that will make you disadvantaged in terms of getting opportunities in the marketplace, and then you will stand up in the arms to defend yourself. So sometimes politics makes us incapacitated. We feel inferior in front of others. That we feel, in fact, one of the things that keeps on played in the political arena is we need to have a seat on the table, on the bargaining table. That means it's like we are sharing resources, and we need somebody to go there and take our share. And that is what threatens most tribes, because that is how we have been cultured. Our friend here, Jen, was here and was saying there are areas where people have no problem. They wake up and vote for ideas. No society exists in a phantom. Pierre Lumumba said that when the European nations were fighting, tribes were fighting, they called it World War. And they asked Africans to go and help them to fight. And that was their tribal war, because most of them are homogeneous society. What do I mean when I say a homogeneous society? When you go to Germany, they speak one language. You go to France, they speak one language. Those were tribes that created a nation. So they created a nation as a homogeneous society. And that's why they don't have so much in terms of tribalism. Kenya has 42 tribes and is struggling to balance each tribe having opportunity. Now, we don't have a problem with tribes. We have a problem in the unfair sharing of or equitable sharing of resources. If you find that two tribes form a government and almost every sector of government is controlled by the two tribes, then you cannot expect us to be discussing about ideas. We will have a problem, and sometimes even you have a discussion on social media and people will tell you, Eric, your name betrays you. So that means like everybody's looking at me from a tribal lens. So where did the rain started beating us? From the colonial government, we were schooled to be segregated, and everybody now believes that unless I'm inclined to my tribe, I cannot succeed. For us to balance this, for us to remove these challenges so that we can come now on the same table of negotiation, we don't ignore that tribes exist, but we try to deal with our historical injustices. We try to deal with our historical past and say, yes, I see when Uhuru Kenyatta took development to Nyanza, the guys were so excited and they were feeling like for the first time we are part of Kenya. There's a season when Pwani was talking about we are Pwani see Kenya, and it has been marginalized. So we cannot ignore these serious issues. We need leadership organized around ideas, yes, but also recognized, because now our constitution recognizes about inclusion, that we need a government that is inclusive of the face of Kenya. We need to know that, yes, we are compartmentalized into 42 tribes, and we need to try our best to balance and have every face of Kenya represented in our governance. And but if fairness is there, believe me or not, nobody will bother about tribe. If I go to a job opportunity and I get it because Eric, I merit it, and nobody will look at my name and say Wekesa comes from Western, so I feel marginalized. I will not be threatened by where I come from. But if my name will decide where I fall in terms of bargaining for national resources and opportunities in the marketplace, then I will have a problem. Somebody said when we were discussing here that most people in this in Kenya don't. We need to erase all the leaders we have and put new ones. It has always been done by voters. Every election cycle, we have 70% of our MPs go home, and the new ones come. But now the problem is they just enter the same culture. Now the problem is not our leaders. I think we have to acknowledge that it's a society, because when we ourselves, we are not corrupt when we go to government. We are corrupt because it has become our DNA.
I told you.
That is how we behave. Sometimes even when you see a police, before he asks you for 50 bob, wewe mwenyewe ushatoa. In fact, umerol, umeweka kando ya gari.
Maureen, can you mute your mic? Mute your mic, please. Thank you.
Yes. So if we have made it a...
Sorry, guys, is it okay?
No, you got to mute your mic.
How do I do this?
Okay, you got it. You got it. Like I said, you got 2 more minutes, please, huh?
Okay, Sawa. So if we have done, if we have organized our, if we have decided, if we ourselves are corrupt, then we should not be blaming leaders. I see when people blame leaders for the rallies that are organized. When we ourselves work from home and go to the rallies. Nobody comes and forces you to attend those rallies. So if we are not a responsible society, we will be led by the people who look like us. Leaders are a representative of our society. It's just one among equals. In other words, if we are dominated by corrupt leaders, chances is that the whole society is eroded. So can we reevaluate? Maybe it's time to take stock and see what is exactly wrong with us, and can we change? When we talk about how comes when William Ruto came up with an idea of bottom up or hustle a nation, it resonated with Kenyans. It shows the struggles of this nation. It shows where we are, the problem we are passing through, and we need to address those issues if we have to move forward. Thank you. I think the last thing I'll just mention in 2 seconds is that our politics is not organized on policies or parties, but on personalities. That's why we are either for Raila or Ruto. We are organized around personalities.
All right, thank you, Eke. So that is very, very unfortunate, and I don't know what we're gonna do. Okay, sure, Clinton.
Yeah, kuna mtu anaitwa Hamrun Nyangweso ana complain eti studio ni full. Ameingia lakini devices zake haziko connected. Sasa siwezi mweka, as in hiyo button ya kumweka kwa screen haiko. So mwambie aunganishe earphone ama kamera, akishaingia atoe. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure amekusikia so.
Yeah, alafu nimesikia watu wanaongelea hapo corruption. Iko kila mahali, hadi hapa England wamefunga mabao 3 za corruption, offside zote. Sasa wanatoa timu yangu na hiyo corruption. So, corruption is everywhere.
Pole
sana. And Evo na Jane wana support corruption, so they should stop that.
I will let Duke respond to your corruption allegations on England. Duke, 5 minutes.
Yes. Are you getting me?
Yes.
First, I want to start my submission by responding to what Kids said. He said that we can start change from the wards and counties, and at the national level, we will have no issue. Through that, we can solve the national crisis. I want to disagree with him because the national government has the instruments of power, and promising change must come from the top, because those at the top, the presidents and those at the helm of the national government, are the ones who are responsible because they have instruments of power. So it's difficult for me as a person to bring any change or accountability within the counties. But if we have like national institutions and enforcement from the top of the government, through that we can have transparency in every county. Therefore, change and transparency must come from the national government, not from us at the county and ward level. Also, I want to disagree with what Jane said. He said that if a Kuro court was to contest, we cannot vote for him because we fought people who have money as citizens. Also, I want to disagree with him is because Kenyans are too desperate. They are not empowered economically. True, that's the reason why we find that those with money are able to manipulate them. So it's not Kenyans who are choosing to vote for those who are rich. It's because those who are rich are using their money to manipulate citizens. They control the media through that. They give handouts, and many Kenyans are very desperate. Through that is that they manipulate many Kenyans unfairly. So the way out of that is like if you can have like a registration whereby a person is barred, is prevented from using his own personal resources to campaign, just the way it is in the US. Having responded to them, then I want to start my submission by saying that tribalism or identity discrimination is all over the world. As just Wekesa said, for instance, in the US, we have racism. That is actually discrimination based on identity. Therefore, it's not just something to Kenya or Africa, it's all over. But the problem with the Kenya tribalism is that it goes hand in hand with resources and everything. Unless in other countries it can be maybe rhetoric to some extent or a prejudice. But here in Kenya, it goes hand in hand with resource discrimination. That's why tribalism pains Kenya most. So somebody asked a question. I also want to ask a question on what's the way out. So I want to focus more on how we can move out of this. There's somebody who wrote a book which is called The Way Out of Modern Tribalism. Those who want to read this about, it's called Daniel Johnson, The Way Out of Tribalism. And the main focus of the book was how to address the tribal differences. He said the only way we can move out of tribal conflict is by addressing substantive and identity-based elements of the conflicts. So in Kenya, for us to move out of tribalism, we have to focus on the substantive issues and elements which make us to have a conflict. And in Kenya is about political power. So it's about when we have elections, when the tribalism comes in. Therefore, we have to address that. For instance, we can ensure that there is equitable representation. The way Wekesa said that if a person from a given tribe is the president, or is the one who's controlling the government, then you find that he gives positions, almost all positions to that tribe. Therefore, the solution has to start from that. So if we are able to see there is a tribe which is controlling almost everything, then as a different tribe, we will feel marginalized. As a result, we will fight for our own. So through that, that's what actually advances tribalism in Kenya, is because those who happen to take power, they advance it. So if you see somebody is the president, or the cabinet secretaries and those heading key positions in the government are from that tribe. So we can feel that we are marginalized, and therefore we have to fight for our own. So we know it's only that if our tribes comes into power, that's only when we are supposed to benefit. So,
Duke.
Yes.
But isn't that the problem? You look at our political parties; they are formed by the tribes, right? So most of our political parties are tribe-based. So if I have a political party, and so when I get power, chances are I was voted by my tribe's people. So isn't it just by default that those people are going to take the government positions? Because so I think this goes back to our politics, doesn't it?
Yes, but when you have, yes, we have tribes in Kenya, and it's a must. One the person who becomes the president must be from a specific tribe. But once you have resumed the office, you have become the president. You should not advance that. You should give position to every person in Kenya, you should actually reflect diversity in your selection of those in key positions. So it's actually, that's why I said change must come from the top. So when the person has taken power, he should be responsible and try to do away with tribalism by trying to distribute resources equitably and give positions. They say equitable resources goes hand in hand with equitable representation. So we have 42 tribes, and one tribe has 10 ministries. It cannot work that the resources will be distributed equally. So you can find more, for example, if you have maybe a cabinet secretary for transportation from a given region, maybe that person is unable to understand that infrastructure issues in some areas because he has not traveled to those areas. So he's actually focused to his own area. So that's what I can say.
Before I go to, I think I'm going to go to Brother Murumbu. Before I go to Brother Murumbu, let me ask you this. Do you have an example of anywhere in the world where a political party comes into power and distributes positions not to the people that were from that political party? And don't give the example of the US, because that does not happen. The Democratic Party comes into power, positions usually go to progressive. When the Republican Party comes into power, positions go to the base of the party. That's just how it works. And that is what you find, for example, the current, administration right now, most positions are actually shared by people who work in the former, Obama administration. So you basically rolled out people who work for Obama are working for Biden. So I'm asking you, give me an example, whether it's in Germany, UK, wherever, Sweden, wherever, where a party comes in power and then distributes those political positions to the rest of the country. Give me an example of a country that happens.
No. You are trying to fix me. What I'm trying to say is this. Yes, I get what you are trying to say, but in most nations, we have parties which are based on ideologies, on given ideas. But here in Kenya, we have the parties are based on tribes. So if we have a country where the politics is based on ideas and ideas are spread across the country, there is no difference if you just try to pick people who will assist you implement your ideas. But here we are talking about deliberate selection from specific tribes, not based on ideas.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Duke. Good. Great point. Brother Murumbu.
I can hear you.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I'm so happy to be here today because I've been so busy. As you know, that's how life is. I'm happy again to come back and then do some contribution to our country. I appreciate, but what I would like to tell you, the moderator, is that this platform has a lot of people, and I like you guys, this is my opinion, to put it in a way that almost we contribute all the same and not put people to be there for a long time. For example, kama ingekuwa ni mtu anachukua dakika 2 ama dakika 3, then anaachisha ingine, mwingine anachangia, si amalize, anachangia, mwingine anachangia, is better kuliko kupatia mtu dakika 5. Uwe ukicha kuingiza kidogo, utapata one person you spend almost 10 minutes, na watu wamepanga line wengi. 2 minutes au 3 minutes, kama jamalizo unamkatia, unaweka mwingine anachangia, atakuja amalizia mahali ameachia. That's how I see professionally how it's being done, so that everybody anapata kuchangia. Unakuja na point yako, kama weka 3 points unaziweka, kama hujamaliza utakuja kumalizia. Okay, kwa hiyo kwa mada ya leo, I'm so happy today, nimeona mnaongea as if Kenyans now. Today you are talking like a Kenyans. Before mnaongeana kama kutoka
ukabila kwa kuna big, but today your mother is so good, you talk like Kenyans. What I like to say about Kenyans, kulingana vile umesema, the first thing kitu inafanya Kenya election inakuwa mbaya na vile haiendi vizuri. First of all, young people and the people of Kenya ni poverty. Poverty is on the great, inafanya watu wanafuata tu mali pesa iko. They don't look the quality they have and they avoid what it means. Two, we have a problem with the Kenyans, especially some tribes. Let me say so. Wale walianza kuruli kitambo, they feel that they are the best. They feel wakitoka hiyo nafasi hawezi pata tena kila kitu itaharibika because they are afraid of what they have looted the country. That's why unapata hata kama wameshindwa, mtu anajua vizuri my person did not win, but anakufa naye anasema amewin. Use that. Kama tuwezi toa hiyo kitu, I don't see hata kama election itafanya namna gani itakuja kufanyika Kenya itakuwa mzuri. We have to make sure that kama nimekushinda, just accept nimekushinda, let the person who won lead the country. But here somebody won, bas unapata election election board iko na corruption. Unapata wale wamesimamia uchaguzi kila kona wako na corruption. So unapata it's so difficult somebody ambapo amewin na ana maono mazuri ya kuongeza nchi iende mbele. That's why somebody ametumia kura yake ameshinda, na wewe unafanya nini? Umemnyang'anya. This person itabidi afike mahali kwa sababu anaona future haiendi, vita itatokea. Kitu ingefanyikana Kenya, institution zingekuwa, ukipewa kazi institution kufanya kazi unasimamia uchaguzi, simama kwa ukweli. Don't bend on the other person kwa sababu amekupatia pesa, unajua hajashinda, anasema ameshinda. Hiyo kama young generation hamwezi kudiscuss about that thing. Notion mtoe kwa ukabila, mtoe kwamba huyu ni mtu wangu, unaona ameiba, he stole, exactly he stole. Na umekataliwa unasema ameshinda. Then you are ready to fight. And you know when he lost? Nikupatia example kama hapa USA. Trump alishindwa. But vile alijaribu kwenda kwa security omsaidie, mkubwa jeshi alisema no, I don't follow you, I follow the law. Mtu aliweka ambaye amejisimamia upande wa Republican, upande wa uchaguzi, alimwambia no, my president, ulishindwa, na akaresign because ana ile Amerika ndani yake. Anasema sheria inasema kama umeshindwa toka, wale wameshinda waingie. You see, but that one we don't have in Kenya. In Kenya wale wamesimamiwa, anasema hata iwe maskari wako wa kabila, iwe wanasiasa ni wa kabila, wananchi wenyewe.
Brother Murumbu, I would like you to know now, sasa wewe umeongea 4 minutes already. Would you like me to cut you off?
Yes, hiyo ni sawa. Hata kama nimeona unaniambia hiyo imepita na nyamaza tena, nitakuja kuchangia pale pengine nimebakia. That's what I say.
That's right.
So,
that's right.
Yes.
2 minutes is not a lot of time, by the way. Time goes by very fast. That's why sometimes we just have to let somebody prosecute their point. So Malizia, okay. Then we can go to Maureen.
So to me, kitu ningesema tu ya kwamba you young guys, muangalie watu wanapigana kwa nini, ni kitu gani inafanya. For example, right now nini hata uchaguzi ilikuwa hata sasa haijafunguliwa na mnataka kwenda uchaguzi. There's no truth is found. So guys, you the one who can change the people wale wanachukua wanaenda kwa uchaguzi. You the young guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murumbu. Maureen, talk to us. You got to unmute your mic. You got to unmute your mic. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Hello, people. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay, I've been hearing about these conversations, and what I want to say is that somebody said that the system is not working. Actually, in Kenya, it's the system, because if everything could be working right, we couldn't be seeing like people fighting after post-election violence. For me personally, I live in Finland. right now. And in Finland, in fact, I don't know even the name of the president. But when I go to the hospital, I go queue somewhere, everything is working in the right system, in the right way. I don't complain. You know, in Finland, there's no tribalism. Everybody is taken like is a person. In fact, hakuna hii mambo ya kusema ati racism huku. When you do wrong, the law takes you the way it is. Hata kama wewe ni mzungu, hata kama wewe ni Mwafrika, as long as you follow the law, vitu zinaendelea poa. So in Kenya, by the way, tuko mbali, we still have on tribes, sijui hizi majina, sijui ni nani, sijui Mjaluo, sijui. In fact, in this forum, we could focus more on talking na mambo, si hizi Ruto na Raila, sijui na Uhuru all the time. Naona. Hello?
That's true. That's true. We are listening.
You're getting the point. So we as young people, I think somebody like Mulumbu, come to Kenya and tukuvotie ukwe president because it's possible. Ama Wekesa, we can't look like at the tribes. Tunaangalia ideologies, what somebody is saying right na mtu mwenye ana follow system. Like for real kama hii mambo ya BBI. Saa zingine nakasirika because we are wasting a lot of time kwenda kotini na pesa mob, na tunajua tu uongo. Raila na Uhuru wanadanganya, wanataka kuextend power, wanataka kujinufaisha kwa families zao, you know. So it's so sad when I see young people like mtu natetea, like me, I'm a Kalenjin from Rift Valley. Na nasikia uchungu sana nikiona saa zingine mtu nakufa na Ruto. Amekufanyia nini wewe as a person? And the systems are not working everywhere, you know, in Kenya. So I like this forum, by the way, and thank you for doing good work. Tuendelee hivyo. Lakini mchange, mwache hii mambo ya sijui Ruto ako na crowd, Raila ako na crowd, sijui nini na emotions mingi za nini.
Maureen, what do you think of what Wekesa said? Wekesa said that there is that, again, I hope Wekesa correct me wrong. Wekesa said that, for example, if Ruto is the president, Wekesa, or even the bottom, the bottom middle jobs, he's more likely to get a job if let's say if Ruto was a president, where you have a better chance of getting a job in Kenya when Ruto is president. Is that what you meant, Wekesa?
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, that's the way.
Comment, huh?
Yeah.
It's not like maybe I'm imagining things. You have seen even recently, and Kenyans have been making noise and they complain. Like there's a time when Macharia was appointing a board in his transport ministry. And all the three names come from the same community. Okay. You want Kenyans not to look at that? Want to tell me that only merit comes only from one tribe or two? When the two guys were forming the cabinet, you just look at it. And that is what pains most Kenyans. Look at even the key portfolios that are held by governments when they are formed. You can understand. In fact, before Uhuru is leaving office, he's ensuring that every branch of government is headed by a certain people from a certain community. From the
and that's trickled down.
Okay, so can I respond quickly?
You cannot close your eyes and say that we should just talk about ideas and not tribalism. And ideas should deal with the ills that are affecting the society. If these are the ills that are affecting the society, our ideas must poke holes on those ills of the society.
Okay, I don't want to be tribal on this, but for sure, for real, it's Uhuru himself who is taking everybody for a ride. Because kila mtu anaogopa Uhuru, machinery ya gava, sijui deep state, and Uhuru is the one who's taking Raila for a ride, who was taking Ruto for a ride. Uhuru is just using Kenyans, akili yote ya Wakenya. You know, na kuna mtu anadare kusema ukweli, you see. Watu wanaogopa Uhuru sana, but Uhuru is the one who is wasting everybody in Kenya. For real.
Tribalism
And Raila was the one who was in fact...
Tribalism doesn't begin and end with Uhuru. Just go historical and look at all the regimes that have been there. These things have been in our system and we need to handle them. We need to say that enough is enough and let's have a Kenya for all Kenyans. But if we just, okay, for example, you came on board and said you have no, you don't care whether it's Ruto or Raila or Uhuru who is in government. But when you just focus on Uhuru alone, then you are missing the point. Because these things are happening across the board. Even, leave alone even the when you go even in employment sectors. I have known parastatals where when the big man is Aluya, everybody around him is Aluya. Or if the big man is Akisi, everybody around him is Akisi. So we need to look at it and see, is this how we need to govern our nation? Is this how we need to blend our society? And that's where we are struggling.
Okay, I understand you, Wekesa. I understand you. The problem in Kenya is our surnames. Like Wekesa now, I just know you're a Luya, and maybe I'll assume you're for these and these. Maybe then we should change our names. If you're Maureen, like me, I'm Maureen Sigilai, everybody knows I'm a Kalenjin, I removed Sigilai, just say Maureen something. So that
we
are
not like when you go...
Let me also talk.
Yes.
You see, all these things, hata tukienda for 50 years na
tujachange. Otis, your volume is down, sir. Can you do something about it?
Then
just a little bit.
I'll talk later. My volume is down, or you're not getting me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying, if you don't change this thing, hata tuongee for 50 years, hakuna kitu ita make sense. The only thing yenye bado narudia na nasema tulete watu wapya.
Unajua sasa wewe Otis kuja Kenya usimame tukupe kura.
Tulete watu wapya. Unajua ni rahisi kumanage mtu mgeni kushinda yule mtu wa kawaida wa mnyako ndani. Hebu just imagine unajua penye tunalima tobacco hapa Kenya ni wapi? Can you tell me?
Tobacco ni
tobacco in Kenya.
Meru, Isiolo, whatever, sijui.
Na unajua penye processing ziko? Processing ma headquarter nini penye ziko?
Yeah? Of course
Nairobi. Ama wapi penye nyingine iko, yeah? So, inafaa unaona vile tuseme kama Kivuta Kibwana, yeah? Kivuta ako perform last time, lakini saa hii aliperform, alijaribu. Akaleta akasema everything tunalima tuko na maembe hapa na huwa inaenda Nairobi ama inapeleka we don't benefit from what we produce. So the only thing tunaweza kufanya, let's build these companies hapa na itu we benefit from it hapa. Unaona? Unakuta cash crop tuna produce huko kwa hizi counties, lakini processing nazo ziko county nyingine, of which is very funny. Na kwa nini? And then the president is also there, na tumekuwa na hao leaders all along from 1963 to date. Hakuna kitu ime happen. Unaona? So the only thing tuwe sheria inafai badilishwe. You only work for 2 terms and you go for good. Unakaa for kitu 4 terms ndio unaweza rudi tena kwa kiti, lakini you car out for 4 terms. Hiyo ni sheria inafai kuja, ndio at least tuwa tuna test huyu aliperform, huyu alikuperform, huyu aliperform, huyu ndio tuwe na kila mtu. Lakini kama tuko na watu hawajawahi hata kwa parliament hajaongea na unashinda huyu jamaa aliingia hapa namna gani, lakini vile atakuwa penetrate wanaingia, yeah.
Don't we already have that with the
can I finish up? Alafu nisikie watu wengine pia.
Sorry, unasemaje daktari?
Wacha nimalize.
Yeah.
Then kitu ni unfortunate in Kenya, like imagine Finland tumekuwa juzi na campaigns. Unapata mtu anatembea peke yake, msee anatembea peke yake anakuongelesha, utanivotia na hakuna story mob. hata ana gari. Mzungu anatembea hivi, anatembea akijiuza. Hakuna hizi campaigns. Mpaka mabeshte zangu nikaonyesha politics za Kenya, wanacheka tu, wanasema what's wrong, why are there so many, they don't have work. Yani mpaka yani Wakenya tunakaa washenzi. Unafuatana na Ruto, mwingine anafuatana huku na Raila, na alafu kwa nini wewe usiende job yako? Nani amekwambia uende hapo kwa hizo makampaign? Alafu unasema ati COVID, unasema umeumia sijui nini. Si ukae tu kwako na uhustle na maneno yako ingine, uangalia mtu kwa TV. It's so unfortunate kwa sababu huko Finland, by the way, I think it's one of the best countries in the world, na hakuna campaign, hakuna luxury. Imagine mimi naweza patana na prime minister kwa restaurant, na ni prime minister na hata hakuna bodyguards ati nini. No, hata uwezi jua. Unaget ujinganya tuko nao wa Kenya. Sasa by the way, tembo amke tu asubuhi ati unangojea Ruto uende ushout huko uambiwe sijui wheelbarrow ni nini, sijui nini. Raila ndio huyo, Uhuru akudanganye, sisi ndio tunaumia. Me, I think as young Kenyans, just do your thing, do you, stay at home. Wacha kwenda hizo rallies. Anyway, thank you for your time, guys. Wacha tusikie mwingine. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Who Duke?
Yes.
1 minute, then we go to Ernest Murimi.
I want to.
1 minute.
I want to say to Maureen, the reason why the activities in Kenya are the way they are is that we are not economically empowered. So unapata mtu ana kazi, then yani there is nothing, hakuna chenye anafanya. You find people are willing kufanya hata kazi ya mjengo na haiko. So that makes them to be too idle to the extent they tolerate those who come and say they can change things even if they are lying. So like they are just there. There is nothing to do. Unapata mtu ako willing to do anything, even kufanya mjengo pati haiko. So we have to solve that economic empowerment so that people can be decent, and that's why unapata hata hawa wanasiasa waendi kama Karen ama Runda. It's because so it's actually poverty. So most Kenyans are so poor and desperate. So we have to deal with that first for us to be like Finland.
Okay. Sawa.
Thank you, Duke. Ernest Murimi, talk to us.
Yes, hi guys.
Volume iko chini, brother. Volume iko chini kabisa.
Hi, can you hear me now?
No.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is, as you have heard, Ernest Murimi from Kenya. I want to contribute on two main issues that I feel I need to respond. There's one of us who was asking, why is it that our politics is a matter of life and death? I had given it as a comment that I believe the first thing that is there is that this politician, the logo of politician that we have, we are like recycling, and they have the ill-gotten wealth, and they fear if they get out of the seat, then the future generation may try to fight back or revenge, and therefore they must fight their way to remain in politics. The other point is that our country or the young people have been pushed to a point where they live a desperate life. Most of us, even if we're in Kenya, for example, if I get a visa right now, or if I get an opportunity outside the country, I'll actually run away fast. Then I think vacation. Yeah. So it's because of desperateness that we cannot make right decision. When a person is very hungry, you have no time to reason properly. So if it is we are always in that state, then we may not at any point come to think normally. Maybe the best thing is to try to encourage the young people to be resonate with the times so that we can be able to change our country, maybe to be like the developed countries and also be able to make the changes. Yeah.
Mamadi Honest.
Yes.
Thank you for talking about the young people again. And those young people, that's us. That's really us. So thank you for the challenge. Jake, uko?
Yes sir, ni aje bro?
Nzuri, niko sawa kabisa. Habari yako?
Mi niko fiti. Good to see you on the steering seat.
Good to see you as well. Karibu. Talk to us.
Nimeingia tu saa hizi. I'm not really aware of what is happening, but I think I love what I've heard from different panelists who have come before me. What I really want to say is, number one, I think we are a society that rewards things that at times are not right, because our politics is a form of entitlement. We give and reward people not because their virtues are something to smile about, but we reward them anyway. We give Ruto what is so because Ali support Uhuru, or would want to give Baba because Ali aisema Kibaki tosha. But I long for a day where we will look for a leader who is a person who will not go for a personal interest or a community interest, but the interest of the nation. A person who would wish to leave no stone unturned until the rate of unemployment is reduced, if not eliminated. Someone who will work very hard to alleviate people from poverty, because by the end of the day, those are the things that our leaders capitalize on. They look for the young men and women who are unemployed. Those people who go to these campaigns, Maureen, most of them, they have nothing to do, or rather they have no other source of income, because if they were busy in the first place, they will not find time to idolize and do all sorts of funny singing and dancing in this campaign. So they are employed, they lack money, they go to such meetings thinking maybe ataangukia aka 50 or 200 somewhere to feed them for that day or that week. So if, for example, we empower these people, I think our leaders will not have people to go to these rallies. Our leaders will not have people to take advantage of. These are leaders who take advantage of our poverty. They take advantage of our lack. It's them capitalizing on our weak points. And even when they come campaigning, what they sing much and what they tell us more is our lack, our deficiency, our poverty, our unemployment. They speak more of our weaknesses. They capitalize on it. And then eventually when they go to power, most of them work so hard to enrich themselves, their own family, even the appointments they make to benefit people from their own backyard. And eventually the common mwananchi has no room to thrive. They have no space to breathe. So if we as the youth of our nation can come and ask ourselves, what really do we benefit by supporting someone, even to the point of our own lives, taking our own lives at risk? What do we really benefit? What is it for us? Where can we go and really say this is the person who has our best interest at heart? Because the crop of leaders we have, most of them have cases piled. Others, if you go to the archives, you'll find serious graft issues beneath them. But as long as they are singing the latest tune, as long as they have aligned themselves to the popular candidate, as long as they have aligned themselves to funny ideologies that really at times don't really make sense, we end up voting for them, and then they increase to their baskets the money they loot. They increased their basket, the wrongs they continue to make. The other thing I think is wrong with our nation, and I think we really need to stand up to it, is criminalizing everything but punishing nothing. I hear so many graft issues, but I'm yet to see a day where a criminal who has robbed of our nation's money in court and jailed, because we have had so many scandals. The scandals are numerous to even think about. But who is in jail? Who can we say he's serving a lifetime or is in prison serving because of stealing our money? You know, there is none, because by the end of the day, hata kifungo tutasema mtu wetu anaonewa, you know, we'll go to the mtu wetu syndrome, we'll go complain, we'll go raise our voice and say, you know, mtu wetu anakuwa prosecuted. So basically, I tend to think we are the problem to start with. We are the people. We are the ones who really need to come back to the drawing board and ask ourselves pertinent questions. And above all, look at what is the basic thing that we need to do. You know, or this says that we need to bring new leaders. But by the end of the day, even when they come, they just sink to the same old. They dance to the same old tunes, do the same old things. They become corrupt, you know. Wanaingianga tu hivi, and within few weeks mtu ashaanza buy big houses, big cars, you know. It is not even it does not add up to what they earn, because they when they get into the system, they learn methods of stealing, you know, and others steal and are so good in hiding, and they know even when they are caught, they know how to get away with it. So I think the problem is us, you know, the problem is you and I, who, when it will come next year, we will forget all their sins. We will forget all they have ever done. We will vote for them. We will put them to power. And then no sooner they are in, we will begin to complain. Oh, you see, kuna, you know, the increase in corruption, and also we are the problem. We need to sit down and really ask ourselves, what do we really need for our nation? You know, I love what happened in the Court of Appeal. It was good. It shows that our nation has come of age, that we can seriously speak of these vices in our society. We can point out that this is the wrong, you know. I love what Isaac Alocha was saying. You know, he was addressing a president as an employee. You know, he was putting the president to task. I wish we as young people can put everybody, all of them, and tell them.
But
yes,
Jack, many people say and self-congratulate. Nasamaje?
Yes.
Haven't we been here before where we self-congratulate and look at what happened at the appeals court? I think we were here in 2013, we were here in 2017, uchaguzi kageuzwa. I mean, I think we have had these moments before, but then after that, we just go back to our old self. The corruption continues, the thievery continues, you know, the joblessness continues. I mean, at what point do we stop? At what point do we now say this is the inflection point and change our country? When does that happen?
I think, as I've said, it starts with you and I asking ourselves, by the end of the day, all these leaders have been there. You know, I want you to think of a leader and then jaribu kumtrace kama utamkosa in the previous government, either in opposition or in government, yeah? But hata wakifika kotini na tuwe na hizo moments za like 2013, eventually siku ya elections ni kama watu tunajisahau, something happens, yeah, and eventually wanajikuta tu kwa viti despite their criminal records, you know. At times we vote them knowing what they did before. Like, for example, we knew what Waigoro had done, and she still ended up being in power. we have seen what Sonko was doing even before he was governor. He still ended up being in power. So by the end of the day, it's like we see but fail to act on what we see. We fail to act on our conscience and judge with our minds, you know, and say, I choose to make a resolution. I will not vote for this person because this person does not stand for the correct ideologies. That's, I think, could be the beginning of our healing. Maybe not. But I think it begins with you and I, Wagungu. If you and I can make a decision that even if I'll vote next time, this is the things I'll look for in a leader. the people in my household, I will advise them to vote according to ABCD, not according to party affiliation, according to tribe, according to what, according to the euphoria of the moment. I'll be an ambassador of change. It has to begin somewhere, and probably these are some of the forums that might necessitate or rather bring a revolution. Even if it's not by much, but by that little, kidogo too. It took one man to say, I have a dream, and that dream, as much as he never lived to see it, eventually it came to be. I believe we might not maybe in our lifetime see, but if we continue saying this, I am sure it will land in the right ears, and eventually the change that we yearn for might begin to come.
All right, Jakes. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Anybody has a question for Jakes before we go to David Dolo? Oh, no. I think community was here before David Dolo. So anybody has a question for Jakes?
Yes, I have one.
Sure.
What Jakes is saying is right. He's saying that we should change leaders. But if I give you a scenario for the 47 counties we have, all governors who were elected were new, but you can see all of them have rooted. So having new leaders cannot really solve the problem, because if we don't have a strong system and consequences where if a person roots, you are held accountable, you are imprisoned. Therefore, we can have somebody who's new, and because there is no consequences, and still they can root the way we have. Actually, all governors are billionaires, and they were elected new. Very few have been political.
Duke, some of these governors have served in different areas in public. For example, Ngilu was a minister who had to resign or rather step down after allegations were brought against her. Most of these leaders, if you go back down in history, you'll find they have served in government as ministers as well, and eventually something happened in the ministries they served, the devolutions. Yes, if you remember, Waiguru had issues. She's now a governor. So Alfred Mutua was a spokesman, and the other day I heard him say that he knows how they used to do it in government. He knows how to sell propaganda. He knows how they used to steal. So these are people, even though they are new, they are still people who we can trace them to the scandals that have happened in our nation. If, for example, tomorrow Echesa becomes a governor, what stops him from repeating some of the scandals he was linked to? If, for example, this guy, what do you call him? This guy of finance who is already in court, I am forgetting his name. The guy who has the Morel scandal. If he ends up in power, people will not remember the scandals. They will elect him, and at times we elect them saying, "At this thief akiiba ataleta kidogo ya nyaliba kwetu." So these leaders, we can if you go back in history, the Goldenberg days, if you go back in history, the cemetery scandal, the maize scandal, the water scandal, you can trace some of these leaders. Some of these MPs were cabinet secretary or rather ministers then, and then they ended up being governors. So by the end of the day, we can trace them. So we really don't have really someone you can say this person is fresh from the ground. We really don't have such. And even if they are there, some of them just come in, and after they are in, like this guy from Bungoma, when they are already in, they have a way of just being corrupt. I don't know how, but I think there's a school they go to for corruption. They know how to steal, how to hide, and where to hide, and when caught, they know how to defend themselves.
And that is you describe it very, very well. So thank you, Jake. Mr. Community, is it community?
Community, it is that's my name ya utani, naitwa Community Ancestor, but majina yangu ni Aaron Nyangweso.
Nyangweso, karibu.
Asante sana. In fact, leo hii mada ambayo mmeleta ni mzuri sana na nimefurahi sana. Unajua when at least tutatoka kuongea mambo ya Raila, Ruto Uhuru Kenyatta sana. Alafu tuangalie ni jinsi gani sisi kama Wakenya tunaweza kujitoa katika hili lindi la umaskini ambalo tumewekwa na hao viongozi wetu, then in fact development is bigger. So if I may start, ningependa kusema namna hii, ile wakati sisi kama Wakenya tutakapogundua kuwa there is power in our votes, ama kwa ile kadi yako wakati unapoenda katika uchaguzi baada ya miaka mitano kuchagua kiongozi wako, that is when we will realize kuwa enyewe hiyo vote, your vote is very important. Now angalia vile hawa viongozi wetu in fact wametuweka sisi kama tools ya wao kutumia in order to get into power, because wanatutumia sisi kivipi? Through doing what we call to impoverize us. Yani wanataka kuwa let's continue keeping these people into abject poverty, so that wakati tamu yetu inapokaribia mwisho, tutakuja kwao tena, tukuje na some goodies, then kutoka hapo watatu elevate again into power. So sisi kama young people, it is that time in fact tujue kuwa hawa viongozi wametuwekea trap. That is why in fact angalia sahi kuna corona.
Mimi nawatengenezea nafuu.
Yeah. Angalia sasa hivi kuna corona.
Me.
Yes?
Excuse me, Jakes.
Yes sir.
Jakes, ukimaliza hata kama ni saa 7 za usiku WhatsApp alafu
alafu na watu
hakuna mtu
kuna mtu anajiita
Robert
Josh
hayuko hapa chini kuna space ya wawili
anasema weke link alafu atain.
Okay, acha ni alafu ukimaliza
ni sawa, lakini wagombo ndio
No. Jakes, you're the man now. Take over for a while.
Manze bro, naona umeshajenga food.
Abana ni sawa. You take over for a while.
Sasa huo story
It was community. Sasa tupatia David atuambie kidogo.
What is the question?
In fact
kuna
mmemkata kusema namna hii. Hao viongozi community watutumie sisi kuenda into power.
Go ahead.
I think community is having some internet issues, eh?
Umefungua two apps. Uko kwa YouTube na mute YouTube.
Hapana jamani kama amelogin mara mbili.
Okay.
Bado iko siko.
Ni nani?
Ametoka. He's no longer there.
So who is
patia David Olo for now.
David Olo mambo bro.
Je, sio shida uko naye. Ama ni aje daktari?
Yeah. The Jakes has the nini. Nimecheck kwa David Olo, Jakes take over moderating.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, hello.
Okay, hello.
Hebu kidogo David Olo. Let me see.
The issue is when one person is speaking, others are not muting their mics. So if one person speaks, let all of us mute our mics.
But I think to request. I don't know what happened. Anyway. David Olo, go ahead.
Hello, can you get me clearly?
Yes.
Everyone.
Just one moment.
Clinton, you listen to me?
Kidogo tu. Or this mute your mic. Or this K. Okay, Clinton, hebu jimute kwa background tuone kama ni pande yako. Hebu ongea David Olo tusikie.
Okay, hello, can you get me now?
Now we are good.
It's okay?
Yeah, we are good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for the show. Nimekam late but nilikuwa nimekam alafu nikatoka, sijui nili happen na internet yangu, so I appreciate because at least I've come in. So about the issue that you are talking about, I just want to say that unajua, as for me, I think I already know what I want in my life. So those youths who are giving themselves to the leaders, that is up to them, because even as we want to be leaders, we can as well use them. So what I can say is that kila mtu ananisikia poa
kabisa.
Okay, kitu naweza sema ni unajua, si wa Kenya tunaongeanga poa sana when kabla kupiga kura ifike. We give out very good summons.
Are two people talking at the same time?
It is only one, Robert. It is only David Olo talking, and David Olo, mute, not David. Robert, mute the YouTube part. Ubakisha to StreamYard. Mute YouTube. Alafu ubakisha StreamYard. Okay, David Olo, go ahead.
It's okay now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so like I was saying that we Kenyans, we like giving good summons before the voting day comes. Then when voting comes, we just repeat the same mistakes. Every time kama kuna election, we just know who is good, whom we should vote for. But we are just reluctant because maybe that person is from a certain tribe. Because how come since independence is now 60 years and only 2 tribes have ruled Kenya, yet we don't see any progress, but we still just want to go there. We have choices, we just don't want to take the choice, you see. So there's no way we can continue complaining, and we are still going to have another time to make a choice next year. And it's the sad thing is that we will repeat the same mistake, and we'll have to go around again we'll have to wait for 5 years again to go around. Within these 5 years, there will be looting, there will be joblessness, there will be starvation, there will be lack of good education, lack of good health care. And na mayouth saizi unaona saizi sasa wanasema huko ati they don't want to listen to history. They want people who can in fact some now they've even turned to saying that they like someone who can loot and then give them, that person is a very kind person. So it is up to the youth. If you think that, because let me tell you something, time never waits. Right now saizi unajiona ati uko 26 ama uko 20 years, utajikuta uko 30 years hauna job, uliwaste time yako ukifuata politician. So what will you do by then? So let us just do the right thing. Si lazima by the to support mtu. Ukiona if the field is too dirty, just stay out. Si lazima uweke ati mimi lazima ni vote. And then why are we not making right choices? You know, like right now, mi hata nasema hata Raila hata asisimame. Afadhali hata Joho pia nimeona si mbaya. Raila support hata mtu kama Joho so that we can see how the field will be kama Raila yuko, because it seems like he's the one people have a problem with. So let us make the right choice. And na si tafadhali, people, you can choose to do what you want. It's your family who will be angry. Me I already know my future. Niko na passport yangu, Kenya ikikuwa mbaya naweza panda ndege niende place ingine, nimeenda chuo and I'm still in school. So you just continue fucking up with your life. You will regret when your kids will be asking you, daddy, what did you do? Na utashindwa waambie nini. That is all I can say.
Olo, let me ask you. I know you have a family, or rather, there are people you love in the nation, right?
Yeah.
If for example, they are listening to you tonight, and I don't want to say that si poa kuambia wewe unaweza toroka. What would you tell them that, because I know everyone is entitled to vote as they would, but what would you advise them? Because by the end of the, I don't think and I don't believe you'd wish your nation to burn. Sindo? I know you
Our
love
nation cannot ban. There will just be jobless.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah?
But yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Eh? What would you tell your people? Because by the end of the day, everyone ni kioo cha jamii in a way, right? So you as a law, what would you tell those you would leave behind? Because as much as you have a passport, as you say, it is you as it's just one person. You leave behind people you love, people you care for. What would you talk of them? What would you advise them to do? What would you wish them to do so that you really don't have to use your passport in form of running away, but use it for the right way in terms of maybe you're going, because as much as you're going, there's peace that you're leaving behind. What really would you tell them? Because by the end of the day, we need to send a word of peace. And as you have said, we get it wrong during the voting time. Hapa nyuma tunaongeanga vizuri, very philosophical, very encouraging. But where do we get it wrong? What is the problem? Because I think if we don't get the wrong part, eventually the mistakes will be repeated over and over again. We'll be here in 2026 talking the same way.
It's so easy. Let us just stop tribalism. Tribalism is the poison of everything in Kenya. And I don't think if my family has that kind of problem, because me bro wangu amemari Mkikuyu. Even me, I have had some Kikuyu girlfriends, and we don't have any such things in our family. But you will just know where the problem is. We know, Kenya, one thing that you will never see in Kenya is a united Kenya. There will always be a tribe or two tribes that will always move aside whenever people try to unite. Maybe one rich tribe or one tribe that is influential will move aside and then try to grab some tribe to be with them so that people don't unite. So there is no day in Kenya you will ever see Kenya united. Hata ni Yesu arudi, whoever, I don't believe in religion, but whoever those people they worship, hata akuja wa unite, utaona mwingine akisema pana, mimi wacha nikae huku, I think this thing is unconstitutional, or I think this thing is dictatorial, or I think this thing is not, or I think we were not involved. Kenyans, we always just have such kind of issues because vile wazungu walituseparate, tumekwama na hizo vitu hadi saa hizi. So I don't know. I don't see any future. I don't see any good future. We will keep trying, but hatutafikiria zile countries zile zimeendelea, zile zenye tunaendanga kufanya job huko. Sisi country yetu itakuwa tu na hizi barabara ndogo ndogo zimejengwa katikati ya grabbed lands. In some countries, if you go, you find that the road is so big hadi magari ziko na mali za kupark huku kando ya barabara, but in Kenya roads ziko squeezed, watu wamegrab land, the land is unplanned, kila kitu is in chaos. So I don't see any future, but as long as we have peace is okay.
Unaona?
Okay. Sam, are you there? Sam, are you there? Just doggo this, I'm coming to you. Sam, are you there? Robert, when ni newcomer, niaje?
Yeah, thank you. I don't think I'm a newcomer because I usually participate via a text, but today
At
I
least
was
leo nimekuona uko ndani kabisa na
today you
unasema uko na
guys
swali.
Siata Swali, I'm just surprised that people are saying things that we should all say, but nobody wants to really admit. And I was really hurt, especially with someone like you, Jake, who was
sorry if I did.
Personally, like I was so hurt. Ungekuwa karibu na mimi ningekuchapa kofi. Ama ningekufinya.
Atanga hizo. Unajua nimefinywa leo mahali, usinifinye tena.
Ningekufinya because look, Jake.
Yes, sir.
We live in a country where you are giving an example of people like Waiguru who have, I would say, stolen because I don't have evidence, but there seems to be a pattern of corrupt individuals looting public funds, and then we vote for them. And we have names for these people. There's someone like Waiguru and all this. And I don't want to talk about Ruto, Raila, and everything like this because these are just sensational names. But we live in a country where, Jake, you earn 10 shillings, you earn $1 million. And you go around giving people 100 million every week. An honest person should just ask themselves, okay, this is Robin Hood. He's stealing and he's giving me, it's fine. But where is the source? Where is it from? This is a question that if we don't answer, honestly, it means we're dishonest. Then let me tell you something about this issue of, we are voting the same people, blah, blah, blah. I want to take you back to the early 90s when Raila Odinga was talking about the IMF, this issue of IMF giving Kenyans loans. Raila Odinga has been saying, please stop. You give us money, it is stolen. But the IMF cannot listen to Raila Odinga. The IMF listens to the sitting government. The sitting government will apply for loans and they will get it. Then Raila Odinga is left shouting in the streets, mourning in the streets, and ridiculed by this. Are you seeing this? And the voter only sees an old man shouting every day.
But there's something a lot that I
just
say.
Just a minute.
I just want you to respond to what Oloa said. Oloa said that he also feels that probably people are having a problem with Baba. Maybe he should change a strategy and look for someone and support and push.
Really. I don't agree with this option because I want to go back on social media. Let me finish because I wanted to talk just and then I finished. Yeah. The thing is this. It's not about Raila talk blah blah blah. Why? Anybody can vie for the position. It's not about Raila. It's about the people being dishonest. And let me tell you where the dishonesty comes in. The dishonesty is in this place. Kumira part 2. People voted 3 times for Ruto. Okay, but when people are broke, when there's no electricity, when people are corrupt, people cry to Raila. Why? You know, as an individual, ask yourself. Ulipanga line ukanyeshewa ukapiga kura mara mbili. If the country is not working, how dishonest can you be to blame Raila for anything? You know, like, this is a question that if you cannot ask yourself, you're dishonest.
But Robert, I think the Kumera guy, they fell for a lie. You cannot blame a voter.
It's okay. But then again,
they were conned by a lie.
But then again, I agree, they were conned. And this is a message that the other side told you are being lied to. And you people said no to Takupeleka Bondo. You know, this going to Bondo has been said to Raila Odinga since 1901. But the thing is, we need to be honest. We need to be honest. And I'm going to talk briefly about what the youth need to do. You don't need to get your passport and run away like what David is saying. But what I want to make people understand is this. Politics is about sharing resources. If I have money and I'm supposed to share it with you, we have to agree on how we share it. If we don't agree, we will fight every 5 years. And this is why the president himself, through Article 1 of the Constitution, is trying to sit down with people and decide, okay, we have been fighting for this. How can we share it without fighting? Because that is what we call socio-political risk. You know, like, let us remove socio-political risk. Why is it so difficult for Kakamega County to do something to generate income? It's impossible because Jake, who is the governor of Kakamega County, has a tender business with another person in a different county. So they keep exchanging money and looting money like this. And the thing is, if we could all sit down on a table and say, okay, Jake, you have tenders for supplying whatever you're doing. I have a company that does, etc., etc. Why don't we work together then for the betterment of the country? And this is why you're seeing people are starting to join hands together, because
But I'm asking you, Robert.
People are becoming aware, Jake, that there's something called socio-political risk in politics. The more we keep insulting each other,
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you at the risk of you giving me a slap. But
yeah,
I'm asking, but I'm asking you, sir.
Yeah.
All these people, before they come to power, they are not scandals. But as when immediately they are in, because I believe, even if we elect Baba, if he does not have a great team behind him, people who will shun corruption, such scandals will emerge, because it is not, this thing is so rooted ukondani that I don't think it will just take one person. It needs like the entire the whole team, you know, because by the end of the day, as much as I believe he can do it and any other leader can do it if they choose to do it, but what do you think happens immediately they're in office? Yeah, because I don't think in 2013 people were condemning Uhuru for corruption. No, the condemnation was based on violence of 2007, maybe the ICC case. But now corruption has made into his government. Back when he came into power, corruption maybe was not something that we would talk about. We were condemning Moi. But when he came into power, corruption scandals came into be the Grand Regency and all. So we can trace corruption in every government. But what happens? Where do we get wrong? Is it that when they are now on the seat, they learn ways of stealing, how to steal, when to steal, how to hide, and when caught, how to defend themselves?
Jeff,
what I would
Jeff,
say,
can I
maybe
say
just
something?
briefly, because I don't want to talk too much also, what I would say briefly is that what we are calling corruption, you need to understand it stems from how power is shared. If I have power to do everything, I would technically just call a few illiterate MCAs, put them in a room and give them 100 shillings, and they will sign something that says Kenya should take a loan for 7 billion. This is corruption. You see, illiteracy is also a problem. It's not politics. Politics is sideshows. Politics is what we see. But the things that are happening behind the curtain is where the problem is. And this is what I'm saying. Like, if we calculate the socio-political risk by bringing everybody on the table so that everybody is honest about what they want. Okay, what is your business? And how can you also benefit from this? So I will leave all these issues of dishonesty and talk about greed briefly, because I don't want to take too much time.
It's okay.
Greed comes in because how many of us watch TV and you hear someone is 35 years old, they've been found in a river, another one is 29 years old, they've been found in a river. This is greed. Someone wants to be a billionaire at the age of 20. Are you seeing this? The youth should not take passports and run away the way David is saying. It's good, I will also run away, I'm actually running away. But the thing is, as a youth, you have a phone, and this is something I always talk to people. You have a phone with 500 contacts, 500 people, where you post your WhatsApp and they see, and you're crying you're jobless. Do you know that out of 500 people in your phone book, if you go to Gikomba and buy 30 socks, not 30 socks, like 100 socks, and any mathematician can do this. If you buy 100 socks from Gikomba at 30 shillings, and you take your phone and just tell people, excuse me, Jakes, how are you? I'm starting a business, I'm selling socks. Can you buy one socks at 50 shillings? One. And you tell 100 people in your phone, by the end of the day, you'll make a profit of 2,000. You don't need a politician to do this. You just need to think.
Point of correction, Mr. Robert.
Yes.
Point of correction. Not all goods come from Nairobi. You need to know that. We have them in Turkana.
Wait, let me tell you something. Let us not mess around with jokes here. There's nothing like capital. The moment you're on a platform like this, and you're talking to someone like me, you cannot miss 30 shillings. Let's not hide behind, Sijasoma BBI because nobody has the internet. You are on the internet. You are now online. We're talking to you and anyone else listening. Anyone who can listen will listen. We're not talking about someone who is poor. We're not talking about someone who has no money. We're talking about a youth who has a phone and has an internet, but cannot explore things because they have a limited mentality. Don't bring in the excuse of, there's someone who doesn't. The person who doesn't have, it's fine. God, David doesn't believe in them, will help them. What about the one who has but can't reason? Let's think about this one. Stop bringing in people.
Let me ask you something, Robert. Yeah.
Yes.
You see.
Oh, this just one moment. Oh, this just one moment. Robert, unaweza nishikilia 15 minutes.
Okay.
Control the show. Give Wekesa, Duke.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know Duke and I have always disagreed on so many things.
And then
I also wanted to say something.
Yeah. Okay, Jake. I think let's hear what this has to say about these people who don't have money.
Tulikuwa nasema hivi Robert, unajua ukisema ati uwezi kaa wene youth na lazima sio kila watu wanatoshana.
Oh, this
na ni
I would stop you there. No, I don't want to listen. No, I'd rather go. I would rather go.
Just let me
no, Jake, are you there? This is not what I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about people who are poor. Let us talk about those who can fast.
Robert, acha malize Robert.
General. Let's talk of general because they are also part of us. Yeah? Na ni bahati tu kwa wengine wakipatikana pande nyingine yenye wanaweza afford hata internet ama smartphone. Ni bahati tu. So the majority wako kwa hiyo level.
Are you assuming we don't know this? Are you assuming that we don't know everybody doesn't have electricity? Is this your assumption?
Oh, sorry?
Are you assuming that the way we are seated here, how many of us, I don't know how many we are you assuming that when we are talking like this, we don't know that there are some people sleeping without food now? Is this your assumption?
Yes.
That's a wrong assumption. Solutions are not built on problems. Listen, the solution we are trying to bring is this.
Just go slowly.
Let me clarify what I mean. Let me clarify. I don't like talking about things in this manner. Let me clarify what I mean. I am saying a youth with a telephone and internet has more opportunities. Has this youth explored them? Let us talk about this, because the moment you start bringing in people who don't have internet, theirs is a different story. Are you seeing that? So it's either we decide who do we want to talk about today. Do you want to talk about the person without, or do you want to talk about the person with and cannot reason? Because I come from a very humble background, my friend. I come from a village where by 6 o'clock everything is gone because we don't have electricity in the village. So you cannot tell me, oh, people don't have electricity. What about those who have? Let's talk about them. And then those who don't have, we can create another scenario and talk about them. But we cannot just generalize, oh, some people don't have. This is very general. I don't talk like this unless this is what you mean.
The point nilikuwa nataka correct ni hivi, yeah? Sio kila mtu anafanya engineering ama catering ama medicine. Sio kila mtu. Lakini watu walienda shule from class 1 to class 8 or from class 1 to form 4. Na majority wote wata remain kuwa youth at the end of the day, yeah? So kuna wale watafaulu, kuna wale watafaulu. Yeah? Sasa ukisema lazima nini, hapana.
Up to that point you have not said anything constructive in this discussion. You have
the point nilikuwa nasema
that is irrelevant.
The point nilikuwa nasema okay, let me now go on. The point nilikuwa nasema vile umesema jamaa asitoroke Kenya akitafuta passport. Hapo Kenya ni ngumu kukaa bila kazi. Tuongee tu kweli. Kila mtu anatafuta. Ukipata kwa ile kona, weenda hiyo kona. Ukikosa kwa hiyo kona, usiende kwa hiyo kona, enda kwa hiyo kona nyingine. Hakuna kazi in Kenya.
Ernest wants to say something. You allow Ernest to say something?
Yes.
Can I say something, then I look for him?
Let me ask Ernest, because I think his hand was up first. Yeah.
David Olo, you can first say something.
Okay, I'll just say something briefly, then I'll leave. Okay, what I want to say is that mimi pia sikukimbia Kenya because I liked. You see, in Kenya you can die without achieving your dream if you are not sharp. You can be a very, very bright person, but you can go to your grave without even buying a car or even building a house. But si ati uwezi, kitu ya kufanya ndio jenge hiyo nyumba ndio hakuna. Unaamka asubuhi, you are an adult who is capable of working, you have your hands, you are healthy, but ukiamka asubuhi unashika kichwa hivi unasema sasa nitaenda wapi? Hakuna. Ile job yenye iko utakuta unalipa maybe 300 na 300 can't help you in life. So and also I support what you are saying, Robert. You are very, very right. What I want to tell Mr. This is that hata mimi nimetoka in a very, very humble background, but mazena tunaweza kuambia is that I'm very, very aggressive with life. I believe that I'm very, very, I can go fine life. Hata penye niko saizi kama ningewacha tu tisina singefika hapa. So someone can try. No, someone can try. Usijieke tu hapa ati wewe uwezi nini. But then Robert is saying the truth. And that is what I can say. That is what I can say.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, David. And maybe before, unless you say something, I also want to tell this, David, the idea that unashinda kichwa hivi unashindwa fanye nini. I want to remind you something about Kenyans. In Kenya, we say agriculture is the backbone of the economy. 90% of the youth are in Nairobi. What are they doing in Nairobi? You know?
Robert, mimi nilishawahi toka Nairobi nikaenda hadi home kulima, nikashindwa, sikuwa na capital, nikafunga virago zangu, nikaenda kutafuta kazi. Saizi niko na capital, naweza rudi nifanye hiyo farming.
And that's what I'm saying, like, sometimes it's not even capital, David, and I'm coming to you, Ernest. It's about the word I use here, that the greed, okay? Greed is not necessarily a bad word, by the way. We are saying, as an individual, do you know that you can start small? You know, this is what many people don't know. That if you want to start or after capital at 10 million, you know, people think like
all
this.
All those small things you are saying, you will do them and eventually you will get bored because they will not give you, you know, it depends also with your dream. Some people have a multi-million dream, a multi-million dollar dream. Some people hata bora tu aoe na azae watoi aonange bibi yake hapo, yeye ameachieve ako sawa. So it depends with your dream.
But then again, okay, Ernest, maybe you say something. I also don't want to sound monotonous here. Yes, Ernest.
Yes, actually, that discussion is going in a very good direction. I want actually first to firmly support Robert on the idea that, especially, I think it is like Africa. Most of us, I think, because we passed through colonization, we have the mediocre mentality. You just feel you can't do something, you don't have the capacity, and that feeling, the people you stay with, they look like that. Actually, those who were before us was lazy. They had big lands, but they would produce so little. Actually, sometimes they suffered hunger strike, not because there was no land, but because their mentality or their knowledge was okay. They did not like to work. The same way when you go to maybe these developed countries, you find like everyone is waking up, is very busy, and you tend to pick up with that situation. What we need, we who have learned and have known new things, we need to come back and be able to show them the way, because those who are in our villages tend to copy us. Even what we talk of culture, the change in culture, you can be sure that if David or no, you come in your village, many small boys will try to be like you because they feel you are an expert, even if you are not. That's why many people are following our politicians, because they think they are right.
Yeah.
So I believe we can change. Thank you.
Yeah, you are right.
Duke, you want to say something?
Yes. First of all, I want to agree with Robert that, first of all, the government has failed. It's a fact. The government has failed to create employment opportunities for youths. However, the government can never accommodate all the youths. So Robert is trying to say the youths must be creative. You have to come up with your own employment opportunities. For instance, if you consider the developed world, like in the US, 70% of the employed workers work in the private sector because a lot of people within that country have invented. They've come up with their companies. They've come up with their businesses which require many workers. So what Robert is saying is very right, that you can create employment opportunities for yourself. Because in Kenya, you find most youths, they they graduate, and then they want to be employed somewhere and they earn. It's not possible. So I support what Robert is trying to say.
And if I can just click into what Duke is saying, there's a short clip I saw. It was on TV, an interview in Kikuyu. I don't understand Kikuyu, but it was translated, and I hope it is the right translation. And this person was saying that you cannot sit there and hope to make money. Money is not made in heaven. You cannot even pray for money. Money is actually printed in Delarue. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Do you know that as a youth, if you just stood up in that village where this is saying there's some people in the village in Turkana, in that village as a youth, if you stood up and say, okay, I'm unemployed. However, I will be washing people's cows. This is the example he gave. Have you ever asked people in the village, can I just wash your cows and then you people pay me even by bread? You know, this is the mentality we are talking about. Instead of sitting there and holding your head, start something, do something about it. But if you sit and say, I'm waiting for Ruto, I'm waiting for Raila, I'm waiting for BBI.
But you know, Robert, we must also be real, you know. Pia kuna kitu inaitwa frustration. You know, you don't want, that is not the life that you wanted when you were growing up. When you have actually realized that wewe uko 30 years and the only thing you can do is to wash a cow, utaanza kukua frustrated, depression.
David, I don't want to be impolite, okay? I don't want to be impolite, but I'm in a place, I don't want to say where I am. I'm reality. In a place where someone who has an iPhone works in a restaurant and they wash dishes. And after washing dishes, you sit with him and you talk to him, what do you do? Ukisikia venye anakuambia about washing dishes and you're like, okay. I have another friend again who finished a diploma in electrical engineering, went to the village, no job. The government is not offering anything. This man went door to door. You know, you look at politicians doing something called grassroots campaign. You see, politicians go door to door begging you for votes. Why don't you also initiate something where you go door to door getting something also, like a few coins from people? So what this guy did with his diploma in electrical engineering, it's like he opened his own company. He went around the village asking people to allow him to do wiring for them. And he did a lot of wiring in the village, and now people recommend him to other places. Has the government given him a job? No. Will the government give him a job? No. And he knows this. There's no job for him. But you can see what he's doing. Another idea that, my dreams are not to wash cows. The cow is an example. Let's be real also. I didn't mean you wash a cow. And if you take it this way, then we go back to the problem of mentality, reasoning. How do you reason? As a human being, you're supposed to reason in a way that you know your goal, you know your end goal. You want to be somewhere in 10 years. Why don't you start
what if there is no way you can make it from that cow to a higher dream? Will you just stick to washing cows?
Maybe someone else can answer this because I don't want to talk too much. It's not
there must be a link.
Yeah, someone else to try this.
Very practical.
Duke?
Let me respond to this. David, I'm getting what you're trying to say. You cannot go and study medicine or engineering.
I'm very humble. I can do anything. I've even washed plates in a kiosk.
Then why are you fighting the idea, David? Why are you fighting the idea instead of saying
because
it so that someone else can support
it? Look, I believe that I was just lucky. That is why I am where I am. There are people who didn't have that opportunity that I had. You see?
Okay.
And I can't
David,
forget about them.
Can we also participate?
Yeah, Duke is there. Let Duke say something.
David, it is a fact. What you're trying to say is true. You cannot go and study maybe medicine or come to dig or wash cows. But as you study also, your creativity increases. So if a person is either at home, maybe you are from 40, you can do that. But if maybe you are going to university, you can come with something creative. Your creativity has increased. For instance, you can do research.
Okay.
What Robert said about...
Robert, are you in Kenya? Because
not
Duke,
yet,
I know Duke is not.
I'm usually on and off in Kenya every year. So
but
now
you are in another country, right?
Yes.
Let me tell you something. In other countries, those things you are saying is so easy because in other countries you can even study on your phone. Yes, you can do your diploma on your phone. In Kenya,
what
where
you're
has
talking about,
online education?
I
Where
will
has
not allow
online
you. I will
education
not
reached
allow
in
you to
Kenya?
use. I will not allow you to attack me on a personal level like this. It's not about me and which country I am in. If you can use your phone to go to Facebook, it is the same phone that you can use to go on YouTube and learn what is called startup company skills. You understand what I'm saying? It's not about Robert being in Kenya or not. We are saying that we are giving out information for anyone to use. It's not about me. It's not about David. It's not about Duke. It's about what can help the youth, what can work for the youth. And we are telling the youth, spend less time on social media, spend more time with your internet bundles, learning new things, learning how to do things differently. And then all this will come and tell you, not everybody has internet.
But he was saying the truth.
I still stay to that point. Not everybody is in that.
Yes,
Yes, he was saying the truth.
As if I'm saying it's not true. This is what you don't understand. It's not like I'm saying it's not true. It's common sense. We don't need to talk about
saying the truth.
It's common sense that not everybody has it.
Can I bring in a different dimension?
Yes, please, Wekesa.
Yeah, okay. Someone asked, I think he was asking the Minister for Youth and Gender Affairs, and asked, you have been saying that youths need to be creative and create employment opportunities. Now let me ask, even the government that is endowed with Kenyan resources is not able to create job opportunities. Even the people who are working, there are people who have worked in civil service and whatever. They have, since they finished school, they have had opportunities and they have had lucrative jobs and they earn good salaries. These guys have earned salaries, and when you look at it, they have never created even one employment opportunity for others. And here you are pushing a youth who has just finished school. He has not even money to photocopy his CV to create employment opportunities. I think, guys, we are joking. We are not seeing the magnitude of the struggles and the suffering.
Life is hard, my friend.
And can we also say we are who have opportunities? How many other opportunities have we created apart from just being employed?
True.
Wekesa, if I can answer you, and then maybe I'm seeing Ernest hand is up also. If I can answer you, what you're saying is true. That there are people and the government is not creating employment opportunities. Some people don't have food on the table. Some people don't have money. This is a negative perspective. You have money, you have food, but you're not doing anything because some people don't have. What kind of reasoning is this? What we are saying is
you're not getting my point. You're not getting my point.
No, Wekesa, let me tell you what you're saying. What you're saying is if the government can't make resources, why are we trying to tell the youth who cannot to make these resources? But what we are saying is this: we are not forcing anybody to make resources. This is not the agenda. The agenda is to empower people by themselves. Why? Because what Duke said today, and it's funny that I've agreed with Duke today, the government has failed, and this is a fact. So what do we tell the people? Do we tell the people, okay, the government has failed, you don't have money, let's go sleep? No, we tell the people, how can you empower yourself? Yes, you don't have. Yes, I don't have. Yes, she doesn't have. So what? How do we go? What is the next step? You understand? But the moment we keep focusing on, some people don't have, some people have, then what? So what? You understand? So if the government has failed to build resources for the populace, what about the people themselves? So we go back to the people and tell them, okay, you have nothing. It's fine. What can you do as an individual to develop yourself? No matter how little it is, what can you do for yourself? Are you seeing this? And you'll see some people wanaenda wanafanya kazi za mtaani, as in the more we encourage people to do something, Wekesa, the more we encourage people to take the next step, the better for this country, rather than keeping reminding them.
Get my point. We lead by example. And this is what I'm saying. Some of us, okay, we say things that we can't implement. I'm saying some of us, even when you lose employment, some guys die, even they commit suicide because just their hopes was just on that employment that they got. Some people cannot develop themselves. yes, you are employed, you are having opportunity to earn money, but can you also advance and create opportunities? When you create opportunities, you also create for others. So if the mentality is affecting all of us, I don't think there is a reason for why we should blame those who don't have, because it's like some of us are just lucky we got opportunities. But if we are growing in those opportunities, if we are growing, then we have an opportunity, we have a right to lament, we have a right to accuse those who are not growing. But we have remained the same, and you get employed, you stay in an employment, you go, and some people even after retiring, they don't have anything. So this is the mentality, the mindset that we need to shift as a whole society. And that's why we are, even if we get opportunities and we go to the leadership, we can't create anything, because that is the mentality we've grown up in, just earn salary and then exit.
And
that is my argument.
And Wekesa, what myself and Duke and Anes are telling you is that you've spent at least 5 minutes talking about the problem and no solution. This is what we are trying to tell you. You've just told us what we know. You understand?
Yeah.
We are now asking you, okay, what can we do? And we are offering you the solution, and you keep taking us back to the problem.
No, you are offering a solution that has no example. I'm saying, can we?
What do you mean has no example?
I've given you an
example. I've given you an example of people in my village who have self-employed themselves over nothing. Someone just wakes up one morning and starts asking people, excuse me, can I do something for you? You know, and you pay me a little bit, even if it's 10 shillings. This is what we're talking about. We're not talking about millions. And you need to understand this. Yes, Duke.
Okay.
And then I think Odis want to say something. So maybe Duke, then Odis, yeah?
Wekesa, what we are saying is this. It's a fact that is people when they get out of employment opportunity are unable to do anything. But we are trying to give them information so that, you know, if you lose your job and you come and then maybe you are unable to do anything, it's because you don't have any other information of what you can do. But we are trying to tell people that with just a smartphone and the internet, there is a lot of things which you can do. I can give you examples. For instance, there is what we call online research. Thousands of Kenyans are able to use their internet, their computer to do research. For those who are studying abroad in the USA, Australia, I actually do that. And I employed a lot of people. If you are able to do a research, actually we pay one page, I pay 300. So if you can write like 10 pages per day, that's 3,000. What I use is a computer and an internet. And it's just straightforward. You are paid because you are able to write a strong research. So
now you're making sense because you are giving examples. Even me, I'm employed and I also hustle. I have my own opportunities that I get. I create my own little money. I wanted us to talk about things that we are doing, not what you think people can do. That's how you convince the society.
But that's what I've told you. I think Wekesa, maybe you are not with us, because I've even given example of a person who put electricity in people's homes. I was giving examples. Maybe you weren't ready to get them, but it's fine. Ernest?
I think there's that part. I think we need to get it right. That if we want to continue living like those who are before us, a lifestyle that we felt that we must be in a job. Sometimes some people have defined it as a slavery mentality, that somebody must take care of you so that you live a good life. In a way that these days said, if you lose your job, you commit. Okay, somebody will find. You find some of them, if they lose their job, they'll commit suicide. This simply because it's a slavery mentality, and I think I had said that after colonization, there is that feeling that we should always work under our boss. The feeling that muzungu wako, actually some people say huyu ndiye muzungu wangu, this is my boss, because you still feel You can't be like that boss. And if you are, you start misbehaving. You have seen those leaders sometimes, just because he's a leader, he is mishandling the juniors. It is the feeling of being a boss, and being a boss by in that mentality, or in that aspect, meant that you override others and you feed them. And that's why I think the President Kibaki had a lot of problems in the transition from President Moi. President Moi used to carry money with bags and give to people. When President Kibaki, an economist, came in, President Kibaki encouraged people to work. And that time, people were saying unga. I remember there was even a Kikuyu song that was attacking the fellow Kikuyu who was the president, saying that we need unga in our table, like there is no money. But the President Kibaki proved it right, that people can work. And that's the time there were kiosks, there were motorbikes, and that is the thing we are talking about. In the next generation, we need to work even more harder, because if you go to developed countries like Britain, the Americans, you people, especially those who are outside there, you know that they are 24-hour our economy. Look at our country here. We even still have lockdowns that sometimes they are not even managed well because of our politicians. And how is it? How can we be able to reach to those countries if we are still lazy, sleeping more hours, and working little, and sometimes feeling we don't have opportunities? I think it's a mentality, and leadership is finding the solution of a problem that is existing. If we talk about the problem, then we are not different from politicians.
And that's a very good submission from you, Ernest. And what I will also tell Wekes and of this, because I see they are on the same side of the coin, what we are talking about, things like leadership. When we say things like leadership, when we say things like skills, some people believe that leadership is Ruto or Raila. Leadership is even yourself as an individual. You are your own leader. You are a company. You are an institution by yourself. Are you making decisions that would make profit in your life as a leader of yourself? You see, so it's not about leadership. I'm waiting for 5 years to vote for a leader. If the mentality of the person starts with themselves to understand that they are also leaders, you're leading your life, you're leading yourself. What decisions are you making as an individual? Of course, developing countries, the common sense is that developing countries don't have financial resources. Developing countries don't have capitals. So what? Okay, fine. Then what? Once you answer this question as an individual, you find that you can make a single step ahead. And then you move 2 steps ahead, politics comes in, you're messed up. Are you seeing? So let's not talk about, some people don't have, some people have. Let's focus on what can be done, not things that are common sense. I don't know, maybe...
let me give you a case study. 2012,
okay. Yeah.
We were a group of youth, actually we were around 50 guys. We were meeting in Nairobi and we said, I think as youths, we need to inject a lifeline in our politics. And we were strategizing how we can make an impact in our politics. Now, we registered massively in the party called UDA. And we had even our own presidential candidate, and we wanted him to run against Musalia Mudavadi. So we did a massive registration. When these guys discovered that, when we did the first press conference, and they discovered that there is a group of youth that wants to wrestle with the Musalia Mudavadi for the top seat of UDA, what they did is they sent spies and they understood who are these guys, even their financial status, what have you. Now, what happened, and that I'm putting it the issue of financial struggles. What they did is they started buying youths one by one. You see, this guy has never held 20,000 or 50,000. For the first time, he's given 50,000 once like this. all our leaders disappeared. And they were bored. Some even were given air tickets to go and attend the meeting. What I'm saying is the challenge we are having, the financial, okay, we are trying to break through. And sometimes even you want to concentrate on something that makes a difference. But because of the financial struggles, somebody can steal your vision, or somebody can steal your dream or redirect it because of you are seeing that maybe if I go this route, I may take 20 years to achieve what I want to achieve. And somebody wants to manipulate you, to give you money and manipulate your dream just to get what you are having. So we want to liberate ourselves, yes, but if we are not financially empowered, these guys will continue ruling us.
And
these
and
guys
maybe
will continue controlling our opportunities.
And
these
maybe
guys will continue having a stake in our leadership.
Wekesa, with all due respect and your group, I'm coming to Mulumbu. I don't know if this has something to say, and then Eli Mwiti and anyone else who has something to say, kindly just let me know. What I want to also add on what you're saying is I don't object what you're saying. It's true, it's fine. However, I would also like to remind you that politics is simply defined as sharing of resources, okay? The moment you have nothing to share and you want to claim you're a politician, you're misleading yourself. Politics is sharing of resources. That is why you see you are able to buy people without resources. People like you, the 50 of you could be bought because you have no resource. Are you seeing that? And the politician knows this. And that's why they use you. Every 5 years, they wait until the last time, they give you a little bit of money, they use you. That's why like people are saying, the youth, you should actually not even be interested with politics. Build yourself. Focus on yourself. Are you seeing this? When the politician comes, ignore them. Why attend their rallies? You know, as in, demonstrate to them that you are independent, because this is what they're making fun of. That, while unajua unaenda tu nawapea 50 bob wana vote yes. You know, someone disrespects you so much to the point that you don't see it. You know, someone just comes and lies to you in front of your face, gives you 50 shillings and voila. You know, because you don't respect yourself. You have nothing to do. Are you seeing this? So I'm not saying like, oh, everybody should have something to do. Don't think this way, because these are generalizations that don't mean anything. Duke, I don't know if you'll give Mulumbu a chance.
Just 1 second. I wanted to add to add what Wekesa said. Wekesa, what you said, that those groups were able to be bought because they were not having finances. So us and Robert were trying to give opportunity. We're trying to make youth to think and to be creative so that they can have their own finances. If they were able to be creative and have their own finances, maybe they were not to be bought. That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah. Then Mulumbu, your hand was up, kindly.
Yep. Thank you for the second time. What Robert is saying is good, but to me, according to our country, how it looks like, it doesn't make much sense to me. It makes also sense to those ones who are a little bit able. Myself, I did what you are talking about. As soon as I left Standard 7. I joined a guy who was just preparing popcorns. I went there. Within a short time, I knew how he was doing. He moved to Kakamega, to Vihiga. I started because I come from Busia. I started my own. And I used to go to Kisumu every day. I started with the 30 I had 150 shillings. But I ended up buying almost 10 sacks of popcorns. I ended up buying, I had some oils from Kisumu. If I tell you I'm the first guy to start selling nuts in the Polten paper, you can't believe it.
But Mulumbu, would you mind if I just pause you for a minute, okay? And ask you a question. In which country were you doing this?
I'm a Kenyan.
Exactly. So that's what we're saying. Like, anybody can start small. You see, you're saying it doesn't work in Kenya, but your explanation is in Kenya.
No, I'm saying you do not listen to what I say. It doesn't work much. Just for few, not everybody. Not
so
everybody.
why don't we spread the message and let those few that it can work with take it?
Let me explain, because if you cut me so quickly, I want to explain to you.
Okay.
Hey, let me explain. So I did, and I employed around 25 guys, because I have guys in Kisumu, Mcas, Bungoma, Kakamega, Siaya, all to Ugis. It's me. But after that, because of the bad politics, do you know what happened? When it came to the 90s, when the politics was hard, about to when Moi and Raila and so forth, they are fighting for multi-party to make a multi-party country. Do you know I lost everything, 500,000 within a second? I lost everything. If those people can remember the year 92, the clash was there in Rift Valley and Western. It destroyed everything. People lost everything. Tell me, I started for almost five years, and within 1 minute, I've lost everything. As somebody poor from the village, where are you going to get that man 500,000? Where? Who will give you the loan?
I would say that you have a wrong question, Mulumbu, with all due respect, because when you started, you didn't have 5 million.
Yes.
Yeah. So the poor person in the village, we cannot ask where will they get 5 million. We will ask them where can they get 10 shillings, because you started small. That's what we are saying.
No, you are not getting my point. We're not getting my point.
Mm-hmm.
I started with the 150. I accumulated to 500,000.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it swept everything. And you know, the year 90, that was when the IMF ilikuwa imenyima Moi pesa. Vitu vili shoot up. Everything shoot up. 2 kilograms of cowboy, from 40, it went to 200. Kila kitu iliharibika. Flat. I went to zero. Mali naweza shughulika. Niliuza mboga sukuma, nikauza ndizi, nikauza barafu, ice cream, nilifanya everything. Ndugu yangu, ilishindikana. Kwa sababu economy ilikuwa imeharibika. Hata hiyo popo watu wana pesa hakuna. Then by 95 I ventured in music, nikaingia Nairobi sasa kama musician. Nikaachana mambo ya biashara kabisa. It's me alone. I'm talking as me. What of other people? So in short, nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba hii kazi ile mla mnasema ni vizuri, but not everybody anaweza fanya vile, kwa maana akili yenye umeumbwa nayo sio everybody ameumbwa nayo. Kuna wale wameumbwa kufanyia wengine, kulano wameumbwa kuongoza. Na kama a country haiwezi kuwa na companies within it ambapo ina create jobs, so that wewe ukicreate kazi yako hapa, wale wanaenda kufanya huko, they'll have from you. That's what happened to these countries, developed countries. That's why unapata company kidogo kidogo, Joe Biden anawapatia loans ili waendelee, ndio watapata kuemploy watu wengine ambapo hawawezi create. Not everybody is going to create a job. Some have to work for others. But the government has to finance those companies, small company business people, to make jobs for the other people. That's how the country is being run. Lakini country ni hii, mnalut pesa yote. Nini when expect huyu mtu ametoka university hana anything, kwa village pengine natoka huko village Missouri ama wapi huko, ataenda kufanyia biashara wapi? Atauzia nani? Ataosha ng'ombe za nani? Na huyo mwenye ng'ombe pia hana pesa.
Yeah, but you see, Mulumbu, you are spreading a message of impossibility, yet
no.
spreading a message of possibility.
Let me talk.
Yes,
let me finish. Let me finish. Kitu nasema, what you are talking is good, but let's talk and then rectify our country. Tukisha rectify our country, this thing you are talking is be possible. For example, hizi developed country, kama una skill, umefanya kitu ambayo inaleta faida, kuna watu wana pesa, unaenda mimi nimecreate hii, inaweza fanya hivi, inaifanya, unaangalia kama inaweza kuwa mzuri, they financial you to develop your skill. Kama production wanasema tutachukua vile, tukipatia pesa tutachukua 50%, wewe utachukua 50%. But Kenya where? Hata ukicreate government, who helps you? Nowhere.
Yeah, and
So
that's the
what you are
point.
saying,
And this is
what
the
you are saying
point.
is
The
good,
point.
is good. What you are saying is good. But the government kama haiko sijasimama vizuri na watu wake, hivi tu ndugu yangu, watu bado wataingia kwa shida.
Yeah, true. But what I also want to remind anybody listening is that as much as we are saying it, the Kenyan government is not good, just know that you're not in Somalia and you're not in Sudan. This is also
I'm
something
telling my brother, I've been there before you were there.
No,
I've lived in Kenya before you were there, 45
yeah, but
years.
the debate is not about who has lived longer than the other, so that's
That's
fine.
what I'm telling you. Unajua kuwa wanasema kuna msemo inasema ukiona mzee amelala chini na wewe umesimama komiti yenyewe, naona pengine wewe hawezi ona ile mzee anaona. Na kuna msemo pia unasema mtoto atembeaye nje pia analeta matumaini akili nyingi nyumba. Unanielewa?
Yeah.
So both of these people are very important.
Yeah, true.
So whenever unataka the young people were developed, but remember the government has to be there for these people so that can nurture the people's our young people's knowledge.
What we agree with you, we agree with everything you've said, and thank you very much. But what I want to remind anybody listening is I want to remind everybody that we are in a situation where the government has failed to help you. So what can you do? Because if we continue thinking differently about the government will repeat ourselves. I want us to imagine a situation where we are aware that the government has failed us. So as individual, can we bring ideas? We don't need to remind people of how things are impossible, Can we start reminding each other how things are possible in this context? For me, I believe this is the message.
I accept, but what you should know, I accept, but what you should know that it will not accommodate everybody. Ndio umekwambia, ndio kwambia wewe ukitengeneza kitu katika vile ufungue company, utaemploy wale wenyewe hawana knowledge ya kufungua, watakula kwako. Umenielewa? Sasa kama hakuna hiyo, wewe pengine ufungui, pengine biashara ukifungua pia ni kadogo tu hakaende mbele, itasaidia watu wote in the whole county? No, ni watu wanakuwa every day.
We are talking about starting small, so I don't think if I open a shop I want to serve the whole county, but it's fine. This you wanted to say something? Naona Duke amewashwa hapo. Yes, Duke. And I don't know, Duke, maybe Mwiti, you want to say something?
Well, but I thought maybe you are the one who is hosting. Maybe you gonna move us in the election. Like right now, it's big, the Sam, but I don't think you have to raise hand for us. So you just have something on night. Anyway, when it comes to personal moving or a way of getting somewhere, I think this begins with that. I think I cannot go too much on government because some of things you need to think as a human being. Because, for example, if you look, and what I mean by saying it's because of us, we don't support each other. For example, right now, if Robert, you have a shop somewhere, and you need someone to sweep the ground in the morning, you don't gonna give that someone the job. Utamwambia, hapa kuna mtu anafagianga. Kuna mtu anafagianga hapa, sitakupea kazi. So I think at some point we need to support each other. Because yani anywhere like good nikikuta Duke akiuza mahali, hata kama sitamsaidia like I personally I need to move somewhere and show do this and do this. Because for example ukiangalia there's hii job imetokea saa hizi ya YouTubers. Utakuta someone I don't know, hata nijiongeleshe mimi because sasa kukutaja jina ya mtu hapa. Utakuta I have like 2 million subscribers. Those who people follow me, I don't even sit down and follow them. I'm so shocked. But mimi nataka nikae pale nikiwa Robert, nikipost video, and first I watch 4 minutes na kuwe na likes na kuwe na watch time. But I don't think asikai niulize, hadi first atafollow na nani? Yes, a YouTube channel. Naona utakuta Wekesa akona TikTok. You know TikTok page when you have people who follow you, watakufuata maybe for advice or something. But nitakaa hapa niko na 2 million of followers, utakuta hiyo mtu amefollow watu 5. What is that? Na hawa watu is not Biden, is not Uhuru, is not even Ruto, is Eliphas, Robert, Sam and all these. But mimi nikiwa Eliphas siwezi kaa hapa ni follow all these apate kuapproviwa na TikTok ampe maybe advert. So we don't support each other. We are like really atupendani. Let's say when it's going to come to something like a business or thinking beyond the post, we need to tusaidiane, because kama huyo jamaa ametoka hapa anaitwa Mulu something amesema it started with $150, I mean not dollars, sorry, 150 shillings. It's because someone alimshika mkono akamwambia, hey manzi, come here, watch and do this. But kama hakuwa na mtu wa kumshika, maybe angeenda kule mandazi ya 150. So we need to move somewhere. I remember in 2010 nilianza biashara ya kuuza mayai, and trust me, I met someone in a matatu akikula mayai. Nikamuuliza, unakula mayai kwa matatu? Akaniambia, mimi nauzanga mayai ya boilo, ukitaka naweza kuonyesha. I created an interest kujua huyu mtu. Tukaenda siku moja, if someone knows Gitalo in Kiambu, kuna mahali kuuzanga mayai in a very cheap price. I went there and bought like 3 trays of eggs. Nikaenda nikaziboilo na nikajiuza, nikanipea 1200. Trust me, after kama 3 months nilikuwa nauza mayai 300 trays kwa supermarket. So it's about who do make. How do you support each other? Tusupportiane. I don't have to sit down here. Manzi, I see kuna mali, kuna ama kitu kidogo, kuna pili kimpini tu hivyo atakuwa talk of town na ataomoka. But I can't do that. I'm so selfish. So we need, when it comes to development, tuanze na sisi. Let's look to us. Usikae tu uone it's only me, si mimi. Yani no, utakuta mtu kama huyo Ruto for example. Sasa hiyo business anasemanga anauzanga anakuanga nao ya mayai. Do you think Robert stand up ununue mayai kile kimoja? No, that guy will not sell to you. For example, kama niyo nasikianga Raila anakuanga na kampuni ya gari. Sasa leo umwambie unaanza na mitungi 5, utaitiwa GSU. He don't care, man. Alafu sasa wamekuja paka kwetu wametuingiza hiyo, we don't care. Yani naona Duke anauza miraa na najua nikimuonyesha kabiashara katogo hivi Somali ataomoka. I can't do that.
Yeah.
So we need to begin with that. Let's try to think about that.
And I have a possible
serikali sana because nimesikia Mulumba ametaja America. Yes, wanapeananga pesa. Hata saa hizi think kuna so many companies zinapeana. You only kukua na social security. Wanakupea pesa but utarudisha. But jiulize, okay. Saizi Robert nimekupea $100 million. Ujui venye utaenda. Unajua sijakupea ukae naye tukaange tu niko na pesa kwa mfuko. Nimekupea you go and work and then give me back my money. Hata kama hakuna interest or maybe even a 0.01 what is it called? Interest. Unaona? Utakaa chini ufikirie, what am I going to do with money? Can I import some maybe mobile accessories? Can I import some watches, apples? Sasa hiyo ndio tunafaa kukua na hiyo deal. Tusapotiana sisi wenyewe. Yeah.
And I really agree with you. In fact, when you talked about social media, because this is an area that I am currently doing a lot of research on, you will realize when you mesema, someone has like 1 million followers, but the relationship is not there. So what I'm saying is this: one possible solution, because people keep talking about problems with no solution. One possible solution, I believe, is called interpersonal communication. Because if you have interpersonal communication skills, unaona, ukianza biashara yako kuuza mayai, kuuza kuku, how you talk to people is how your business will grow. But you see, many people don't have these skills. Unapata huko tuna mayai kwa crate, umenyamaza tu hapo unataka kuuza. Are you seeing that? I will give you an example because Okesa was talking about examples. I have a friend of mine who is into business, and most of the time he would post his things a lot of sometimes it's cosmetics, vitu of fashion and all these things. I'm a male, I'm not interested in this. But he would post them on his WhatsApp status, okay? And a few days later, he would talk to me about how business is not working, anateseka, he's posting and nobody is commenting. I told this guy, why don't you sit down with someone who is a communication expert and develop a message that you can send personally to your contact list? Are you seeing? People in your contact need to feel that you're talking to them in terms of the business. And this guy tried this, and we did this. And can you imagine, out of like 500 people in his phone book, almost half just bought the product to promote him. Some didn't even need it, you know. But it's all about communication. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not about, oh, the government or anything. I believe the government should help, true, but we also need to teach people how to empower themselves. And this is the message from organizations like World Bank, a United Nations Development Program. Development starts with the individual. If the individual can be helped to understand ways and methods of how to develop as an individual first before blaming the society, we will go a step to the right direction. But the more we want to blame the government and our ancestors for reasons that we cannot find, I don't know. Maybe it's me who has a different opinion, but I don't know. Maybe Duke, something else?
I want to respond to Murumbu, but he has moved out, but I hope he is listening to me. Most of those who are opposing us, like the likes of Wakesa and Ortiz, is that they do not capture what we are trying to say. It's like they are trying to disagree with us without any disagreeing evidence. Actually, what we said, what Murumbu is saying is a fact. It's not possible for every person to start a private business and succeed. But we are trying to embrace and to advise those who have the capability to start and succeed to do so. So by doing so, they are able to create employment opportunities for those who are unable to start their own companies. We agreed with him. Actually, we started to say that the government has failed. It's a fact. So, changing a government cannot take a year or so. So we are encouraging people to continue pushing the government to do the right thing, to do the So we are encouraging citizens to continue push the government to do the right thing, or to elect the good leaders who can solve their issues. But at the same time, you cannot just sit down and die. You'll say, I'm not employed, I have nothing to do. So you wait for the government. It's a fact the government has failed, but you have to survive. Maybe you have kids, you have a wife, and there is some mandatory expenses. Therefore, if you have mandatory expenses, means you have to work hard and you have to come up with revenue which can balance to your expenses. So let us do both. Try to reform, push the government to do the right thing, but also as an individual, try to search for opportunities. And for instance, when I was a second year, actually I started business when I was second year. When I came to Nairobi, actually it's the university which made me to come to Nairobi. But I found that an avocado is bought 10 bob, and at my home we used to buy it at 3 bob, 3 Kenyan shillings. So I saw that as a business opportunity, and I was able to coordinate with I come from Nyamira. So there were several passes which were called Nyamira Express. So I used to talk to a manamba, and then you can carry like 1 sack of avocados. Actually, I used to buy it at 2 bob, and I sell it at 10 bob. So it's like I made a lot of money from that. And that is like a very simple idea which can generate you a lot of money. So actually, through that business, after I graduated, I was even unable to be employed because I was getting enough. That's why I have never even worked for any company or an organization, because I'm able to generate enough money and I have a lot of freedom. Therefore, what we are trying to say is that
if you are able to create employment opportunities for yourself, you can be very happy. You have a lot of convenience and a lot of freedom. So, and also it's like you cannot be exploited. For instance, if you go to a company, they want to pay you a very small amount of salary, and your business generates you enough, you will turn it down. But if you are desperate, actually you can even be paid. For instance, also we have a security company. We used to. I happened to with my friend. We opened a security company, and it's unfortunate that we pay people very low because we have no option. For instance, if you have a security company and you go to a building and you want to provide security services, and the owner wants to pay you 12,000 for you to give him one security card for 1 month. So if you want to make profit, you are forced maybe to pay that person who is there maybe 8,000 or maximum 10, because also you have to make a profit. Therefore, Murumbu was also trying to put a very important point that you can start a business, but if the individuals have no purchasing capability, in business, it will be very difficult for you to have a successful business. Also, that's why I'm concluding that we have to do both. If you have to start your own business, do it. Also, at the same time, try to push the government to do the right thing and to have the government reforms which creates employment opportunities and distributes resources equally.
Hi, Duke. I don't think Eric Wekesa and David Olo are trying to oppose you. I think for me, it will be very awkward if all of us were just singing the same song and it looked like a chorus. We just created a debate because all these things you are doing, by the way, some of us have done. I can tell you, I have done even hawking. I have done different hustles to reach where I am. So I have never sat, even volunteer jobs, I have done it. I've done them. So I'm not saying, I was only trying to expand. And some of these issues we are handling, there are many questions that youths who want to venture in that field have. So as we try to debate upon it, somebody will pick the ideas across the board. It will be okay if we all just say the same thing, then we will be leaving out some maybe questions that there are people watching and following the discussion, and they have questions they may not ask. But for us, we are asking on their behalf. If I stood on the other side you are, I will still debate the way you are debating, because I can give you examples and I can tell you how I did this and I did this and I succeeded. But I'm also bringing out the contrast of the struggles, because as we tried to do these personal jobs and opportunities to pursue, I've done even freelance writing on internet and I've earned those cash. So it's not something new to me. Business is not something new to me. I've tried it. I have hustled until I have found that I have a talent in this area and in that area, and I can exploit it. Even on this, I normally tell youths, when you are online on social media, there are those who are on social media just to make noise, but there are those who see opportunities. The blocking opportunities are there. You can convert your likes and views into a monetary income. You can upload, instead of just forwarding videos and in a mess that cannot help you, you can come up with creative videos that will add value. In fact, I was one of the fans of this guy called Chris Embarambara from Kisii. This guy, he had actually suffered and gone through abject poverty. And he realized that even his talent is not adding value. It cannot bring bread on the table. He has been in the industry for almost 10 years. supporting other people, just dancing in their nini, and he was earning peanuts. So he said that on my talent, let me add some maybe creativity. It looked okay. It's weird, yes, but for him, he said, "This is what I'm going to try out." Kenyans saw him as crazy, but for him, he hit the ceiling point, and then he became marketable. So for him, creativity came from a different perspective. So you can look at the situation and say, I will choose to be different. I will not, because one of the challenges we are having with the people in the creative industry or in the who are trying to create opportunities, we have what we call sheep mentality. If I see Robert has opened a shop and is selling shoes, I also open a shop and put shoes there. And we have a chain of people selling. We think like now, okay, this season, somebody said by the way, boutique are doing well. If you go to Dubai and come with the second-hand clothes, you will break through. So everybody now has opened a boutique, and all of a sudden the customers are not there. In creativity, we need to look at, there are things that maybe they are not seen, but can I try? Can I try and venture in this world? Me, I've tried all opportunities, even including writing columns on the newspaper, daily newspaper. I've done, I do columns, and people used to ask me, Eric, why do you write on newspaper? Are you paid? I said, okay. I write, okay, money follows passion. So I write, if one day somebody will see value of what I'm doing, I will be paid. So first of all, you have to be passionate in the things you like and pursue them. Some of them cannot give you an income immediately, but with the time, you will break even and you will succeed. So in hustling, you need to be consistent, persistent, and creative, and try to diversify. For those who read the good book, the Bible says that cast your bread in many waters. Try different opportunities. There are those which will work, there are those which will not work, but don't give up. Just be consistent, but also seek to learn from those who have gone before you. How did Olo break even in his business? How did the other guy succeed? Maybe if it's in employment or going overseas, how did he make it? Because we are wired differently. There are those whose opportunities are here, and there are those, I like quoting the good book. Olo says that he doesn't believe in the Bible, it's okay. But the word of God says that he will bless you in the village, he will bless you in the city. I have a friend of mine in a very slum area, and he started a kiosk, and then it turned out into a shop, and then right now it's on a mini-mart level in a slum. So you see, there are people who think that when you are in the city, you will succeed. But there are those who see even opportunity, even in a slum area, you can break even. If your passion is in those shopkeeping business, you can still break even if it's a slum. Just find what your hand can touch on and focus and put all your energy there, and you will succeed.
Yeah, and I think Duke and I would agree with you that now I think we're almost on the same page. Yeah, that instead of preaching messages of impossibility to someone who has lost hope, like Kenyans, many Kenyans have lost hope, really. And for me, if I was to preach a message to them, I wouldn't want to labor them with a lot of, oh, it's not possible, oh, utaweza, you know, you destroy someone's morale. But the moment you tell someone, oh, unajua pia mimi nilikuwa nauza mayai, this motivates someone to understand that, okay, I can start selling eggs and then develop. But the moment people who have started selling eggs and develop come back to tell us how impossible it is, someone who's listening will lose hope on this. So for me, I believe that the message that we should give Kenyans should be a message that yes, it might not be possible, but have you tried it? You know, have you tried? So that if you try and succeed, well and good. If you try and fail, well, you have to try again, you know. But the moment we just tell people, oh, it's impossible, some people don't have, some people have, you know, we are talking this way, that way, instead of giving people direction. So that even if you don't have resources, do you have the skill required? Let's start from there. Someone like Duke is saying, if you get a space with something like he does, they need people who can write, and it's academic, I'm assuming. Do you have this skill? You know, you want to start your own company, and maybe you're looking up to Safaricom. Safaricom has departments. They have a department for marketing, department for entrepreneurship, departments for human resource. As an individual, have you built yourself like a department? Do you have departments? You know, so this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying like everybody must start a company. Everybody must. No. And anybody who thinks like this, it means they don't understand what we are talking about. What we are trying to say is, how can you help empower a people? By informing them, whether they have resources or not, what do they need to know? So for me, my message is usually, number one, communication skills. How you talk to people around you is very important, because this is how you get connections. You know, some people get jobs through connection. It's not corruption. Connection is not corruption. I would personally give a job to someone I know, because the moment you know someone, you can trust them with the work. But if someone I don't know applies for it, well and good, I will give them. And I'm not talking out of rumors. I started my own company immediately I finished campus. We weren't making a lot of money, but I employed 17 people. So it's not about being a millionaire or a billionaire. It's about starting small, but having a vision. But the moment you want to start big and you don't have a vision, trust me, you won't go far. So the message is hope. And the message is, what skills do I need? Because I also figure that many people don't know the skills they need, to be honest. Because you can't just start a company from nowhere, you know. You can't just start selling eggs. It doesn't work that way. I think even Witty knows, if you want to start a company, if you want to start a business, there are certain skills that you need. So that a person who wants to start a business should always ask themselves, do I have these specific skills? Usually there are three. Number one, communication skills. Number two, marketing skills. And the most important one is logistics. If you don't have these three, if you start a company, you can't go far. And then you'll end up failing and blaming the government. So the message we should tell people is, how can I acquire these three important skills? So that anytime you're meeting with people, you don't tell them how impossible it is, but rather how easy it is with YouTube. You know, like now, if you go to YouTube, you can actually assemble a 3D gun. I think you can print a gun now from YouTube. You can just Google and see how to do this, which means if you go to YouTube, you can actually learn how to do academic writing, if this is what you want. If you go to YouTube, you can learn how to bake a cake, if this is what you want. You don't need to go to school. Because if we say go to school, someone like this will say, oh, some people don't have school fees. You see, we will always look for excuses, but then there's a solution. Let's focus on the solution than the excuse. As in, I don't know if I'm saying it in a wrong way, but my message is usually focus on the solution, not the excuses. And if someone gets it, it's fine. If they don't, well, they can Google on YouTube and how to get information. Or
no, you're very right. You're very right. I think it's only that you guys got me in a wrong footing, because I said this and I begin. This was my opening statement. I said, let me handle it from a different direction.
Yeah.
That was my opening. And I never addressed the youths. I addressed the people who are in employment. I said I was challenging not only maybe some of you guys, I was challenging myself, because I'm in the unemployment opportunity. I always ask myself, I as Eric, how many opportunities have I created? I need to be creative also, so that, okay, as much as we want these youth also, because look at this guy called Bill Gates. He was employed for how many? He quitted even his education, and then he worked in a company, was it for, I don't think it was more than 3 years, and then he began his own company. And right now he has employed millions. What I'm saying is, also when we think outside the box, maybe we hold solutions to millions of people across the world. So we should not limit ourselves. Even whether we think we have broken even, we can still scale higher, because the higher we go, the more people we carry along with. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, it has nothing to do with like whether I'm employed or not. I think all of us need to be creative and continue to expand our opportunities so that we make our society better. I was addressing both of us, even the government. I said, even the government owns our taxes, and those people who will get opportunity, because we have even people here who are thinking to run for MCS, thinking to run MPs. When they go there, kindly try to create opportunities for others. You are not just there to earn salary and make noise and attend funerals and pay for our funeral, our coffins when we die. Kindly create opportunities in your constituency. How do you manage your CDF? Is it adding development in your constituency? We have to address each other, because some of us have passion in leadership. There are those who have passion in business. There are those who have passion in corporate company.
Wow, we have different people, and I hope they've been following us so that we also get their opinion. Maureen, I don't know if Wekesa, you're done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'm seeing Maureen and Ernest is back, and there's George and Jakes. Jakes, you're back? Okay, yeah, so maybe we'll start with Maureen. You have some words to say?
Okay. Habari zenu?
Mzuri sana.
Okay. I've been hearing the conversation about how to help each other to grow business-wise, and it's a very interesting conversation because I get so many like information from you, all of you, and anyway, it's good to help each other with information. Kupuliana juu, it's very important, because I've heard all of you, like Mwiti, the way he was selling eggs. Like you, Robert, you have a company, and Wekesa, the way we are not now blaming on the government, as you said, we are trying to help each other to come up. Like, for instance, as I said before, I live in Finland. For sure, everybody, like when you talk to your friends, everybody tells you, Akisuni, hook up nikuje maju, please hook me up. And by the way, it's so hard to tell them that hata huku life si rahisi. You know, it's not easy. Hata nikikutumia hivi ka 50 euro, hey, na job yenye tunafanya huku as foreigners, si ati ni job rahisi. Mtu akikwambia ati yeye ni nurse, don't think it's so easy. Ama ni majob tu zenye hatuna social life kama nyinyi, ati una relax. Kama sasa leo kama niko off, maybe siku ingine tena ndio hata niweze kuongea hivi. So it's so hard. But tukipuliana hivyo vile umesema, like mimi I would encourage anyone to come to Finland as a student. Lakini as a student mimi nataka mtu young, like ukimaliza tu high school hivi and you get the link, you come as a student, you'll be better off, kwa sababu utakuja ukiwa mdogo, you learn a language haraka haraka and then uta make it. But wewe kama uko tu ma 40s ma 30s, hii mambo ya ngambo achana tunayo, because especially Europe, you have to start from learning the language, then kitambo catch up, yani itakuwa hard. Another thing is the opportunities that I see in Kenya. Like for me, natoka kwa wakale wetu, farming, tuko na land, lakini even my cousins, when I encourage them, can you venture into farming? Unawapatia kamchoro, lakini kila mtu anataka kuishia wapi? Masiti, maswag, manai, nini. Hawataki kukaa home na waone opportunity yenye iko hapo kwa ground. Unaelewa? Then kitu ingine, watu wamedharau sana Kenya technical courses, like ati ukienda Kaiboy Teachers wherever, technical college ama Polytech, wherever wanaona uko unafanya course ina, I mean course ndogo, si prestigious. So unaona kama Finland, these people who are like watu wa mkono like wa mjengo, watu wa plumbers ndio wanalipwa in fact the best than even nurses, na ni job zenye you don't need so much like academic studies, bora tu hizo skills. Unaelewa? So what I really ningeomba tu Kenya inge change ni hiyo perception ya kufikiria if you go to university now you made it. Unaona? So everybody is fighting, hey, mtoto amepita ameenda university, you do a bigger rambe kama hamuna do. Na ukifika uni, kama mimi by then nilikuwa mo university nikafanya degree ya sociology, of which haikuwa apply Kenya, and I was just doing it just to niko kampo nijisikie, hata sikuwa nimeelewa so what is it about. But sasa watu wengi wanafanya hizo courses Kenya, they don't really know what is it all about, how to apply it in real life, you see. So I wish people could just know that na education system i change, and then watu wache tu kufikiria ati hey, ukienda na hii umeomoka, sijui ukienda tao umeomoka.
Yeah.
Na uko kwa village, like mimi vile akili yangu ilifunguka, right now if I come back to Kenya I'll go directly to uko ushago, cause then sahi akili yangu ime-expand, nimejua I can do farming na nikwe si lazima uishi tao, you know. So that is it. It's a good conversation by the way. Na tusaidiane ma YouTubers, watu wa create content, tuwa subscribe kila mtu yeah. Thank you.
And that's a very good submission for me, Maureen. But what I would also actually even add on top of what you're saying, because umesema something very important, that it seems people don't see, people don't see the application. That's when we have something called half-baked graduates. I don't know if you have heard this word in Nairobi, in Kenya.
Yeah.
Half-baked graduate means umeenda shule, umemaliza, but ukitoka una kitu ya kufanya, like you don't know what to do with your life.
Yeah.
So that's why we are saying the more people learn how to see opportunities and resources, the more they develop. So the message is, how can we help people see opportunities? Because opportunities are in front of them. Let me give a scenario. Let me give a scenario of what I did, because Mcas and the others were talking about examples. I usually don't like getting personal because some people misunderstand it, someone ajiringa or something like this. But what happened was, there was a friend of mine who went to these colleges that you're saying. I didn't go to those colleges. But for him, he always felt embarrassed, mtu anashindwa kusema shule ameenda. Because those of us will say University of Nairobi, amenyamaza ajui hata sema nini. Then I noticed this guy went to some technical college ya kushona vitu. And I also realized that he has been selling t-shirts, because this is how I knew him. And I asked him, bro, is it t-shirts zako hii biashara iko how? And this guy complained, and not crying tears, but he cried how Kenyans are bad, Kenyans are not buying anything, blah, blah, blah. And then I told him, who do you sell your t-shirts to?
Communication skills. I've heard you saying that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Communication
how
skills.
How to package yourself.
I took him step by step. Who do you sell your clothes to? Hajui. He doesn't have a market. He just wants Kenyans to buy. Are you seeing this? So this is lack of awareness. So what I told him was, if you are making t-shirts, you need to create a market for yours. You need to create it. You can't force people to buy your t-shirts. So what we did with him, we took his phone, we took his social media, and wrote a message, a personal message, not posting things on your WhatsApp status, not posting things on your social media status. Write a personal message to people, telling them, my name is XYZ. I have a company that I'm selling t-shirts. And actually, he was going to Gikomba, buying white t-shirts, and then printing things on top. So this was his business. And I told him, why don't you personally talk to people that you want to buy? I'm not lying. In a month's time, this guy told me he had sold over 700 t-shirts. So you see, this is the message you are trying to tell people, that we are trying to help people see the opportunities in front of them. We are not trying to tell them how impossible it is. Are you seeing that? So if you can sell 700 t-shirts, let's assume one t-shirt is 100 shillings. What we hesabu hiyo ni pesa ngapi?
Yeah.
You see, so the moment you start thinking like this, your mind then starts to open up and say, okay, so if I sold 700, how can I sell 750? So you start reasoning and thinking along that line.
And as Wekesa said too, you should diversify. You know, in my home now, everybody maize, kuku na mahindi. You see? So mtu akipata nimepanda mahindi, so mnapata mmepanda vitu mingi, mahindi mingi, na you have no market, as you said. Communication skills hakuna, you don't know even where to take these maize. Then ni hiyo tu ndio wanaona. Sasa watu wafunguki akili, waseme na huku nikipanda hii na hii, ama nifanye anything out of the box. So it's so hard kuambia mtu wachana na mahindi, anakuambia na si watu wengi wanapanda, na unajua.
Yeah,
maybe
but I don't know if maybe someone else want to say something before I say what I want to say. What I want to say in relation to what Maureen is saying, I see Anna's hand is up. I would recommend everybody to find out, how did Apple become a big company? Steve Jobs was asked a question, how did Apple become a big company? And he said a good business is where you create something that the customer doesn't even know exists or doesn't even want, and then you make it impossible to live without. Are you saying this? So, Sahi, everybody wants an Apple phone, but it's not really a must, but everybody wants it. So what Maureen is saying is also true, that if everybody anapanda mahindi na viazi, it doesn't mean ukipanda something else hawatataka, but you have to create this information to them, you know. So maybe this is also where we need to help people. Ernest?
I want actually to comment on the change, because I realize that in most Kenyans, or especially Africans, sometimes I think Africans, we suffer from, we fear to change, whereas even if we change, we shall lose nothing. You find that I come from a place where there is what we call T-zones, and these T-zones, I found them there. Sometimes they are not maybe providing us as, or serving the community as we want. But if you try to tell those who are in the tea farming, can you try to change? They are just rigid, maybe because they have loans. One of the things that we must make sure and try our best is to make sure that we try to make our generation be financial, to have the financial freedom. Because when they have the financial freedom, the politician will have nothing to take them captive. And therefore, they will have their own say. When they say they'll vote somebody, they'll be able to vote without worries of finance. So that is one point. We need to embrace the feeling of we can do something and we can provide solution. The other one is that the way we can be able to join hands. Sometimes we say that there are things you know, but no one else knows. But also there are things that people know about you, but you don't know about yourself. And that sometimes can be close to your purpose. You just need a single person just to provoke something in your mind, and you become a great person. So embracing the direction of change is the best thing. The countries that we have seen that they are developed is because some people decided to change. If you look at most European countries, they had a lot of issues, including what we are going through today, the tribalism. Some of them even went ahead and separated, so they are just like a tribe, but maybe Britain, another they are specifically a particular tribe, and that is a country. So I believe we can do something great. And the good thing with our country is that we are diverse, and therefore we can have a great ideology. Or when we share our ideas, they can be greatly diverse. Thank you very much. It's a very productive discussion.
And I really like the words you're using, because I think what we need as Kenyans in the society is called social change. And this is what many people are still struggling with, you know, the idea that we need to change as individuals, not necessarily as a country and not necessarily as a government. Because the assumption is that we need to change the government, you know, or we need to change the country. But usually change starts with the individual. And if you look at history of countries like Scotland, Scotland was a village, because Scotland has also been fighting a lot of wars with Britain. most historians will know this. And Scotland, if you look at it now, it's totally a different place. Why? Because each village did something unique. Each village promoted something they have, you know. So if you are in Kakamega and you have maybe a chicken in your garden, as an individual, this chicken, you can now start selling it to your neighbors. You don't need to sell it to Kenya. You know, this is the problem I find with most people's mentality, is they want to have a business that sells in the whole world, you know. But usually businesses don't start like that. Alternatively, you don't have the resources to start a business for the whole world, but you have a skill that you can start a business with your neighbors, you know. And this is what Wekesa was calling about break even. If you start a business with 50 shillings and by the end of the month you have 50 shillings, you have not made any loss, you're still fine, you know. But we are in a situation where someone wants to start a business with 50 shillings and by next week they want to be millionaires, you know. So I also think this is also another loophole that we need to assist people feel in the society, so that people get satisfied step by step, you know, rather than gross satisfaction that is impossible due to limited resources. So I don't know, maybe Jakes, you're back?
Yeah, niko ndani.
Okay, yeah. So for me, I think I've said what I wanted to say, and maybe you can take over. But I'm happy at least someone like Ernest understands what we're talking about. Like, for me, every time someone complains to the government, I feel like this person has not accepted the reality that the Kenyan government has failed. You know, if you haven't accepted this reality, you will always never really go far. Because after 5 years, you'll just keep doing the same thing that you're doing. And I think the message we need to send to people is social change starts with the individual.
Awesome. Sijui kama tumalize show with such a positive. Kwa sababu hata hizi tunamalizanga tu na siasa and all. I think if those who will join later, they can watch waone, we can always even end well.
Yeah, true.
So maybe Wekesa, if I can have your closing submission, twende hivyo, and then who will pray for us? Elimwiti. Watu leo wako nyuma ya tent wengi, so I'm not able to tell if wako around. Duke. Duke, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Sammy, are you there? By the way, has Sammy spoken today?
Sam is asleep. You know, Sam sleeps and he leaves everything on.
Elimwiti, are you there? Okay, Kesa, take it home.
Okay, what I will say is that we need to be resourceful. Being resourceful is using what you can to achieve what you want. We are normally told that human beings were created out of dust. They normally tell people, you know, dust is the worst thing out of soil. It's the refuse of the soil. So, which means even if you are created out of dust, it means God was very resourceful. He was very creative enough, taking something that looks like nothing and made something out of it. So that means even in your valley of bones and where everything else looks like there's no hope, if they normally say around every problem lies a solution. So all you need to do is to change your mindset, and perhaps that which looks like is something that was meant to destroy you, it's something that can jumpstart you and give you opportunities. Some people, they got opportunities earlier. There's a guy, we were with him in Standard 8. He didn't have not school fees, fee for KCB. That is just 300 shillings because he was staying with his grandmother. and his grandmother could not raise 300 shillings for him to register for KCP. He dropped out of school and started weaving these ropes, making ropes out of sisal and selling. By the time some of us were finishing university, the guy owned land, owned matatus and whatever. He entered into business, and in 10 years, he was very far. Some of us, when we were still tarmacking for jobs, for him, he was a good farmer. He could sell his produce, and that is it. And that's how he broke even. So a situation that was meant to kill you, a situation that was meant to destroy you, if you look at it from a different lens, you can bounce back and make a great success in your life. Yeah.
Wow. Manze, Wekesa, naona tutakutafutia kanafasi kwa altar. Uko fiti? Manze, wow. When is your next posting in the Nation?
Yeah.
Unaandika lini tena article?
Oh, I will inform you.
Raya, sawa, at least tusome hapo nyuma. Na sometimes unatusalamia hapo tujue, ndio tukisoma tuna feel vizuri.
I don't see you since you left the WhatsApp page. I don't know where I can get you apart from this forum.
Ukiangalia kuna hapo nyuma nimeweka namba yangu, utaniona tu.
Oh, hii ni ya Duke.
No, mimi ndio nimecommunicate here.
Sawa,
So,
thank you.
Duke, go ahead, your submissions. Na unitafutie, nimekutumia ka text hapo nyuma.
Okay, for me, my closing remarks goes to those who have read the book Gifted Hands by Mcas. They are able to know. It's like our own actual story of him. So it gives hope that nothing is impossible to any human being. Having said that, I want to build my closing remarks on what Wekesa said. He said that you should cast your bread in many waters. To expand on that, I have been an academic writer for a while, and one day I did a research about the causes of poverty in Africa. And one of the main causes was about individuals depending on one source of income. Of course, there were many causes like corruption. So that's what makes, if you have one source of income, if it is cut, or if there is an end to that one source of income, it means you revert back to being poor. Therefore, it's good for people to have several sources of income. So try to have several opportunities, several working income generating businesses. So from that, you are able to survive and to carry through even during the difficult time. Also, Robert said about competence and qualification. I've said I've done a lot of academic research, and I happen to later have my own account, and I was having difficulties to find competent workers. So you find there is a lot of graduates who have passed, they are unemployed, and they were pottering you to give them pieces of work to do for you, but they are not competent. Therefore, it is good to start from developing your skills and fashioning what you have studied, trying to, most individuals go to universities, they focus on graduating, but they are unable to mold themselves into what the industry requires. So, therefore, that's what I can say. And therefore, what we, in a nutshell, what we are trying to say is that there are a lot of opportunities
on the internet. So if you go, for example, how to be an online writer, how to be a tutor, which account you can work, even in Facebook, there's a lot of groups where you can start. So it's important for people to start searching for opportunities themselves. And by saying that, we are not saying that we should take the government out of the context. So as we continue to push for the government to do the right thing, we should also try to advance our own activities so that we are able to survive, because you have to survive whether the government is doing the right or wrong. So it's about yourself first. Thank you so much.
Awesome, my brother. As always, you're always full of in-depth words of wisdom. Asante sana. Mr. Eli Mwiti.
Yes, sir.
Umetoka nyuma ya tent, unajifichanga nikikuja.
Mimi sikuogopi manze, ni kazi. Ni kazi manze, siwezi kuogopa.
Kabisa, unajua mandugu wa wakosani.
Ndio hiyo.
Haya, tupe manini yako ya mwisho.
I think for me the last one, I will just repeat myself, niseme tu what I said, we need to support each other. Let's not rely so much on government, no matter if government is holding to you, hata kama uko where you are, let's not rely too much on government. To be pushed to like do something. I think by doing the right thing, a time will come, and yani two in one two. If you think kuna mahali naweza push Jakes in a little bit now, I'm okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's do something to each other. Not necessarily that tuambiane tu watu watafute job or you start a business. Show someone how you can do it. Yes, I think there's some Jake about lightings or something. I know, I'm very sure maybe as a way that another something like that to push what we support each other, like we do something to each other. You show me how I can do it. Okay, I mean, you show me how you can do it. That'll be itakuwa tu poa.
Maureen, just a minute, Mwiti. Maureen, your phone is ringing. Tunaisikia tukiwa Pandei. Maureen, can you hear me? Okay, sawa. Mwiti, endelea. Mwiti, umejimute.
Okay, I think in simu yangu ilikuwa ilikuwa karibu na mimi. So I was saying that we just try to push each other, like we do the right thing. Kama ni wewe James, unajua there is something I can do to education na aweze kumove step forward to inuane tu. I repeat venye Molina alisema, kama ni hiyo about following each other, hawa mademu mmefungua TikTok, let's push each other. Usione kama ni kumfollow atakuwa na followers wengi ati atajiruka at something like that. No, try to push. Kama unajua Robert anajua kuna kampuni na anajua Muremi hapa anaweza safiria, I mean anaweza peleka makalamu huko, makaratasi. Do it. Don't give those stuff to people like your MPs. Akusaidii nini other, yani just do something to your local someone. Yeah, natakuwa tu somewhere, you'll be going somewhere.
Awesome bro, hujaniangusha, asante sana. Robert, kabla nimalize na Murimi, alafu Mwiti nitafute nini hapo nyuma
Yeah, nimeona I'll do that. Kama unataka nitafute saa hii ama unajua mimi niko Landa baa sana. Ama kesho asubuhi.
Unaweza nitafuta kabla Robert amalize, utakuwa umenichokoza ya kutosha. Unajua kwanza Robert ameniahidi coffee, ndio ninajitayarisha.
Wewe James, nimesema
nimeweka ice kwa uso. Robert, endelea.
Yeah, for me, I would my closing remarks would be that there are 3 skills, because someone like Duke, someone like myself, anybody who wants to connect to someone else, for me, an individual, you need 3 skills. Number 1, interpersonal skills. How do you communicate with people? Because that's where it starts. Then the second skill is marketing. Marketing, I don't mean you're selling an egg or a bottle. No, marketing means you can even market yourself. How are you presenting yourself to people? You need to do research about this. Then the last one and the most important one is logistics. Logistics means how do you manage operations in terms of how you think as an individual and how you work what you're doing. So it's not about you have a company or you don't have a company. Even as a student, even as a person, just a jobless person, you need these 3 skills: interpersonal skills, marketing skills, and logistics. And the last thing I would like to tell people is that impossibility is also a possibility. So not everything that is impossible is just impossible. Some impossibilities are possibilities. So as a nation, let's try to do something for ourselves, because technically the institutions that we rely upon have failed us. And as Duke is saying, we will continue developing ourselves as we pray that one day we will get a government that understands us. But if we don't, we will do our best. So for me, that's the end of it.
Manze, Roba, kumbe unajifichanga kwa text ukikuja unaweza
fanya mkiongea Ruto, Raila, you know that's just politics. What is hot
here? Kwa lazima, by the way. Murimi, I have seen unasema next time to discuss politics na religion. I agree. I agree. We will find a way to make us see why should the religion be used to make anyone gain politically. We'll discuss it, and because I believe our religion should be sacrosanct. We should put God mahali pake na wanasiasa mahali pao. Yeah. So as you take it away, tumalizie bwana we. I don't know, Roba ama Wekesa, nani anatuombea leo?
Mimi najua kuomba kweli.
Of course, huwezi shindwa kuomba. But before Ernest comes in, allow me to send a special shout out to Randall. Thank you so much for always joining in. Asante bro. Harrison Nyangweso, asante sana mister. You ulikuwa pia part of the panel. Asante sana. Who else has been here? Tunawaona nyote mlikuwa kina Jowenwa, asante sana. Thank you for being part of us. Phil King, asante. LDDA Boss TV, thank you so much. Ezra Kipngetich, thank you so much. Akama KE Footballer, thank you. And the many, Brother Benson, Evo, Ayaga. Thank you so much. Jim Wangi, Gloria, thank you. And everyone else who commented. And to the many panelists when you log in before me na submit their views and all. Tunashukuru, twawapenda sana. It's because of you that we do this every other day, and we are grateful. Yes, asanteni sana. We are glad that you are part of us. Let's make this a beautiful nation. It is you and I. It takes you and I to make this nation beautiful. Wow. Mr. Ernest Muri.
Yeah.
Robert, unakusemaje?
I don't like interrupting, but what I wanted to say is, as you are planning to talk about politics and religion, kindly also schedule something to do with empowerment of a people.
Aha, interesting.
Yeah, this would be a good topic, so that also we see how people can talk about it.
Okay, when do you suggest to do so?
No, I don't know, as in it's your
maybe
channel.
We can find a way to link it with also with when we talk of we can set a day like Saturday to it and discuss with kama hizi, si ndio?
Yeah.
Every time ziwe politics, si ndio?
Yeah, true.
Ni kupanga tu. Yeah, we can have maybe Fridays ni siku ya siasa porojo zote.
We also need space to fight about BBI. I agree. Alafu unajua there is a question I've been willing to ask, lakini those are because the note at which tunang'ang'ana kumalizia ndio sikutaka tuchanganye kwa sababu imekuwa positive sana. Unajua sasa tukianza kusema baba anasema reggae lazima iendelee, politics will spoil it.
Ita pollute, si ndio? Wekesa unasemaje?
Let it be for another day.
Tunaweza discuss baadaye, because by the end of the day we are people that matter. Hawa watu kuja na wanaenda, and eventually ni mimi na wewe Robert tutabaki
You know what happens, Jack? different topics attract different audience. So there will just be a different, right now, if you finish with politics and you had just attracted a different audience, you spoil their mood.
That is true.
Yeah.
Ati nimekuja na fujo.
Manzo umekuja na mbogi. Kwanza ukiona wale followers wako hapa nyuma ya tent ni wengi. Ni sawa tu. But anyway, it's a pleasure to have met Maureen, hata kama she's nowhere to be seen. And finally also to meet Robert. By then nakuonanga tu kwa comment. Leo imekuwa ni one on one, so I'm happy.
Leo nilisema lazima nikuje.
Awekesa is my brother from another mother. Murimi manze bro, leo umenijenga mbaya. Asante sana.
Murimi hajasema closing remark.
Sijampea, nataka juu nikimpea amalizie tutakuwa tumeifunga, so lazima tu nini. So Wekesa, will you pray for us?
Sawa.
Aya. So Murimi, you said you're in Kenya, right?
Yes.
Okay, so take it away like a Kenyan in a Kenyan way. Hata na Robert hapa anatuchapia maflows za majuu. Ongea tu kizungu yetu.
First, kwanza ni kuwashukuru kabisa.
Okay.
Is to say thank you very much to all of us. I was looking maybe for a chance like this one, where we find that we have some progressive Kenyans and young people who feel that there is a need or a gap that need to be fixed. I believe if we are able to share and we are able to encourage more members to join, leadership is not in everyone, but if there is a leader, there is no confusion. So let us encourage one another to join. Those ideas are very important. I have heard Maureen talk about technical schools. Currently, I think our government, though it is failing, but there is a lot of encouragement of TVET. And we need to encourage those who we left at home to those who are maybe in America or those places, so that they can our young. Yes.
Honest, aki pole, utanisamehea tu. Hiyo ndio point nilikuwa nataka kusema na nitakuwa mchoyo nisipoisema. I want to encourage any young person outside there, because I am a moderator. I wouldn't wish to make my submissions, but I just wanted to say this. Usichague course. You know, I remember back in our days, tulikuwa tunaambiwa it's either medicine, it's either law, it's, you know, tulipakejiwa that kind of castoro, yeah? And then tulipofanya medicine, unatoka huku nje na bado with your beautiful papers, with awesome grades and all, but you're not able to hit the jackpot. Yeah. So if you're able to do something with your hands, talent, for example, yeah, if you're able to craft something in your hand, a skill, if you're able to do it, I can encourage you 1,000,000 times. Skill unaweza kulia when your papers are yet to begin feeding you.
True.
Now, even when your papers are feeding you, you can continue doing your skills hapa kando. Kuna watu wako kwa ofisi na huku nje wakitoka wanauza vitu, wanafanya vitu, wanaunda vitu. If you are talented, as Wekesa had earlier said, follow your talent, do what you can do. Don't despise yourself, encourage yourself. Above all, it is you who can tap yourself on the shoulder and press on. Unajua, hiyo kidogo kidogo tu. Safari ya mbali huanza na hatua moja. Sorry my brother Ernest, I really didn't mean to do what I've done, but my bro, go ahead. Pole.
So I was just insisting on the technical colleges and vocational centers, because the government has actually rolled out many of them, and actually some do not have enough students. So what we need is to input on that, and we also encourage more members. I think this is a very productive discussion, and the more people we get, the more we are able to overcome these things we are talking about, tribalism and all that. Because if we don't create awareness, it will not work. So thank you very much. I look forward to the next discussion. You can always be updating us. Thank you.
Okay. Maureen, are you there? Just to give you a last opportunity. Maureen, are you there? Maureen, are you hearing us? Okay, Wekesa. Tupeleke mbele za Bwana. Tumekupea kazi nyingine ya altar kuanzia leo.
Hey. Aya, shika screen yako.
Tungo ziitishe namba ya M-Pesa wewe.
Anyway, let's pray. Before I pray, I just want to read Genesis 2 and 4. This is the history of heavens and of the earth when they were created.
Okay.
In the day the Lord God made the earth and made the heavens, when the no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field, and yet sprang up, for the Lord God had not yet caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But there went a mist from the land that watered the whole surface of the earth. It's showing a situation of hopelessness where there was no plant and there was nothing. But amidst all that, we are told that there was vapor that used to go out of the earth, and that is the vapor that created water to the land. We are talking about resourcefulness and doing something that out of nothing you can, the little you have can sustain you or can give you hope or can hold you until you break even. So we want to pray for our Kenyans. There are people who are working for jobs. We want to pray for people who have begun their businesses and there's no hope. I have met a lot of friends of mine who, creatively, they started an opportunity, but because of the challenges of COVID, they had even to close up the small cafeterias and whatever. We pray that the situation will be okay and then their jobs will boom again. So let's pray. Our dear loving Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we are grateful this night and this morning for giving us an opportunity to meet as citizens of this country and having a conversation with ourselves on how we can better our lives and the lives of those who are listening to us and pursuing the dreams of their heart. We acknowledge the challenges we are going through as a nation, and we have found it necessary that we have to converse through our own challenges so that we can create a future that we all of us shall be grateful and we are inviting your grace upon each and every word we have spoken, each and every inspiration. Someone listening to us, we pray that you give them direction in whatever they are pursuing. You say that you bless the work of our hands. We are praying for our hands, God, that whatever we touch with our hands, let it be blessed. And your word also says that you will bless us in the village and you will bless us in the city. We are not limited, our opportunities are not limited to where we were born or where we are residing or what we've gone through life, be it education, be it exposure. But we're praying that you make us resourceful wherever you planted us. Let us sprout and be effective. And that little we are doing, multiply it by your own grace so that we can be able to see the fruits of our labor. I pray for this team that you continue giving us ideas, generating ideas that can help us add value to our nation. We pray, we believe, and we trust in Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen. And amen.
Every one of you.
Amen. Wow, watu wetu, watu wa Mungu, mbarikiwe sana, mmekuwa wema. Naona hapa watu wanasema vitu mingi. Nawashukuru pia wale wana comment, endeleeni ku comment. Let the conversation keep going. Robert, hope to see you soon. Maureen, hope to see you. Wekesa, I hope to see you soon. Ernest, tafadhali make this your small home, yeah? After umemiss huku kwetu kwote, there's this a small home you can build, eh? where we can meet and talk and share.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope we can make this be better. I long to see a day where I will say, from Tembei's TV and family, we have built 2 or 3.
Yeah.
That is when we'll have made an impact.
Yeah.
After
And
all,
we can only do this if we preach the message of possibility, not impossibilities.
That is true. That is true. I am grateful to everyone who joined in. Asanteni sana. You are highly appreciated for your time. It's never easy. Grace Kamau, I see you. It's never easy to join in. Masayote, listen, comment. It's not easy. Don't take it for granted. Some of you have spent in terms of buying bundles or even sitting down and listening to all of us. We are grateful. Thank you very much. We call it a day. We do this tomorrow. I think tomorrow we'll do something political kidogo. Then we can chokozana with Nyongesa. I am still nursing a slap that he gave me. So takutana hapa nyuma ya tent tuchapane mafine. Otherwise, I love you people. Thank you for being part of us. This has been amazing. Let's do this tomorrow. Good night. Bye-bye.
Gute Nacht.
Good night.
Right.
Wait, Jakes.
Clinton.
Yes.
Niko hapa.
Sam, niaje?
Sam amekuwa inaitwaje? MIA.
As in ako kwa screen lakini hapatikani.
Pia Morin, I think na wale watu huwa wanakaokota wanasahau kulog out. But wamekuwa fiti, tumekuwa na show fiti kabisa.
Yeah.
There's something I want to try and unaona sijatoka bado. I hope it'll work. Let me see. Ikiwork, I'll be doing it when we discuss. Just one moment before we log out.
Okay.
It's here. Oh my. Okay. Just one moment kidogo tu. Just a minute. Oh, nani nakata, but it's okay. We'll try it some other time. Otherwise, lovely people, thank you for joining us. It has been wonderful. Asante sana. Bro Clinton, take it away. Tumeomba, tumemalizia na closing remarks, tumemaliza already.
Okay, mimi pia nimeshukuru. Situonane kesho Sunday. Ama Sunday ni leo.
Masaa ingine ya leo.
Hai bwana, mimi nalala mpaka saa 11 jioni kesho. Ndio naamka.
Sawa. You people have a good night. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you man. So kina Samu amesahau kulog out. How will I remove them? ndio wasiamke wakute wako live. I'll remove from the stream. Sasa walale. Okay guys, mlale poa bana. Bila nyinyi hatuwezi tukasonga, lakini asanteni sana. Tuonane kesho. We Evo, nimefuatilia comments, unanishambulia sana. We na Jane. Tuonane kesho, lakini mmetuibia. Zote zilikuwa offside. Hatutachoka kusema. Yeah, good night.